Ooh. Oh, hello. Guys, I did an airport. I did the global entry TSA pre-thing. That meeting took like 10 minutes. Holy fucking epic. Usually real life errands suck. That errand was awesome. Holy shit. You think the Cowboys or Jets will win? This year, the Jets are way stronger than the Cowboys. They have way better D, way better ass, tits, everything. Okay, let's finish this real quick. 5 minutes, okay?
Certificates are filled out. John Campbell should know this. He should know better. And I've made several videos before on this channel debunking this same exact claim. But let's hear what he has to say about it, and then I'll respond.
I'm doing this as a single video because I'm still processing this information. It's really quite profound. Now, this is from a Freedom of Information request. Deaths from COVID-19 with no other underlying cause. In other words, people that were otherwise healthy, that don't have heart disease, that don't have lung disease, that don't have diabetes.
How many what percentage of Americans is that? It's got to be less than half, right? Ooh.
And yet died of COVID-19.
This is so bad, I honestly don't know whether or not John Campbell is purposely misleading his audience.
Honestly, so bad?
At this point. I just don't know. What he doesn't seem to understand here is how death certificates are filled out.
Okay.
If there is no underlying cause, that doesn't mean the person is healthy. When it comes to filling out death certificates, take COVID-19 as an example. This is the norm of what you would see. You would see someone who maybe died of respiratory failure. This respiratory failure would be a cause of pneumonia, which would be a cause of COVID-19. These things listed in addition to COVID-19 on a death certificate are considered additional underlying causes or comorbidities. This kind of death certificate would not be included in the count that he is talking about, where COVID-19 is the only cause of death listed. It is absolutely ridiculous to say that only death certificates that have COVID-19 as the sole cause of death mean anything in this context.
So yeah, it's not as simple as this. I'm not saying that it's only 17,000 only. I mean, we're talking about numbers here. We're actually talking about people's lives, of course, but I'm not saying it's only 17,371 people have died from COVID-19, but where that's the only cause on the death certificate, that's what the Freedom of Information requests are saying. So that is worth thinking about, reflecting on, and that's about as far as my thinking's got on that, really. But it is really quite profound.
Wow.
This would be like saying a death certificate listing organ failure as a cause of death as a result of cancer is actually inflating the number of cancer deaths, and that we should all think about that. No, that is ridiculous.
And I've just discovered it yesterday. That's why.
You need to get Vine Booms back? I had Vine Booms, and then RTBA recommended that I change my setup, and I tried to download some other shit, and it fucked the whole world up. RTBA stole Vine Booms from you the same way that he stole Wow from you guys. He did it. Also, Pisco wants us to live in a world with no Vine Booms, and Dr. Kelly gave him the prescription.
I wanted to bring it to you now. There's been no mention of this whatsoever on mainstream media, at least on the BBC sort of ITV Channel 4 in the UK, and I haven't seen anything on the US channels that I follow. So surprising that they haven't picked this up, because it's a huge story.
Maybe that's because it's not a big story, John, and you're just misunderstanding a very basic concept.
Ooh.
Anyway, like I said, this is an old debunked claim. This was covered back in 2020 by US media outlets, and now he's just rehashing it. And although it's not being covered in mainstream media because it's not a big story, he has now sparked several anti-vaccine and COVID-denying groups to report on this story and
Did
share.
he tell you to download that thing that fixes your drivers? It's like 50 gigabytes. Okay, he did tell me to know that, but that worked. Okay, that worked really well. So the bear gets honey for that one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What the? How did I just look over here?
Share his video. This is completely irresponsible from John here. Again, I honestly don't know if he's doing this on purpose for views or not. But John, if you somehow see this video, please correct your mistakes. Show me that you are an honest person who is genuinely interested in educating and communicating the best science and data as accurately as you can. Because right now you are definitely...
My Discord, or no, my Kick mod wants me to watch this. CDC, increased infection risk in vaccinated. Oh my god, Hot Tubs ADHD. Hello. That sounds like the best stream ever. Yes, I will follow you. Thank you. Hello there. We would appreciate if you stay in the appropriate category that matches your content. Uh-oh. What is the appropriate category? No, wait, hold on. I'm not following you. You're not even a real channel. You're just a compilation channel. Fuck you. Try to bait me with this. Does Pisco really believe that police shouldn't prosecute criminals and all crime should be legal? Yeah, I think he said that, especially the felonies. Kick Chat says, Sneeko sneak dissed me on his wonderful Twitter. I just saw this before I came home from the airport. What does the sage Sneeko have to say to us? How can he enlighten us today? Oh boy.
I don't pay attention to the Soy Boys.
Oh yeah, I like how we preface that. So I don't pay attention to these people, but I am about to talk about them a lot.
But I was late night, couldn't sleep last night. Search my name on YouTube, see what they're saying. Soy Boys are getting into Discord calls, a bunch of them.
How can you? Okay, Sneeko, little bro, let me give you a tip, okay? Instead of saying I searched myself up on their channels to see what they were saying about me. What the fuck?
What's up, buddy?
What?
Hey.
What do you? Hello?
Here, I sent you a link in DMs and then a password
For what?
to log in.
What? Why?
It's time for D&D. We got a tech demo for you.
Yep.
How about tomorrow?
Tomorrow. This will take 5 minutes.
I'd have to move it in my other monitor. I still got like 7 videos I need to react to today. Well, what if we just did it tomorrow? You think you just come in here and demand that I look at a D&D tech demo?
Well, I mean, you have Darius and Xena come in with their bullshit drama that takes 8 hours on stream. You
I love
can't
that
even
drama.
You love it? Really?
I do.
That's
yeah.
what you want?
I do, and that is what I want.
Yeah, we really know you just all want to go back to the Red Pill stuff. You can't go to the Red Pill, and so now you've got Darius and Xena, whatever the hell you want to call them.
You misspoke. Their whole argument's defeated.
True. All right.
How about this? Think of it this way.
Mm-hmm.
If this works out, you'll have the opportunity to bring on a whole bunch of orbiters very easily and generate a whole bunch of content, including Darius and Xena.
Okay, I'll look at it tomorrow. Okay, how about that? This needs to go on my schedule. You can't just spring this on me, okay? You can't just spring this on me, all right? I was in the middle of an
Kind of
epic
like how the
Sneeko
Pigmods
video.
are springing all the COVID-19 and Sneeko
That's not
videos
springing. We just watched a video. It's directly relevant to what we're talking about. COVID-19 is a pressing issue in the world. We have all this stuff going on. That's what I'm doing.
on- Okay, buddy.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Love you.
All right, bye.
Take care.
Gee, I just got like jumped. I feel like I just got Mormon invaded. Holy fuck. Look at my little train. Look how cute he is. I don't even remember what I was saying. Oh, Sneeko. Yeah, just say that like, oh, a fan sent me this, because then you even sound more famous. Say, a fan sent me this on Discord, rather than admitting that you're up late at night, unable to sleep, thinking about what I might be saying about you on my YouTube channel. Why would you admit that?
I don't pay attention to the Soy Boys, but I was late night, couldn't sleep last night. Search my name on YouTube, see what they're saying. Soy Boys are getting into Discord calls a bunch.
How old is this Discord call? Like, this is me on... This is my Huntington Beach apartment. This is at least 2 years old? Were we even talking about Sneak? Did I even know Sneeko? In this video? Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Hold on. This is not Huntington Beach. This was... No, this was Huntington Beach. Wait, I'm trying to think what my setup was. This is Huntington Beach, right? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was. You have Moot in the background?
Bunch of them, like the same measly, same physiognomy, low testosterone. That's the part that they don't want to.
This is the second LA apartment? Are you sure it's the second LA apartment and not the first? Or, I'm sorry, not the third? Okay, I lived in Glendale. I remember that. That was the loft one with the Molina's painting behind me. Then there was Culver City. That didn't have the deep kitchen. Huntington Beach was the deep kitchen shot. Okay, so that was Huntington Beach. That was my third one. So it was about 2 years ago. Pretty sure that was... I don't even know if I knew Sneeko back then, but maybe, okay.
Same physiognomy, low testosterone. That's the part that they don't want to talk about. Like the same measly, same physiognomy, low testosterone.
Same physiognomy, low testosterone. Lil bro, what are you talking about? Lil bro looks like he just came from an interracial twink porn shoot. Why are you talking about physiognomy or fucking testosterone? What, like, bro, what are we talking about? Like, he's got DSL bigger than fucking Zerka. Like, what, bro? Why? Just stop.
That's the part that they don't want to talk about. Like all the liberal people who hate on me all the time, they just have low testosterone.
Oh, that's why people that hate me just they're deficient in a hormone. Because there could be no possible reason why people might hate one of the most controversial figures on the internet, Sneeko and the Red Pill. That must be the reason. There's no other possible reason why if somebody disagrees with me, it must be physiological. My truth is so undeniable that it has to be some sort of like endocrinological fucking endocrinological. Is that even a word? Hormonal deficiency? Something wrong with your endocrinology in order to have a disagreement? Like, what? There's no other reason? Really? You can't fathom why somebody might not...
They don't have aspirations, so that they choose to cope.
Also, disagree with you when? That's true, too. Because disagreeing with Sneeko, if you say, I disagree with Sneeko, bro, you got to quantify that. In what time period? Okay? Because disagreeing with Sneeko can mean everything from... I don't even know how many ideologies he's been through right now. Open-minded YouTuber, I think up to the Ultra Tate fanboy, up to the Islamic arc, through the Zerka Chaos arc, into the Aiden Ross arc. Like, what? Disagree with at what time period?
Set it become better. You could choose two things when you go on your social media feed. You can see people doing better than you, and you can get inspired, and you can try to see, oh, why are they successful? You can analyze how they got to that point, or you can choose to cope in the comments.
Who's he talking about? Is he must be talking about the fans, right? Do you think you're doing better than me? I don't want to do like a direct comparison. And also, it's not even fair because you're like 20 years old. You're like a child, right? So, but like, and it's also this obsession with like every single, oh yeah, he might have done a slight Christian arc as well, maybe. It's also this obsession with like every single figure you watch has to be your ultimate role model, inspiring you to do, bro, like some people might just watch a guy because he's funny, right? I've never in my life have I wanted to be George Carlin or Dave Chappelle or Chris Rock. But they're funny people. I'll watch them and I'll laugh at their jokes. Like, you don't have to want to be like every single piece of content you consume. That's like that's got to be like the definition of like a weak or empty man. Somebody who decides that he needs to copy every single figure that he sees around him that has like an admirable trait, that I want to be exactly that type of person. Like, is that not the definition of a bot or an NPC? Like, can't you just like somebody and not want to be a carbon copy of them?
the social media provides you the tools to become inspired or to cope. That's what the like and reply.
Social media doesn't give you the tools to do anything but be sad about society. Social media is not for the healthy minds. I'm sorry. But also, this is fucking YouTube, okay? This is fucking YouTube and Twitch and Kick and streams. I don't know if I would even call this social media. It's probably a measurably different type of thing. It feels kind of weird to call YouTube social media. When you think of social media, I think you're generally thinking of a thing that you exercise a social life on. So posting updates about yourself, thoughts and opinions. I think things like Twitter, where you have like profiles. Things like Twitter are probably social media. Things like Facebook are probably social media. Are you participating in social media watching YouTube videos? I don't know about that. Not too sure about that one, Chief.
The dislike button, you could always choose to just be a hater. And that's what they chose to do. So we're singing a Discord call. How much money does Sneeko really make? He probably makes net positive $10,000 a month. You know how dumb it is? Like one of the biggest leftist political commentator right now.
Oh shit! He's giving me the Hassan treatment, where he won't say my name. Do you think he's gonna go this whole video showing pictures of me but not saying my name? Okay.
$1,000 a month. You know how dumb it is? Like one of the biggest leftist political commentator right now, the blue hair one, you know what I'm talking about. He was saying he probably makes at most $10K a month. At most. Nigga, you've been to my apartment. You know how much it costs.
What, like 3 or 4K a
Sneeko
month?
lacks the unyielding power and enlightenment of the Dalabani chromosome. Yeah. Hey, open that.
I'm sorry, he lives in a 1-bedroom apartment in like Brickell. I mean, like, what do you think? I'm sorry, what? I've been in your apartment. You act like you live in a penthouse in like New York City? Or like, what do you mean? My rent is probably more than yours. What are you talking about?
You've seen my editors, my employees alone, and all the expenses before that. Way more than 10K a month.
Yes, lil bro. That's what net means. That's what net means.
Positive 10,000. The dislike button, you could always choose to just be a hater. And that's what they chose to do. So we're singing a Discord call. How much money does Sneeko really make? He probably makes net positive $10,000 a month. You know how dumb it is? Like one of the biggest leftist political commentator right now, the blue hair one, you know what I'm talking about. He was saying he probably makes at most $10K a month. At most. Nigga, you've been to my apartment. You know how much it costs. You've seen my editors, my employees alone, and all the expenses before that. Way more than 10K a month.
Yes. Can somebody teach him what net means? When I say you make net 10K a month, that means after expenses. Labor is an expense. Your employees are an expense. That is what net means, lil bro.
Do you think I'm just losing money every month? Is that, what operation do you think I'm running? And they're just sitting them all in a Discord call gaming and like popping Adderall. How much does he make? This is what you do? And at one point this other soy boy asked.
What do you mean this is what you do? As opposed to what? What you do is change up ideologies every 2 months with a different girl in the background because God forbid you're ever seen on your own and you don't have the validation of a female next to you selling the idea to your fans that you're some fucking Giga Chad guy? What do you mean? That's all we do. You're obsessively watching videos about me. Oh, like, didn't we just talk about this like 2 nights ago? Why are you acting like this video is years old?
Is it rude to speculate how much someone's making? Like, no. How much? They're just jealous and coping. They're sitting in a cult live. I don't know why this is their entertainment.
I have discovered this. The ultimate cope is calling other people cope. Like, that is the ultimate cope. Like, you're oh, he's just coping. Oh, you think it's gross that I walk around with shit in my diaper? You're just coping because you're not brave enough to shit in your diaper and walk around. Oh, you think it's a cope that I change ideologies every 4 months? You're just sad that you've been stuck in the same ways for your whole life. Oh, you think it's a cope that no, bro. Nobody's coping. Nobody's jealous of you. I don't know what you're talking about. Least of all me. Holy shit. What are you talking about? What aspect of your life do you think I'm jealous of? What the fuck? What do you... Again, and I hate to do the direct comparisons. One, because it's cringe. Because I don't need to compare myself to other people to look good. There's one person that I compare myself to, and that's myself 5 seconds ago, okay? The only person you should ever compare yourself in life to is where you are coming from, right? You better hope that where you're going is incremental improvements along the way. That's the only person in life you should be comparing yourself to. unless you're competing. Then you compare yourself to other people around you, and then you murder them. Okay, but like, if we're comparing, there is no aspect of your life that I would ever want, except for maybe your age. I mean, like, but that's also another unfair thing. Bro, you're like 10 years younger than me. Like, I mean, why would we compare ourselves, right? Like, obviously, you're going to be lacking in every single area compared to me. But I've had, like, so much more time to work on my...
the actual internet, Boogeyman?
Yeah, seriously.
And you kind of feel sad because they're in a constant state of coping.
like you making a video about in your car about something I said 2 nights ago because it rattled you so hard? Bro, an idea that I had earlier is I should film videos like this in response to Sneeko, and progressively as the video goes on, there's like little jump cuts. I'm getting like more and more wet as I spray myself down. My shirt would probably come off like halfway through just for no fucking reason.
At one side, like from the position over here, one makes you kind of want to flex more. They've been talking about my car.
Flex what? What are you flexing, little bro? Again, I don't like to do this, but if he wants to go there, like, what could you possibly flex?
This is like what they get right after they leave the army. This is an SRT. This is a V8. You know how much this costs? You think they get this when you get out of the military?
First of all, yes, tons of people get out of the military. They've been living on bases for years, and they've got a whole bunch of disposable income, and then they buy exactly that type of car. So, number one, lil bro, yes. Number two, how American do you have to be to brag about, like, a $70,000 car with a V8? Bro, can you imagine? Can you imagine me, like, walking and be like, huh, yeah, I got the EcoBoost 3.1 liter engine. Yeah, it's the same one that the Mustangs use in my... Yeah, it's 350 horse. Like, bro, why are you bragging about a V8 in a $70,000 car? What are you doing? Why? Mate, why would you do that?
You're gonna hate
Oh my... That's like some fucking redneck be like, yeah, I got a Hemi. Like, what do you... Bro, why?
This is a V8. You know how much this costs? You think they get this when you get out of the military? You're gonna hate on my car? That's how down bad you are?
I don't even think I hated on his car. I think that was somebody else. Maybe he's referring to everybody in the call. We've like oozed into this collective boogeyman for him to be afraid of, I guess, but...
So I could choose to flex or I could choose to inspire more. So I want...
What do you
I swear Gen Z is just a collection of catchphrases with no understanding or meaning.
At least when Andrew Tate is flexing, he's flexing Bugattis, which... What does a Bugatti start at? Don't Bugattis start at like fucking $5 million some shit? Aren't Bugattis like retardedly expensive cars? Oh, is it 1.4 million? Sorry, okay. Like, yeah, at least like, if Andrew Tate's gonna flex a car, it's gonna be an expensive ass car.
I want you guys, if you're hating on me, you're sitting there coping, trying to find a reason why I'm not better than you. Get better. Go to the gym more. Make some more money. Instead of watching this content constantly and trying to figure out, he's a grifter here. Try to figure out like, okay, how did I get to this point where I'm successful and I can do what I want?
Told me, not to sell work. Mama told me, not to sell work. Mama 17, 5, same color t-shirt, white.
Jesus.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Who joined? Oh, Econoboy, what's up?
Nothing much. How's your day going?
It's going good. Can I just end with one more quick thing?
And what?
I'm just... Sneeko, I don't know if I brought this up on the stream. What?
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry, just real quick. I'm sorry. Apparently, I guess he still watches me because he posts like apparently he posts screenshots of me in his Discord. I didn't know that. This message was simultaneously one of the saddest and funniest messages I've ever seen in my life. Sneeko posted in his Discord. Doing the jail stream with Aiden Ross today at 3 p.m. EST. Do me a favor and spam W.
Rappers flex the degen lifestyle, rife with provocative women, drugs, alcohol, and reckless spending on cars and jewelry. How does Sneeko not see that this is what he emulates?
True. Doing the jail stream with Aiden Ross today at 3 p.m. EST. Do me a favor and spam W Sneeko in chat. Some of his fans get butthurt when I talk about Ukraine, the vaccine, and the gender agenda. Very funny that the Rumble chat thinks I'm too normie now, and the Kick chat thinks I'm too schizo. I'll plan a desktop stream for tonight. Have forgot about the talent show. Tonight can be good for the talent show, actually. 9 p.m. EST, I'll debate more. Bro, imagine, like, guys, I'm going to go to another person's chat. Can you guys please, spam W's for me so that they don't think that I'm, like, a corny-ass loser? Like, bro. Okay, what's up?
You're bullying Destiny. This is bully
The
behavior.
guy bullies himself, okay? He's an easy target. I can't. If you're going to be an easy target, I'm going to bully you.
He
okay?
brings it on himself.
He does by being an easy target.
That's fair. Now I got several pings yesterday about you reacting to. I guess Ethan has a socialist producer that he.
No, he just has
he
has a retarded producer. Although I guess those two things are kind of synonymous now, but.
Oh no. Well, I saw the video and it seemed like you were saying are unions socialist or are they just another business?
Hey, I've been watching a lot of Zerka lately, and it seems to me that some have did more damage to the Red Pill community than you ever did.
Sorry.
I don't think they were ready for him.
True. Okay. Say that last part again.
Yeah, it seemed like you had questions about unions.
Oh
and
no, I didn't have questions.
I guess like
unions are not socialist.
Oh no.
But you can talk about it if you want, or if you disagree with it. But I'm not. That's not a question that I have. I've never asked that question. But go ahead.
Well, I thought it was like, couldn't you think of unions as just like other businesses or like other firms that the government kind of tries to regulate as a separate institution?
I feel like that's exactly what I said.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, do you think that unions? I mean, if you think of socialism as like a democratization of the economy, do you think unions fit into that mold at all?
I don't know. I don't think of socialism as a democratization of the economy. I think of socialism as workers owning the means of production, and there not being like private investment or private owners.
Okay. I mean, I think that. Yeah, I think I had a similar thought. I think that part of the reason why I had some confusion in this regard was because it seems like a lot of socialists today will say that socialism is when workers own businesses and when workers own the means of production. But I mean, really, that's not, like, historically, that's not really quite what socialism has meant. It doesn't really seem like many historical socialists had this thought of, oh, well, you know, socialism is essentially when workers own the businesses that they work at. You know, some people had that conception, but it seems like generally, you know, speaking, socialism was more generic than that, where socialism was more collective ownership or social ownership.
Sure. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
I kind of agree with you. You know what would be really based, actually, to get to the bottom of this? Are there any like really big professors on YouTube that talk about socialism? I think it'd be really sick if I could maybe reach out to one of them and then I could get like a concrete definition on like what do people mean when they say socialism, right? Can you think of anybody?
Yeah, I mean the best, you know, I've already recommended, you know, the best socialist really in the whole policy space is probably Matt Brunig.
Oh fuck, I was fucking with you. I was referring to Professor Wolf. My bad.
Oh well, that's the thing. Like obviously some socialists like Richard Wolff will say, you know, my socialism is essentially workplace democracy, which, I mean, it's obvious that, I mean, I think fairly enough, like you could call that a type of socialism, right? If all businesses were owned by workers.
Sure. Okay. Can I just like real quick? This is my issue. Okay. The problem with socialism today is that socialism is it's a Motte and Bailey that I hate. Okay. In that people will say they'll do it's a Motte and Bailey kind of in the same way that conservatives used to use it as an attack in the past, right? Like people, like conservatives would say something like you'd say something like, oh, like I can't even think of anything. Anytime you wanted more government spending, like conservatives would say that's socialism,
right?
And then you'd be like, no, it's social spending, and then you know, yeah, like everything was socialism. But now it feels like progressives have wrapped around to that same thing, where now all forms of socialized medicine is socialism. Not really. But I mean, if you want to call it that, so what you're saying, if you want to be like, well, we can describe socialism very broadly as kind of this social investment that government might make into protecting the rights of workers, providing for its citizens, whatever. Fine. That's fine if you want to say that. But the problem is, as soon as you be like, okay, sure. If that's what you want to call socialism, I can get on board with it. Then the next thing's going to be like, okay, that's awesome. I'm glad you agree with me. Billionaires are evil and we should execute all business owners and landlords. It's like, oh, okay. Like, as soon as you agree to these like very weak, cupped, flaccid, tiny dicked versions of socialism that can all exist in a capitalist environment, but there's no reason to ever invoke the word socialism. As soon as you agree to it, then they want to move over to the real parts of socialism, where they're saying like, oh, cool, well, time to start expropriating businesses, time to start nationalizing industries, and time to start making it illegal to own homes or even have like private owners. Sorry, God, yeah. That's my issue, is the Mott and Bailey feel of it, yeah.
Well, that's fair. I mean, yeah, that's obviously fair. I mean, you can see a lot of really just radicals of any type of ideology say the same thing. I tweeted just the other day about how it seems like conservatives will argue for means testing for welfare, but really they just mean, I don't want anybody to be on welfare, so I'm going to make it really hard to get welfare, right?
Sure. Same thing as when conservatives are like, we need to domestically spend more and stop spending on Ukraine. And it's like, you mean you just don't want to spend on anything, you fucking piece of shit, yeah.
Right, exactly. Right, like this, some libertarian account that was like, I can't believe we spent $100 billion on Ukraine, and I think it was maybe SDL who was like, what $100 billion welfare program do you support? Libertarian Party of New Hampshire or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So obviously that's pretty fucking bullshit, right? But I think that, that's where, just having like a decent holistic understanding can help a little bit, right? Because like you mentioned socialized medicine. I mean, I think it's fair to say that if, like, take the UK, for example, with their NHS system, that's like obviously like a socialist institution, right? It was founded by, well, yeah, right. I mean, medicine is a service, and there's products of medicine as well. It's a means of production, right? And it's
but the means of production isn't owned collectively by the workers. It's owned and operated by the government. The same way that we wouldn't say China and their state-owned enterprises, we wouldn't call that socialist, right? We would call that state capitalism, right? Because the profits are being sent back to the owner, which in this case happens to be the government, and the directions and everything are not being made collectively by the workers. It's being made by the owner, the private owner of that capital, which is the government. And then employees are, the exploitation, blah, 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 right, yeah.
Well, it's not.
Don't say right, because you just said it was social. I disagree with that. I don't think it is. I think it's
no. But that's where it's more complicated than that, right? Because obviously, like if we're just saying socialism is when there's national industry, right? That's probably a bit vacuous, right? And probably not fair, because most socialists wouldn't say like authoritarian China or like Nazi Germany were socialist countries because of how authoritarian they were. There wasn't really there was a very top-down hierarchical government, right? But when we're talking about like something like the UK, where essentially they took over an industry under a democratic framework, and that, in the case today, that industry, this sort of NHS system, is democratically accountable and has, communal and social purpose. I think it's fair to call that a form of socialism, where if you have state ownership that's like robustly democratic, I mean, that's probably socialism, right? If we understand like historically what socialism is. And so it's
I guess, but then at that point we just have like, I don't know what socialism means at that point. Like, I don't know what we're even talking about. Like, in my world, socialism means that when I go to work, I'm going to engage with capital that I own collectively with the other people that work that capital. It is the fact that when I work, any product or service that I create or deliver no longer is another party, a third party, a private owner, scraping any of the excess of what I produce off from what I earn as a wage. All of the excess that's created goes back to me because I have equity ownership of all the capital. That's my understanding of what socialism is. What you're talking about is just like it's still a private firm, kind of. And the idea of like socialism, it is quote unquote public, but the profits and everything go back to the government. If the NHS performs well, these workers, they don't have equity ownership in like the government, and they get like a paycheck back for it. They can't sell or buy shares of their work. That's not cooperatively run and owned. They don't even get to dictate their own policy. We could literally have a vote publicly and say the NHS has to do this, and every worker could disagree, and it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't have a say. That's working for a private firm. It just happens to be that the firm is the government. Now, again, if you want to say it's socialism because it's like when the government does stuff or runs stuff, I guess it's fine. But it feels so weird that we ran back to the straw man conservative argument of socialism, and now that's what we unironically call socialism. That's so weird to me.
Well, of course, like we can imagine, I mean, of course it makes sense that, I mean, socialism could very well be when the government does certain things, right? Like if the government collectivizes an entire industry. That's not really capitalism, right? And it just depends on the framework of how it might be set up. Like, for instance, if we were to imagine, for instance, that the government, let's say that we had like a government that was very democratic, like Finland or Norway or something like that, and let's say that they voted, they decided, we're just going to nationalize every industry. Every industry's returns are going to be socialized, and all the capital is going to be owned by the government. It's a very democratic country. Obviously, that would cause some problems in the economy, but things would work out, to some proportion of how they work out today. Although workers in those firms aren't directly making the decision on the firm level, if all returns of capital are socialized, I mean, that's not capitalism, right? That's not. I would call that socialism, right? And I think that's where
I don't know what any of the words mean. I have no fucking idea. I don't know what anything is. I don't know anything. I just don't know. I don't know. It feels like we're just capitalism to me. Capitalism implies that you have a private individual that can purchase capital, and when we say capital, we're specifically referring to like revenue generating things that workers or labor combines with to generate a good or service. So capital, it might be purchasing a massage table for a massager to come in and work on. It might be purchasing a hamburger joint. It might be purchasing a railroad track, whatever. That's capital. Capitalism implies a private earner or a private owner who takes that capital, pays for workers, labor, to combine with that capital to generate goods or services, and to take a revenue because he has ownership of the capital, because he's paying the workers. He collects profits. He gets rents from owning that means of production. That's capitalism. Socialism, to me, where we've socialized the means of production, means that there's no longer any private owners, and the employees are more or less dictating the terms of their employment. They have equal ownership shares in what's existing. There is no more private investor scraping profits off the top of their labor. Whatever they generate, they earn all of because they collectively own the thing. I guess I think
that's a bit of a misunderstanding.
Okay, sure. Right? Tell me. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm not understanding. Okay.
Because I don't think even early socialists, like obviously like Marx and people like that, I don't think that they would say that socialism is when the returns to capital are completely given to workers. I mean, like even Marx in his writings said that, in an ideal society, you put away certain money for administration, certain money for something, he uses crazy flowery language, but essentially certain money for welfare, right? Like assistance to the poor. And only then does the worker get whatever his or her share of the returns to capital, right? And it's true that in a contemporary sense, there are a lot of socialists that, their brand of socialism is when essentially all returns go to the worker. But this is a very, not incoherent, but like if you're an egalitarian socialist, right? If you're someone who at least has some sort of care for like the functioning of capital markets, right? You can't really claim either of those things and argue for like a Vosh style.
We can't have capital markets in any socialist anything, no?
I mean, you could, right? So like that's one of the reasons why. That's one of the reasons why I think the best functional conception of socialism is the Matt Brunet conception, because if we imagine a system where socialism is just collective ownership of capital, right, which is sort of classically what socialism is, and collective ownership could be many different forms. Well, if we essentially just had competing public sovereign wealth fund and like endowment management funds, competing, allocating capital, but the returns to those allocations were entirely socialized, and those firms were ultimately accountable to some like government board or bureaucracy. Well, I mean,
but like, how are they?
You have capital markets
when those social funds are investing in things. You're just saying that all of the profits are just going back to the government or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, in one degree or another, right? You'd probably have some retained earnings to the fund.
What would the incentive be if I was like a worker at one of these firms? Why would I ever want one of those socialized investment firms to buy capital from me and exploit my labor?
You're asking why would a worker work in such a system?
Yeah, well, like if I'm in some ultra uber socialized system, I don't want any of these social wealth funds investing in me, because the whole point of me being a socialist is now I get to earn the fruits of my labor. If somebody else is investing capital in me, I'm necessarily having my work exploited now, right? They're taking some kind of rent, or they're collecting some kind of thing off the top of it, aren't they? Yeah.
Well, I guess it would depend on how the money is managed, right? So, for instance, in Norway, they have a big, giant sovereign wealth fund, but the money that is returned from their sovereign wealth fund is essentially just goes back into the government treasury for social purposes. So, welfare spending, funding the administrative state, things like this. And, of course, we can imagine an economy that's entirely socialized in this manner of these sort of decentralized public, investment funds, where there's probably smaller investment funds for local purposes, like maybe local pension funds and stuff like that. But then there's sort of a national sovereign wealth fund or multiple national sovereign wealth funds that just get returned back to people in the form of like a dividend check. And so, of course, in that scenario, we can say, okay, well, a worker would still work at a company because essentially, functionally, what would happen is every worker owns a piece of every other workplace. Right.
Sure, but then at that point, I feel like we're like creating a bunch of like kind of meme systems for literally no reason, right? Because it sounds like you're talking about we're creating competing sovereign wealth funds, or I'm sorry, we're creating competing socialized funds where all of the profits go back to all the people. So you've got like a bunch of funds that are investing in a bunch of companies, but at the end of the day, all the profits are literally going to the exact same place. And like I don't know why we.
Well, the point of that system, and again, I don't agree with, like, I'm not a socialist, right? And so I don't agree, but this is the reason this is the best argument is because I think it gets around a lot of the structural critiques of different socialist models. So for instance, like authoritarian socialism is bad because it's authoritarian. Worker democracy socialism is bad because it's highly unequal and probably has a lot of inefficient allocation.
Sure, whereas, but the reason why you're getting around all the issues, this is why I have problems when like Vosh talks about market socialism. Like the reason why you're getting out of all the hard issues is because you're basically ceding the entire argument to saying that like, okay, things like price controls and command economy and determining inputs and outputs by government, like all of this shit, like that's impossible. And we're just ceding all that ground, which I guess is fine. That's one of the arguably the largest benefits of capitalism, I think. Right, is that inputs and outputs are dynamically determined by private firms and capital that are responding to
creative destruction.
Yeah. However, how do you get those how do you get those incentives back on capital if every social firm, if all the money they earn profiting is going back to the same place? Like, who the fuck cares what you invest in at that point? Because if my investment firm fucks up, I'm just going to collect all the money from the other investment firm, and at the end of the day, who the fuck cares what I invest in at all?
Yeah, so this is my disagreement with Matt Bruenig. Like the only disagreement I think that you can have with a model like Matt Bruenig is that one essentially, which is that, well, hey, like if essentially every enterprise is collectivized into 5 or 6 different gigantic public investment funds, like what's the real incentive to really efficiently allocate capital, right? Because every socialist economy that's ever existed has had problems with overinvestment, like inefficient allocation. And his response to that will be, and I think it's the most incoherent thing Matt Bruenig says, right? But what his response will be is, well, in a world where public,
people are just going to try their best, or what? Sorry, go.
Well, yeah. So essentially, in a world where the public is the universal owner, right? All the same incentives to efficiently allocate capital exist, right? Because if you own everything, then you're not going to want to invest in like shitty industries or like bad businesses. But of course, practically speaking, in a democratic economy, or really any sort of socialist economy, there's like a lot of political reasons why you wouldn't just say, oh yeah, just let this entire industry fail.
Yeah, I was going to say, would the same country that voted for Bush, would that country be willing to make big investments in green energy? Or...
Right, like either not investing in good emerging technologies or investing in technologies that are dying, right? Sure. Like this is the problem that you'd probably see in this system. Mm-hmm. And that's why, to me, a mixed production model makes sense. I was going to say, like you said at one point in that video, you said something like if you describe everything as a mixed production model, what does socialism and capitalism even mean?
Because there was some idiot that should have their teaching license revoked, saying that they're a social studies teacher in Canada, saying that America and Canada and Europe aren't capitalist countries, they have mixed economies, which is probably one of the most retarded fucking things you can ever say in your entire life, because literally every economy in the history of all of fucking mankind has been a mixed economy. There's no such thing as like any pure version of any fucking economic organization. Yeah.
Right, like it's a kind of a dumb statement, right? But I think that
it's not kind of a dumb statement. It's one of the most retarded statements that you can make. Sorry, go.
Well, I guess like, are you saying it's retarded because it's essentially not? It's like, well, every economy is a mixed economy. What's the point of even saying that?
Exactly. It's retarded because it would be like me pointing to someone and going like, oh, look, that's a human being. And then me going, that's not a human being. That's a human being and clothes and shoes and glasses. Like, yeah, okay, sure. Wait, what? right? When somebody says that my understanding, when somebody says there's a capitalist economy, right? A capitalist economy is generally one that has private investors that can own businesses and collect rents, and it's got like capital markets. Private ownership is a really important thing. But there's almost certainly going to be some form of like government intervention. Now, if you want to say like colloquially, or even like depending on the level of academia you're getting into for the discussion, the United States is best described as a mixed economy, but it's a mixed capitalist economy. And you would never say, if somebody's like, oh, I prefer the United States to like hardcore socialism because I like capitalism, you would never objectively go like, oh, well, the US isn't a capitalist economy, you idiot. It's a mixed economy. Yeah, so is the Soviet Union. Yeah. So is Vietnam. Like, what a stupid fucking statement. I got it.
I actually think that there can be a lot of utility to pointing that out in certain environments, let's say. So for instance, like if I'm talking to like a really conservative person
Absolutely.
who's like, I'm a capitalist, I hate socialism, and it's like, well, hey, but like what about, don't you like the USPS?
Yeah,
like
well,
that's a
don't bring that up. I mean, I know what you mean, but
the
like,
government enterprise, right?
Yeah,
I mean, or like, hey, don't you like Medicare?
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Social Security is a big
government-owned insurance company, right? Like that's what Medicare is, right? And so I mean, there's I think it's fair to point out like, hey, you might love capitalism, but even in America, which is like a very capitalist country, there's a lot of what you could call socialist institutions, right? And if we think of economies as just a spectrum of, private or collectivized institutions, we can start to see that mixed production kind of succeeding or failing in different countries, whether it's like a heavy state ownership economy like Cuba or the USSR, or it's like this, kind of democratic mixture of production like Norway. We can have a more granular argument of like what should be socialized and what should be privately organized. I think that the way to think about it is similar to the arguments, like you had this big blow up where people in your audience were saying, why aren't you calling Nick Fuentes a Nazi? And you had this, I think it was a pretty good argument, which was like, what's the point of calling him a Nazi when we can't even seem to agree what that means? And if you think Nazism is anti-Semitism, let's just talk about anti-Semitism. If you think Nazism is like fascist economics, let's just talk about that, right? There's no reason to really debate whether or not someone is binarily a Nazi or not. And I think similarly, when it comes to capitalist or socialist, like everyone pretty much believes in a mixture of the two. Most people are not like, I literally believe in 100% socialization of the economy. And most people aren't like anarcho-capitalists where, I think literally everything should be privately organized, right? So maybe it's, I get what you're saying, it's a vacuous statement, but really it's
Listen,
that's the most useful lens to think about.
It depends on how it's used, because it's the Mott and Bailey thing is what I said. Because all these dickless fucking virgins in the H3H3 subreddit that are saying that like, oh no, it's a mixed economy, they're not arguing for socialism as an increased spending and safety nets. In fact, a healthy number of those people are probably against increased social spending because they're accelerationists and they want to bring the whole fucking system down as quickly as possible to transition to true socialism. Right? So, no, I reject that. I understand what you're saying, and you might mean it when you say it. And if you and I were having a discussion, we'd probably agree on most things relating to this. That's fine. But these, like, fucking losers, they're not talking about like social safety nets. They're talking about the elimination of private ownership. Can you acknowledge that? That most of the people online, when they talk about quote unquote socialism, they're not just talking about more government spending. They mean the elimination of private ownership.
So,
maybe Matt Brunig isn't, and the other guys.
Well,
on
no,
Twitter,
because I was gonna say like even like AOC, like someone who would call themselves a socialist.
I'm not talking about AOC, and I'm not talking about Bernie Sanders. I wouldn't consider either of those two socialists.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that like I think most online people who say I'm a socialist, they really just kind of come from, I kind of became a fan of Bernie and now I like Hassan, and they call themselves socialist, and so yeah, like capitalism sucks. But they don't really have like a coherent view on.
I agree. It is incoherent, and that's why they deserve to be called psychotic retards. And you should make fun of them savagely on the internet until they either delete their accounts or they delete their lives. I agree 100%. But I don't agree in acquiescing to them and go like, okay, you're right, I do agree with socialism. When the next phrase that they're going to diarrhea out of their mouth is, oh great, we need to eliminate all exploitation of labor by getting rid of private ownership, because that's the next step for these people. It's not just like, oh cool, we can agree that we need expanded social safety nets. That's not what they want. They want the elimination of private ownership. Like, you should go read through those H3H3 threads. Like, again, if you, me, and Brunig or whatever were talking, like, my guess is going to be that what I'll allow you to slide with on what you consider like socialism, and probably what you allow me to slide on what I consider like capitalism, is going to be a lot different, right? Much the same with, I agree with you, and I've had these arguments before, if some dipshit conservative's like, I believe in a purely capitalist society, and I don't think blah, blah, blah. I'd be like, motherfucker, weren't you getting like unemployment insurance over COVID because you got laid off from your fucking job? Yeah. What about the largest jobs program we have in the United States, which is the fucking military? What's more socialized or what's more government spending than literally the United States, like, employing people like that, right? Like, of course I would bring that up, but in front of people in H3H3 threads saying that like billionaires are evil, landlords are evil, that are imitating Hasan, who says let the blood of landlords run through the streets. You think I would ever? That'd be like me using the N-word jokingly around Nick Fuentes. Like, no, fuck no, I'm not gonna cede any ground to those people. That's insane.
Yeah, that makes. I mean, I do see what you're saying. I mean, anytime I've spoken with socialists who are like vanguard, party type socialists, where it's like, oh yeah, just get rid of democracy for a little bit. Hey, just for a little bit, just temporary no democracy, and we'll figure it out. Like, no, I don't think that'll work, my guy. But yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I think that I can understand how the context of who you're talking about should, to some degree, influence your rhetoric on the subject, right? Like, for instance, if you're talking to, if you're talking to Nick Fuentes about like race realism, and you're arguing about, crime in the black community, like that's probably going to be a very different type of rhetoric that I would use versus if I'm talking to like, I don't know, fucking Al Sharpton or some shit, right? It's going to be a very different conversation.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, that's all to say that I do think that even when talking to like a really radical socialist, I think that you can I think it helps to deprogram them a bit, right? I don't think it helps.
Their deprogram has to be violently bringing them back to reality. Okay, like most of these guys, because no, I mean, like they really do. They need to have the shit beat out of them by people in Eastern Europe. They need to go to some other place in the world and get their fucking shit pushed in until they understand how fucking retarded the shit they're saying is. Like these guys are like literally a stone's throw away from throating fucking Stalin. They just don't want to admit it publicly because they don't know how to do the argument. They're too retarded. Like look at Hasan waffling on his support for even fucking Taiwan or Hong Kong. That motherfucker had to be dragged, kicking and screaming over the finish line just to support Ukraine, right? No, why the fuck would I give any ground to these fucking tanky losers that are just tankies by a different name now? They call themselves social democrats. They're not. They pretend that Europe is full of communist or socialist parties. It's not. They pretend that when they say socialism, they just mean expanded government spending. They don't. Like, no, I'm not gonna. Why would I cede any ground to these guys that literally treat anybody that supports capitalism as a fascist?
Sorry. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I guess like if you were gonna debate, like obviously this probably won't happen, but like if you were gonna debate Hasan on stream, right? Like that was the schedule. Like, do you think if your goal was, jolt these people awake, right, get them to realize what they believe in is kind of stupid, do you think the best strategy would be like, Hasan, you're a secret authoritarian, Stalin defender?
The strategy would be the same thing I use for Svash. And I go, Hasan, just curious. There's another guy, and his name is Wasan, and Wasan has done every single thing you've done in life. He's achieved the same level of success, except he's actually hyper-capitalist. Can you give me one way that you live your life differently than he does? That would be my question. And he would have no fucking answer because he lives his life exactly as a hyper-consumerist, hyper-capitalist would, with absolutely no difference between what him and a more capitalist version would look like. There is no such thing as a more capitalist version of Hasan. It doesn't exist.
I see what you're saying. So I guess you think if you were a socialist, if you were like a true socialist, you're saying you'd probably want to, I guess, donate a lot of your wealth or, organize a lot more.
Or do anything, run anything. Run where are your democratically owned businesses? Why don't you run your YouTube channels cooperatively? Why don't you split the means of production or the ownership? That fucking retard said, "Oh, I bought my editor I gave him the means of production when I bought him a graphics card or whatever." Like, yeah, sure. Like, why don't any of the socialism is so fucking good? We live in a capitalist economy right now, but if you want to, you can go open a co-op. Nobody's fucking stopping you, right? You can go and practice socialism in almost any way you want, depending on where you're at in the United States. Like, why don't people like Hasan fund it? Why don't people like Vosh fund it? It's because it's a dog shit way of organizing your economy. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to be fair, in the case of a cooperative.
Yeah.
No, you're good. You're good. I think, I totally understand. I mean, we're just having a normal conversation, but like, no, I get what you're saying. I mean, obviously, in the case of donating to a cooperative, I think that I think the issue for like Hasan and Vosh in terms of like, why don't you just make like donate and form a cooperative. I think it's because, well, you'd be investing in something that you wouldn't get anything out of, right? Because all the workers would own everything, and you wouldn't be working
wasn't
there.
that the whole point?
No, I see it. I that's what I'm saying. Like, I can see what you're saying in terms of like they don't seem to be organizing towards their society in this way,
and they don't live their lives like it's even good. So like, for instance, I personally think that like rev share or paying your employees a lot, I think that's a really good way to motivate people, and then that's what I do with my businesses, right? Or I think that like not shitting on people or not backstabbing, like I've got personal values that I preach to other people when it comes to running channels or running businesses. I think you should be like as politically involved as you feel like you can be. Like I think you should probably take care of loved ones, blah, blah, blah. Like these things that I tell other people, for the most part, like I do most of these things. I live most of things in my life. You're not gonna that like I don't think anybody's ever called me like a hypocrite unless it's NFTs. But like in general, like I practice like all of my business shit as I would. I can't imagine being out here talking about espousing the evils of capitalism while living the most hyper capitalist fucking lifestyle ever. I don't know how people don't see that and just go fucking crazy.
So I guess it sounds like, yeah, I guess it's these like socialist influencers that you have a big problem with, because like someone, you wouldn't say the same thing about someone like AOC. It's like, well, no, like she's running for Congress, like she is advocating, like she's trying to do what she thinks is best to actually forward her, you know, whatever her ideal economy, right?
Yeah, a little bit, but then I would argue that AOC and Bernie Sanders triggered me because they brought back that socialism boogeyman. But they're not usually talking about socialism either. They're just talking about expanded social safety nets. Why are you okay with calling expanded social safety nets socialism? You're not fundamentally altering the relationship between between like worker and owner at all. None of that is being fundamentally altered. It's just expanded social safety nets. Why do we call this socialism? I don't understand. Because honestly, the reason why too is because capitalism is fucking awesome. Capitalism does what it does very well. Markets are real. Markets are incredibly powerful. They demand respect no matter how you engage with them. In some cases, they can be incredibly destructive, and in some cases, be incredibly beneficial. Right? So capitalism has gotten us some of the worst pollution in history, and capitalism delivered a groundbreaking vaccine, if you trust it, in like fucking 9 months. Like capitalism does good things, capitalism does bad things, and the best things when they work together. So I don't know why we just like, oh, we're gonna move away from capitalism and expand social safety nets. Okay, motherfucker, that's not moving away from capitalism. That's still perfectly within the world of capitalism. And one of the greatest things about capitalism and liberalism too is that it's so fucking flexible, and that's why it's so superior to these dog shit fucking socialist wannabe fucking losers. I'm glad, as much as I hate the guy, that Elon Musk basically got us back into fucking outer space, or that he almost single-handedly like jump-started the world initiative for getting electric cars, electric vehicles. Like, yeah, he had public funding behind him and subsidies and shit, but that was a private billionaire business owner that did it, right? I don't know.
Like that's a good example of the
blend.
Pull and play of exactly. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, again, like I advocate for, a mixed production model. I think that that's kind of where I am, I guess. I mean, that's most everybody. That's why I think it's like I've only ever seen.
Hold on, wait. Bernie. You got to stop saying that. Because if what you were saying was true, I would be crazy. You have to stop saying that's almost everybody. Because anytime we talk about housing prices, everybody wants to talk about evil landlords are.
No. I'm saying when I say most people. No. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
I will say, I don't think like average regular people. I mean, Twitter lefty, sure, but like I think average regular people are not like we need to kill the landlords and like. Fucking,
I understand what you're saying. The ship has sailed so far on that one. I look to Twitter now for what real life discourse is going to be, honestly, and I think everybody does because that's where we've gotten. That's what it's seeped into. Like the internet is setting discourse now. Not maybe, absolutely. Like we're years past that inflection point where online discourse. It's what's setting the tone for what our future. What our future political landscape is looking like. I don't think we can just like write it off as
It's just like delayed. You're saying like, oh, like in 20 years that'll be like a median opinion.
In like like in 20 weeks.
In 20 weeks.
Keep in mind that even during the primaries, I keep cutting you off. If I cut you off, cut me off. I'm sorry if I do that right. Even during the primaries, Bernie Sanders had to disavow his fucking Twitter fans who were fucking unhinged, right? Like I mean, it's. I mean,
that's
look at all
true.
the cancellation shit, the colleges, the everything. Right? Yeah, sorry. Go.
I mean, you could be right. Like maybe the 2028, because I mean, I don't think the 2024 primary is really gonna give a showcase of this. But like, you're right. Like maybe the 2028 primary, we'll see like a truly anti-capitalist candidate like really come to prominence because that's just where the mood has shifted. But I don't know. I don't really see that too much. It seems like the most popular like quote unquote socialist politicians are like Bernie Sanders, AOC types where. they don't really their rhetoric is not even nearly as extreme as what you're describing, but it could happen. I mean, who would have thought that Trump would be like the standard bearer for Republican politics for like the last decade? That would have been really hard to imagine. So maybe it just takes like one person to really get popular and do it.
Sure.
But
I think right now you don't really have very many strong supporters of capitalism, right? Because whereas traditionally the Republicans would have done that, populists don't give a fuck really about like motor production.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Right? Or means of production.
I mean, they're more like, I don't know. I feel like right-wing anti-capitalism is I don't want to say it's fake, but...
No, it's been very popular since the Tea Party. I think the Tea Party is what really threw us into kind of like this anti-corporate and anti-corporatist kind of new conservative movement. Like, whereas traditionally, Republicans would have been the staunchest of defenders of big business. You want to attack Facebook? Facebook is one of the biggest contributions that United States large companies have made to the world in terms of like software technology and everything. But now, conservatives fucking it because I was going to say like
I feel like the right-wing anti-capitalism is it's almost more socially motivated, right? Because I feel like whereas I think left-wing anti-capitalism is really much more of like a purely economic discussion. I mean, I get what you're saying. Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, really quick, because I get what you're saying where, like, obviously leftists will say that, I don't know, like, rainbow capitalism is bad and, maybe there's some social critiques of like where you're donating money to and things like this. But I think that a lot of the motivations of anti-corporate rhetoric and anti-capitalist rhetoric from right-wingers is more like, oh my God, I saw this company fucking endorse ESG and oh my God, they appointed a black person as their CEO and that was just fucking affirmative action. It's like, I don't really see a lot of actual structural economic critique in right-wing anti-capitalist rhetoric.
Really, I feel like it all comes in the form of protectionism of different industries and isolationism. Like, we need to stop sending money to Ukraine. We need to focus on domestic production. We need to ban imports from XYZ countries. We need to produce things locally, buy America. We need to reduce immigration, too much competition with local workers, domestic workers. Like, I feel like I feel like all of this is highly economically intertwined. But NAFTA and trade agreements are bad. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, talking about the trade and stuff, I feel like that's true. I mean, that's probably a pretty good point. I guess whenever I see a right-winger try to stake out like a truly pro-worker position, it seems like it often just falls into really, again, just more broader social critique, right? Because I feel like the genuine onus for being anti-immigration isn't necessarily being anti-capitalism. It's just like not liking brown people, a lot of times.
Sure,
like,
and I agree with you, but like if I drill a lefty on why landlords are evil and billionaires should be executed, you think I'm going to find any economic policy there? I don't think so. It's going to drill back to this naive, like, I don't like rich people, except for my parents.
Yeah, like, well, right. I think they might just say, the inequality in our society is really, really bad and a problem. I think it's wrong or whatever, like more of a moral economic critique, right? But, I mean, it's just, I don't know, like, when I think about the people who support things like, collectivization, unionization, things like this, I mean, it seems to, like, I mean, when's the last time you saw a right-winger do a photo op at a picket line? Right-wing politicians don't do that, right? And I think it's because they're not really genuinely motivated by a structural critique of capitalism. It's really, again, more so like, hey, our base really seems to like rhetoric against, woke corporations or, trans people or fucking Muslims or something, right? And it's not really as much of, our base really, really hates the fact that they go into companies without union representation and don't get, the share of profits. You know what I mean? That's just my sense of things. I get what you're saying. Like, it's probably becoming more and more so, a pure economic critique. But
sure, like the phrase where like billionaires necessitate inequality. I might like be behind you more if the quote wasn't like billionaires are evil. But like, I understand what you're saying. I just think that it's shifting more and more to this kind of like quasi socio-political thing that really doesn't have anything to do with economic analysis more. I feel like one of the perfect encapsulations of that was that fucking loser Abigail, what's her name now, or what was her name? It's not Perspective Philosophy, it's Philosophy Tube. Do you know her?
Abigail Thorne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she fucking tweeted out that she wasn't going to pay her rent because she felt it was like exploitation during COVID, and chances are she was making like 10 times the fucking salary as whatever her landlord was making. How fucking that's like, I don't know. When I see shit like that, I'm like, fuck this. Get me the fuck out of here.
Well, that's like obvious virtue signaling, I would say. I mean, obviously they're not really, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's like very convenient virtue signaling as well, because obviously if they get evicted, it's probably not as big a deal as if like an actually poor person gets evicted for not paying their rent. So, I don't really take that too seriously. I see what you're saying there. And I also see what you're saying where like I feel like most people who would call themselves socialists today probably just generally don't have a great understanding of
anything in life, like, or the world, or the economy, or finance, or social or government policy, right? Like anything.
I think when people say socialist, they really just mean like I don't like capitalism, but I don't really have a strong view of what the alternative actually looks like. Because you're right, like a lot of people who would call themselves socialists will advocate for things like more welfare spending or like higher taxes on billionaires, and like there's nothing that changes the productive model of society by just having more welfare and more taxes
or just saying they want to like have every like all landlords need to die or all, but I don't know. I don't think I've ever met, like, I don't think any the conversation started with somebody like, oh, I'm a socialist, and I learned something from them, because usually they're fucking retarded. I'm saying that like if I had a magic lamp with a genie and I had 3 wishes and I was standing in a room with 100 socialists and I wished that everybody who had an IQ higher than 92 were to die, nobody would drop dead. That's what I'm saying. Like for any time I meet these people, their understanding of literally any part tangential to anything having to do with finance, economies, governments, history, anything, all the knowledge is non-existent. But maybe they're out there somewhere else, and I don't know. Just I hate these.
Well, I guess like how unique do you think that is to socialists? Because honestly, like, I mean, I don't think right wingers really have a strong grasp of the economy either, right? It's these fucking
you're right. You're
people
right.
who are like, oh,
Sure.
Yeah,
no,
the nuanced people like me, have oftentimes the strongest grasp. But the people who are like conservative ideologues, I mean, I talked to Rob Noor for 5 hours, or it was like a 5-hour debate we had on economics, and I didn't really, again, like a lot of the economic positions of like someone like Rob Noor, it seemed like it was more based on just like simple intuition. Like for instance, he's like a pretty, I'm sure he wouldn't call himself anti-capitalist, but like for instance, like he'll say something like, I don't like the idea of government regulation because I don't trust the government. And it's like, well, that's not really like, there's many instances where it turns out the government does do a good job, but like Rob Noor is just like, that just doesn't feel right. I don't trust the idea that the government could like, basically be good and like solve a lot of issues by doing government shit. And that's what a lot of right wingers think. Whereas a lot of left wingers would basically just, say the opposite.
I kind of agree with you, but like, here's the issue that I have right now, and it's very frustrating. That's why I'm out here doing what I do. Okay. I would probably take I would take absolutely Ben Shapiro's understanding and vision of an economy over any far left person on the internet, over Sam Seder, over Hassan, over Vosh. I would take Ben Shapiro's over 1 billion %.
Wow, really?
That is easily. You really easily.
Wait, hold on. Let me clarify. So you would say, if I had to give a person the keys to restructure the economy, I would choose Ben Shapiro over Sam Seder.
Without a second thought. Yeah, absolutely.
That is crazy.
Absolutely,
what?
Absolutely. But
Dude,
the issue
Sam Seder's not even that extreme, though,
I have almost no respect left for Sam Seder after watching the way he conducts himself online through multiple parties. I don't even know what planet that guy's on anymore. But the issue that I'm running into is that you've got the far right, who are fucking insane, okay? Just as insane as, or more than the far left. Then you've got, like, I say the center right, but it's right now it's really just Ben Shapiro, okay?
There's no center right.
Yeah, then you've got the far left, like the Hassan, the Sam Seders, like all these other guys. And there's like online, who the fuck are your center left representatives? You've got like people like Pod Save America and shit, but like who are your center left like YouTubers or Twitch streamers or whatever besides me? Like where are these people? They don't exist.
Yeah.
Because these would be the people that I would obviously say I would take a center, or well, we could go on Twitter. Who's the guy with the Brunig, and who's the other popular guy or whatever? Fuck. He made the $1 million bet over the crypto shit.
Oh, Medlock?
Yeah, Medlock. Like these types of guys, if like Medlock or I think Brunig, I don't think I've ever read a retarded tweet by Brunig. If like Medlock or Brunig, if you were to say would I take them over Shapiro, 1,000,000%, of course. I would take their restructuring of the economy. But like it feels like these people have no voices online. Or Noah Smith, I think. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. I mean, really, of course they have I would call, like, especially like someone like Noah Smith. I would say he's got. I mean, what does he literally have the biggest Substack or something? Like, he's got obviously a pretty big reach. He's got like some. I mean, he's making a fuckload of money from his Substack. It's pretty crazy, but like,
okay, that's cool if he does.
You know,
okay.
I mean, I think that a lot of these guys are. Certainly, I would say if you put like Noah Smith, Matt Bruenig, Medlock in a basket, these people, I would say collectively they might have the same reach as singularly Hasan. But I get your point. Like, I get your point that.
Wait, do you really think so?
If you put all three of them together, I wouldn't be surprised if it was pretty even.
Okay.
But the point is, like, but that's just Hasan, right? Like, you're not including people like Vosh or Brianna Joy Gray or all, Jimmy Dore, and these people all have their own audiences as well. So I get what you're saying. Like, the room for like a moderate person is pretty slim, it seems. But it's, I mean, also when you think about the people we just mentioned, like Matt Bruenig, James Medlock, Noah Smith, these aren't really, like, myself even, like, I wouldn't call myself center or like moderate, right? It's really just, I think that myself and those three people are just like pretty informed people. Whereas like someone like Hasan or Brianna Joy Gray and stuff like that, like in terms of economic discussions, really just not very informed. And I think that that's the big difference where Ben Shapiro and Sam Seder, it sounds like that's really more so what you're saying, not necessarily how extreme they are, because Ben Shapiro is just as right-wing as Sam Seder is left-wing. But I feel like you're perceiving Ben Shapiro as basically just...
I disagree with that, but maybe that's just because the right wing has ran off like so far. Like, Ben Shapiro gets a lot of points in my book for believing the last election was real, for not like avowedly threatening Trump, although that might change if Trump wins the election, and he kind of half does. For thinking like that vaccines are okay and they don't put like 5G chips in you. Yeah, but I mean, like, that it's a pretty low bar for being a conservative today. But honestly, if there was like a left-leaning commentator that doesn't identify as a socialist, that's also like a really low. I'd be like, oh, okay, this guy's probably pretty cool.
I mean, Sam Seder, like David Pakman, Sam Seder. I mean, I don't. Well, I guess Medlock says he's a market. So I mean, Medlock. I mean, like,
I don't even consider.
Sam Seder and Dave Pakman.
I don't consider market socialism real social. I think it's like some meme shit that people do because they realize that socialism is fucking retarded. So
market socialism is not real.
No, I mean, it's by definition it's not. Nobody does it.
I see what you're
fucking
saying.
Yeah, that's like what Vosh calls himself. But I think market socialism is a way to like hold on to kind of like the socialist label and social spending while realizing that like socialism is a wholly untenable like organization of an economy and that it will never fucking work. And then you get to keep all the nice aspects of like capitalism and markets and private investment and all the things that make capitalism work, the engines of capitalism. But then you do like a bunch of like strong unions and lots of social security and socialized healthcare and like that. And you're like, oh, market socialism. I don't know, cringe. But hey, I mean, it's where I'll take it. I'm fine with that.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think that. But would you say? I guess in general, like, I feel like you think Ben Shapiro is just smarter than Sam Seder. It's not really about like the radicalness of their political. Because Sam Seder's not a socialist. I don't think he's ever called himself socialist.
I don't know. Honest to God, I don't know Sam Seder's economic views. I'm pretty sure the last time I heard anything he talks about the economy usually sounds pretty reasonable. I've just lost a lot of like trust in him as a person, so I don't even know what I would trust. It feels like he's.
That's
gone,
what I'm saying. Like it's less the actual messaging and more just like you feel like Ben Shapiro is like a more reasonable, informed person.
A little bit.
You know what I mean?
My bar for do I trust you on economic stuff is generally like, it usually comes down to the question of like, do I feel like this person respects market forces? If the answer is yes, then I'll hear you out for what you have to say about the economy. If the answer is no, then you should rope before ever opening your mouth about anything related to the economy. That's my general takeaway.
That's you should respect all the market socialists then, Destiny. Come on.
Yeah, because they're basically capitalists. I do respect them. If you're a market socialist, that means you've already gone through the internal struggle of realizing that socialism is dog shit. So, yeah, good job. Nice base. Market socialists are base.
I see. No, that makes sense. I mean, well, all right. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I definitely, I definitely disagree that I'd much rather have Sam Seder in charge than Ben Shapiro. Maybe they'll run for president and get against each other one day. That'll be like 2032 or 2036 election when they're both a bit older.
Well, Sam Seder's gonna have to do a lot of work to earn my vote back because right now the guzzle meter is very low. Okay, I'm not guzzling the Seder right now. I'm not feeling it as much. But
if you had to vote for president between Trump or Sam Seder, who would you pick?
I don't even have to think. Obviously, I'm getting Trump. I hate Cedar. No, I'm just kidding. I would probably vote for almost. I'd probably vote for. Oh, I almost said something really unhinged. I'd vote for almost anybody over Trump at this point. They would have to do a lot.
I'd vote for Hitler over fucking
That's exactly what I was going to say. But then I was like, you know what? Probably not actually. I was like, that would have been an unhinged statement.
Probably Trump would be better than Hitler.
Yeah, probably.
Second thought.
I think so. Well, actually, you know what? You could make an argument, actually, that he wouldn't be, because you know what? If we elected Hitler, at least everybody would know he's Hitler, instead of these fucking conservative simp dipshits that have, like, somehow deluded themselves into thinking that they're not supporting an avowed fucking fascist when they absolutely are. And then I wouldn't have to feel deranged for calling him a fascist anymore. So, you know what? I don't actually know. Maybe Hitler would be better, because then at least we could all agree that he's fucking bad. So, who knows, you know? I just had to listen to fucking 2 years of conservatives crying about fucking trans kids raping everybody in bathrooms and groomers all over our fucking schools. And now you've got this big booby 38 DDDDD fucking tit queen giving her fucking boyfriend a hand job in an open fucking theater while cheating on her husband. And it seems like the conservative media is strangely fucking silent on this. I hate conservatives so fucking much. If that was a fucking Democrat, they would have been trying to execute this dude for like public indecency. Fucking kill me, fam. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm done.
Did you see I think it's like a woman running for like state representative or something in Virginia who got like, she literally had, I think she had like a chatterbait or something, and she made content with her husband.
Based? Hello.
I mean, it seems like, I don't know, people are actually kind of chill with it. I mean, obviously everyone's fucking clowning on her, but like, it seems like not quite as much judgment as I would have figured.
Yeah. Well, give me that person. I'll vote for her, okay? Wait, is that a
that's
Democrat
true.
or a Republican?
So that's what I was saying. That was a Democrat, not a hypocritical Republican, just a degenerate Democrat doing Democrat things.
Gotcha.
So, but now I see where I see what you're saying. Obviously, I don't think that. I think that there's very little principle on
everybody.
In most people's politics nowadays. It seems like most people are kind of operating on just like kind of
who owns the other side or who's part of my team or like, but I mean, I say that, but it's always been like this, right? It truly has been. It feels like it's more than it ever has been, but who the fuck knows?
It's one of the reasons why I do think that a renewed, and maybe you disagree, but I do think that a renewed labor movement could actually solve a lot of these problems. That like, if you look at the effects of like high union density, it seems like people become more communal when there's a lot of unions around. It seems like there's a bit more kind of pro-labor politics and policy based on actual material outcomes, because unions tend to help workers and stuff. And it seems like a lot of the countries that have been able to essentially just not have as much like radical politics have like pretty strong labor movements, like there's right wing and left wing parties in the Nordic countries and the UK and places like this, but it's not quite as bad as the US, because there's not really a lot of we don't really have a lot of community institutions in America left, you know, with unions going away, the church isn't really as it's like what do you like, who goes to their community center, you know what I mean? Like I don't think anybody does that anymore. So I think something like a renewed labor movement could make sense, but it's difficult because most people who would say what I just said are like socialists, who would say like we need unions as a step towards socialism. But I feel like a lot of these I feel like if a lot of these conservatives were like part of unions or had family members as part of unions or something like that, like there'd be more there'd be like a lower temperature when talking about reforms and
I agree.
How to manage
we just need to get like some
workplace.
fucking like we need to get like some steelworkers union to like ban like the promotion of like trans employees or some shit, and then we can get like all the conservatives back on board, because that's what we knew before like the Civil Rights Act. Like if we wanted to enforce racism in the workplace, the best way to do it was through unions. I feel like we could sell unions back to conservatives that way, right? Keep Mexicans from taking your jobs, don't let your union boss like hire brown people, like boom, and then you got like support the conservative movement again. But I don't know.
Got me. No, that's fair. I mean, I think unions have not been entirely only force for good, I guess I should say. But in general, I think they would be.
They'd be good now because there's more power with employers than employees, right? Which I think we can all probably rightfully agree on, yeah. But then that's another issue too.
Yeah.
But that's like it's more in the weeds than I would even care to get into with the average fucking retard, right? I really don't. I wish that people. I don't know. I just wish people could see things for like what they are, right? Like unions aren't good or bad. Unions are just like collections of employees to negotiate. Sometimes unions can be really good if you're an employee. Sometimes unions can be really bad if you're an employer. And then like the relationship is vice versa, right? Employers are trying to fuck employees. Employees want to fuck employers. People will say like they love unions, but they sure as fuck don't like police unions. Or some people say they hate unions and then they feel there's certain ways about other. I don't know. Like employers, yeah. But I mean, like that's a whole other conversation. I hate everything. I don't care. I'm just building my railroads, okay? I'm fucking autistic as fuck. I didn't have my Adderall today, so now I'm like hyped up. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you coming down from your Adderall experience?
No, I'm just a fucking spaz fuck now. And
How did Adderall? How did you like Adderall?
It was
Did
good.
it help?
I felt super chill, super calm, very focused, not spazzy. I could let people finish sentences without cutting them off. It was a good experience, you know.
You ever think that like? Because I remember in school, I really considered like, you know, I don't know, like going in and trying to get anti-anxiety medication or like Adderall or something like that. But then I thought to myself, like, man, if I take Adderall or something like anti-anxiety stuff, I feel like one of the things that makes me work hard and get good grades is the anxiety. So do you ever think like, man, if I take Adderall, I'm just going to be boring as fuck and chill all the time. Nobody's going to watch me.
No,
You know?
I say that, and I've said that on my stream. I had this conversation with somebody off stream the other day. That is a massive fucking cope, and every single time I've said that, it is a massive cope. I know it's a cope, and I'm like joking when I say it publicly, but I don't know if people know I'm joking when I say it publicly. Probably because I've never said that's a joke before. But if you've ever heard me say things like ADHD is nice because sometimes I'm rewarded for it because I can like read chat, I can do all these things at the same time, blah blah blah. That is the dumbest, most retarded fuck cope in the world. I can still read tons of chats without having ADHD. The difference is whether I choose to put my attention there or not. But the idea that like ADHD is some superpower that enables you to like get more work done or do more than like the average person is the biggest fucking cope in the world. ADHD doesn't make you stupid. It doesn't take away your ability to focus on multiple things at the same time. If anything, your focus and everything else would increase if you didn't have to deal with the ADHD. ADHD doesn't help you in any discernible way whatsoever, and any claim to the contrary is a massive cope for people that have ADHD and don't want to get it treated, like me. So, in my opinion.
I see what you're saying. I was thinking more like not necessarily the attention span, more like, because you're saying Adderall makes me chill. You know, it makes me chill out. And I wonder, like, to what degree do you think your streams would just be more boring? You know, because
when I say it makes me chill, yeah, I understand what you're saying. When I say it makes me chill, I don't mean that it like, it's not like a benzo where I'm like, ugh, you know, where I'm like fucking like,
Sure.
yeah. It's more like if I get mad at something, it's because I'm choosing like, okay, I want to put some energy being upset at this thing instead of like having a collar around my neck where somebody's yanking me to get mad at a thing. So like yesterday I was on Adderall and Kelly was triggering the fuck out of me, and I could get triggered at Kelly for, 3 hours and scream it or whatever. But if I'm not medicated, then I can have a conversation with someone, and I can just get, even if I'm like, okay, this is probably not a fight worth having, I can still get yanked in a direction and feel like I have to fight over something, even though I probably don't, right? Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I had a similar, I guess a somewhat similar experience. I started doing edibles to recover from workouts, and
what?
I noticed.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, essentially, like, I just had, like, really bad soreness. Somebody recommended edibles, and at least for me, it just helped a lot. Like, I didn't feel completely fucking crippled like, after doing a workout, and so it helped me a lot. But I noticed I had a similar experience where I was like, man, I thought edibles would make me just like a lazy asshole, but then it's like, no, like for me, like if I take a reasonable amount, I can still be a really productive employee and do work and like focus on things. And it's not quite as, it's, how do I put it? It's not quite as like debilitating as you might imagine, like the stereotype of like the lazy stoner or something.
Sure.
And yeah, I guess it sounds like a little bit similar on Adderall where like, yeah, I guess as long as you're not taking like a completely ridiculous amount that of course, there's actually just, oh yeah, it turns out this medication actually just a lot of benefits to it if you take it in a reasonable dosage.
Yeah.
But no, I see what you're saying. I was just curious. But anyway, all right. I don't want to take up any more of your time. It was a good conversation. Yeah, I hope I've moved you closer to believing in the proletarian revolution.
Yeah, absolutely fucking not. Proletariats are retarded. That's why they're proletariats. So, but.
Look, okay.
If they were better humans, they would actually be they'd be the bourgeoisie, and they're not. So they'll never will be. They'll always be the plebes.
That's true. That's true. But all right, I'll talk to you later, bud. See ya.
Okay, I love you. Be careful. I don't know if I want to watch this guy.
Oh, well, welcome to today's talk. It's
Thank
Tuesday, the 29th of August. We'll be hearing from the President of the United
I want to take up more of your time.
Yeah, what's up?
Taiwan.
Taiwan number what? Sorry, have you seen those clips? You must have, right?
No. What is that?
Oh shit! There was some guy that used. Do you know PUBG? Do you know that game?
Yes, I've seen the clips, of course. Okay.
Oh,
well,
how am I supposed to know that? Of course you've seen that.
Because I exist on the fucking internet. I'm in your audience.
I don't know. You used to work
at
fucking random. I don't know what you've seen on the internet. I don't know why you would assume that I know what you've seen on the internet or not. How fucking CBs. Rude.
All right, tell me what you know.
About Taiwan?
Yes.
God
Other
damn.
than that, it's number one.
I truly don't know fuck all about Taiwan. Supposedly, I think a lot of people fought in China a long time ago. A lot of them run away. One of those groups of people, I think, was the people that eventually settled in Taiwan. They consider themselves China, and I think like in letter or in spirit, not necessarily in spirit, but I think they think that technically they are the true China and they encompass all of China, and then the other China thinks they're the true China and they encompass all of China, including Taiwan, and they just kind of exist in this uncomfortable reality where both things can be true at once because of how other countries recognize them, and we're all just kind of kicking that can down the road until we see what the fuck finally happens. But they've got their, but yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That particular thought is not the prevailing thought. It hasn't been for some time.
Which thought?
So the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I watched your video about Hassan I saw the subreddit post about Hassan weighing in on China and Taiwan, the H3 stuff, and I saw your coverage, and I didn't get from I shouldn't call it coverage. August was just cutting a clip of you watching some stuff, right? It's probably the best way to understand that. But I didn't get any answers for how anything Hassan said was wrong, and from my perspective. And I think I know a thing or two about the subject. I don't think he really said much wrong about Taiwan and China at all. To the contrary of what your subreddit was saying.
Yeah, of
your
course.
Subreddit was very harsh on him.
No, yeah, I would agree. He probably didn't say much about Taiwan or China because he said almost nothing about Taiwan or China because he's a fucking pussy-ass bitch who didn't want to take the fight up with Ethan. But the correct thing that he probably should have said is, this is probably what I would say if somebody were to push me. And I think I have said this best. If somebody pushed me, what do you think should happen with Taiwan or Hong Kong? I think generally what I say is I don't really know enough about the intricacies of those situations, so I don't really have a strong opinion on it. That's what he should have said, but he couldn't take that position.
I don't agree. I think Hassan said plenty about both, and the things he said were accurate.
Wait, do you want to link and watch this again?
We can.
Because
I mean,
what I saw
if that's
was
what you want to do with your day, I could just describe the things.
I do want to do that with my day. I have no problem. I've got at least 3 hours I'm left streaming, but I'm curious at what point you thought he said something of substance with conviction relating to Taiwan, where it didn't just sound like him waffling around because he was scared to take a stance because he'd trigger the audience, but he also wants to maintain his America bad stance at the same time.
So I do think that was his focus. I don't think he did a great justice to the issue or anything.
Okay.
But the things he was saying were not. He knew a lot of the technical things about the issue, and first off, Taiwan and Hong Kong, two very different issues.
Yeah.
I don't even think they're worth comparing.
True.
Right? We shouldn't be, speaking them in the same breath.
Okay.
But
well, I feel like there is something I do know a little bit more about. I feel like there is meaningful comparison between the two because both have become worldwide respected economic powerhouses that exist in an uncomfortable world right now where it seems like a lot of people are questioning their future. I think that's broadly speaking. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. When the two issues converge, there are a lot of places where the two issues converge and have a lot of interplay. For example, the waning support for reunification under the auspices of having some PRC oversight in Taiwan, for which there was never a great majority or anything, but it has waned into even further, extremes or whatever, after seeing China accelerate their one country, two systems program by 20 years or so, which, by the way, Hassan did bring up. Although he was soft on that. That's one criticism I get him. He said, they just accelerated it by about 20 years or so. He was maybe a little too permissive on that. However, I think some of the rest of the stuff, he didn't have the most contemporary understanding, but he did say clearly, if the people of Taiwan want independence, I think they should have independence. His understanding of the issue was centered around America sort of having our cake and eating it too, in terms of agreeing to the one China policy, but also having our own interpretation of it, and sort of respecting Taiwan's de facto status as independent. Selling Taiwan arms and whatnot. That is, we are double dipping, and it is a sort of, it's a fair criticism to make about a lack of sincerity of our international commitments.
Is that a fair criticism to make?
I think so.
Is there a superior alternative right now? That's
no,
clearly so how is that a criticism? I mean, I understand that's the world we're in right now because I think we want to enjoy an economic relationship with Taiwan without blatantly angering China. But even I don't know anything about Taiwan, and even I know that, right? That was the whole joke with who was the CDC guy, or what was the joke with somebody from the WHO was talking to somebody, and somebody mentioned Taiwan being a country, and they're like called disconnected or whatever.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I remember. So the lack of insincerity that you could point out is that like we want to do trade with China, right?
Yep.
So in order to do that, we have to agree to the One China policy.
Sure.
What does the One China policy stipulate?
Isn't that not officially recognizing Taiwan as an independent country?
Or in other words, like recognizing that there is one China, right, and that ROC doesn't really exist.
But we still do trade with them, right?
Well, yeah. Wouldn't you call that double dipping?
Yeah.
So that is the criticism of a sort of lack of sincerity in terms of our international commitments, where we are simultaneously agreeing with the One China policy, but we're also coming up with our own interpretation of it that we know China doesn't like, and that we know China doesn't mean when they're, offering their version of it.
I guess. Okay, sure. It just feels weird to be like, it's hypocritical. It's like, it's not like there's a clear alternative.
I think we should do it. I think we should do what we're doing.
Sure.
I want to be perfectly clear. Mm-hmm. But it is like an example of us having a sort of mask on or tongue-in-cheek sort of foreign policy. But we kind of agreed with that when we were trading with China under the auspices of exporting democracy. And our sort of trade agreement with China now is more tenuous and is like, the conditions are, it is more uncomfortable than ever before because China didn't really pose any sort of threat to us, previously over the past couple decades until more recently economically or militarily or anything like that. And like the room is growing more uncomfortable, but we're also sort of more locked into economic interdependence, right? Between the US and China, they need us and we need them. So, China doesn't want to say anything about the fact it's uncomfortable for them that we're dealing so directly with China, and the fact that we have a sort of de facto, embassy there. We've got AIT. We're not really supposed to. And we just say it's not an embassy, but it does all the things that an embassy does. American Institute in Taiwan, that's what AIT stands for. So, I mean, like, we do have there's a reason that there was a whole snafu over Trump accepting the call from Tsai Ing-wen, right? The Taiwanese president.
Oh, when he congratulated him, because technically you're not supposed to, whatever, yeah.
Right, we're not supposed to have direct diplomatic ties. And now Nancy Pelosi's going down there and stuff, and we're simultaneously sailing ships, in the Taiwan Strait and stuff. But just, I guess, I think this is going to be a prescient issue, this coming election. Vivek Ramaswamy is talking about it, and he's like saying absurd things, which I'm sure you can articulate without even knowing that much about Taiwan. Have you heard his like Taiwan foreign policy?
Oh no, God, what is it?
It's that we should uphold the TRA, the thing that basically says that we affirm the thing Joe Biden got in a little bit of heat for being very strong-armed, which I really appreciate, about upholding the status quo, right, of current cross-strait relations, that we will uphold the status quo. That's what we support.
Is that like an implicit call to arms, basically, if China tries to subjugate forcefully Taiwan, or?
We call it strategic ambiguity, and we are saying without saying, and we've demonstrated this by selling a couple of carrier groups between the Clinton administration and Biden.
That if China proper tries to fuck with Taiwan, we're probably going to intervene, right?
Right, but we're not saying that directly.
Sure.
Biden wants to say that directly, and he's had to be curbed short of saying that a couple times.
But that's like the whole international community, China included, understands that to be the case, right?
So that's where things get hairy. Like, it's funny you brought up that Taiwan #1 clip. I remember I was at EVO 2016, the big fighting game tournament.
I'm aware of what EVO is, thank you.
And, fighting games, those superior games that only people with the best reflexes and, intuition and knowledge.
Like
and stuff
Super Smash Brothers, the one that kids play. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why it generates such a young audience, right? It's only the sharpest, quickest-witted individuals.
That's what I think of when I think of 7-year-olds, yeah.
Anyway, so, some of the people that I hang out with, we have a suite where we have some international people come, right? And it's like a lot of people from East Asia, like a lot of the Japanese and Koreans and Chinese and Taiwanese and Hong Kong people come and all play in the same room. And normally it's really chill. But there were like a couple of Americans. We Americans come through as well. We do like, some money matches and stuff.
Based.
But some of the kids that came through were like friends of one of the pro players. And they started, it was like when that Taiwan #1 video was popping off. And they started like yelling that, like Taiwan #1, Taiwan #1, and then they leaned into it, right? And they started like saying shit about It drives Chinese people crazy or whatever. One of the Chinese players just, stands up and goes, Taiwan is a part of China. Because that's what every Chinese person is taught. Every PRC, mainland Chinese person is taught that Taiwan is kind of just a state in China.
Sure.
And that it's, they believe that it's de jure a part of the PRC.
Okay.
And then, there started to be, some tension in the room because the Taiwanese players are, sitting right next to them. And then the Hong Kong players are also sitting right there as well. And this guy is just basically affirming. But they know, right? The Taiwanese players know. They're like, there's no point in arguing with this guy. Their whole country is taught that. And the Hong Kong players are like, this was 2 years into the yellow ribbon demonstrations, right? When China was accelerating the, sort of further encroaching on Hong Kong Parliament.
Shit, yeah.
So they're just bummed that they fucking spent thousands of dollars to travel to America to play fucking video games, and now they're right back in this backyard of dealing with this political turmoil, and they just all got up and left, and it was over that Taiwan #1 thing.
Damn.
So we're in this weird position, between these three countries where they can sort of, I don't know if you knew this, but there were no direct flights between Taiwan and China for about 50 years, I want to say. And then they started up in 2008. You can, as of about 15 years ago, you can fly directly between Taiwan and China. But that's how
the U.S.
tenuous
and
the
Cuba
relations.
or whatever, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But all the while, people in the PRC are being taught that Taiwan is just part of China. Fuck, where was I going? Oh, yeah, things Hassan said. If you wanted to go through that, I guess I kind of lost the plot a little bit here, getting into the details. A lot of these details are important.
Okay.
I don't know. Can you name some other things that you thought? Oh, you know what? Real quick, I want to offer an alternate explanation for Hassan's waffling, because I don't think it had anything to do with him having a mask on or having private, feelings or beliefs about the situation.
Okay.
I think Hassan. Let me ask you this: do you think Hassan was more sharp years ago, more quicker-witted, quicker with his words? Do you feel like his English has gotten worse?
No. Maybe he's gotten a little bit lazier, but I don't think there's been an actual degradation of language or something, no.
Okay. Well, we feel differently about that.
Do you think he's going senile or?
No, but I do know that he takes a hair loss medication called finasteride.
Okay.
Okay, otherwise known as Propecia.
Okay.
And there's currently something under that's being investigated called PFS, post-finasteride syndrome. And one of the major things that's reported from people who take this drug for more than a couple of years is cognitive decline.
No shot. Even if that's true, even if I were to believe what you're saying is that true, the effect size on that has to be minuscule. There's no way that somebody is going from being a politically adept person to somebody that is slow in conversation. That would be a dramatic. If the effect size was that dramatic, I feel like we would see way more people talking about this.
A lot of people are. I mean, you can Google it, maybe in your off time or something, just search finasteride PFS. And there's contention over whether it's real or not. And all we know right now is that there's a pretty large pool of people reporting these symptoms. Among others, it's loss of libido, but it's also, shoddy memory and brain fog and things like that. And that it persists indefinitely, even after you stop taking it.
Holy
even for many
shit.
years.
No shot. Really?
Yeah.
People are risking significant cognitive impairment to just have some fucking hair?
Yeah, hair for brains. And I think I can't remember the drug company. I think it was Merck. They've already paid out a huge lawsuit for this, all the way back in 2012 or so.
Jesus.
But again,
people in chat are saying it's all bullshit. So
it could be.
Uh-oh. Who joined?
What study are you looking at? Because the one I'm
Lycan just revealed he's on finasteride.
I am.
I was too, and I started feeling some of those symptoms that are reported, and I reported it, and that's why I started looking into it.
Well, so what the PubMed one I'm looking at right now, in the study, it's 100 milligrams of finasteride per kilogram. The dose is 1 milligram a day?
I think that's right.
Yeah, so I don't know. That just sounds like they, it's one of those things that technically a bunch of things are carcinogenic, but you're never exposed to enough levels for it to really actually cause an impact.
No, I'm not here to tell you that it's a real thing. In fact, even I'm skeptical of whether or not it's real. But it's, people have reported these symptoms enough such that it's under investigation. I understand that, the science takes time.
Well, you know what? I am going to just anytime that I screw up on stream and I say some dumb shit, I'm just like,
it's because I have this beautiful mane.
I'm holding on to this hair for dear life, man. I just want to make it to 40. That's it. Get out there and make some content while I still look okay, and then we'll be good. Then I'll worry about brain power.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Anyway, I'll let you guys get back to Taiwan. Taiwan #1.
That's why I lost the plot earlier. It was the finasteride.
Wait, are you on finasteride too?
I was for about a year and a half until I started feeling like suffering like brain fog, and I started wondering what the fuck it was, and that's what I went to my doctor, and I started looking into this stuff, and like I've kept up with it a little bit. I haven't done like a bunch of reading, but
Jesus.
I know that Hassan takes this. He's been pretty forward about this. So
yeah, I made fun of that poor black lady for having bad hair. Yeah.
True. Vivek Ramaswamy's idea of foreign policy with Taiwan is that we should uphold the TRA until we get our chip fabs running, and then we should cut them loose.
Oof. Okay.
Well, how do you feel about that?
I feel a little bit bad. That relationship, I understand that there are economic benefits for the relationships that we have, but that sounds a tad too transactional for my tastes.
Are economic benefits the only benefits we enjoy by having such a close relationship with Taiwan?
I mean, the answer, are they the only ones? Obviously not, but I feel like they're probably a significant. Like, my understanding is Taiwan and Hong Kong have become, I understand we're not talking about Hong Kong, but these are like really big superpowers today in like manufacturing, that like most of the computer chips in the world, I think, come out of Hong Kong and shit. But is it the only benefit? No, I'm sure there's some strategic interest in having, well, we don't have military bases in Taiwan, so I don't know. What are the benefits out there? Sell me on it. But aside from like kind of the moral ones, I guess.
I would say that's one of the bigger ones. I've made a lot of Taiwanese friends over the years. You've been to Taiwan, right?
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah. Oh yeah, I went to like Taipei 101 and shit. I'm sure you've been there, right?
I have. My passport says I've never left the United States, Destiny.
Oh, just.
No. A common mantra from people in Taiwan about the partnership with the United States, right, and the fact that we can sort of use it potentially as a staging area, right, if we were to uphold our commitment to, current status quo of cross-strait relations. They describe it as a knife in China's belly. And I think, it's similar to our big interests in the Middle East, right? Or similar to, the reason that we spend as much as we do to have a military presence in South Korea. It's not just for North Korea or Thailand or the Philippines. Okay. Things are heating up around the seas surrounding China, right? And like it's of huge strategic geopolitical interest. These are like massive
could we ever stage anything like out of Taiwan? I feel like at that point we're at like Cuban Missile Crisis levels of military conflict.
Well, if it comes to that, then I mean, think about it. That's one of the reasons China is like not super happy with us. Can you imagine if China had military bases in Canada, Mexico, Cuba?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I said this before. We don't have any military bases in Taiwan, right?
No, we don't. They have a lot of our weapons, and potentially, if push came to shove, again, we are committed to opposing a change in the status quo in either direction in the current cross-strait relations. So if China started to attack Taiwan and we were so inclined to defend them, I'm sure Taiwan would be obliged to let us put weapons there, right?
Of course, right, yeah.
At least that's one major advantage we have in being so close to Taiwan. And that this offers us a huge geopolitical advantage in opposing one of our greatest adversaries. Or potential adversaries.
Yeah, potential adversaries. Because we're all chill now, right?
I mean, I feel like it
feels weird, like given the history of the world. Maybe this was more common historically and I'm just unaware of it. It seems weird to think of China as like our biggest adversary when they're also simultaneously like our biggest trading partner. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, we're in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah.
And I personally believe that China would be quicker to provoke hostilities with the U.S. if they weren't so dependent on us.
I agree.
Whereas we are dependent on China, but we can get labor in plenty of places, and like the labor that China provides to us wouldn't be too hard to set up in other parts of the world. Speaking frankly. So, China, that's why China is trying to expand so much into the South China Sea. And even Vivek Ramaswamy comments on this. Like, there are considerations of an axis, to the world.
Sure, but although to be fair, we shouldn't do anything about the South China Sea. That's why it's called the South China Sea, right? Isn't that what Hassan said?
Well, that's what China wants. Is the thing, right?
Oh,
it's
funny
because
that's
like
what Hassan said. So my bad.
Oh my god, is that a thing he said?
Didn't he say that in that conversation? Am I making that up?
Oh, that must have been further into it. So I cut out after they started talking about Ukraine because I already know how he feels about Ukraine, and I just can't suffer it. You know. Maybe there is more to that conversation I need to hear. Christ Almighty. If you're interested, Dylan Burns released a video reacting to the same video, and he nails the dynamics between the U.S., Taiwan, and China in like the first 10 minutes of that video. I'm like, I would give him an A.
Wow.
I'm really proud. Like, he really understands that issue as much as you could, like through, you know, English or whatever. If you're interested, but it's worth reading up on because this Vivek guy is saying some silly things and he's picking up steam, and it seems like interest in this topic is growing in a way that it never really did before. I think most people really could not have placed China on a map in the United States.
Probably true,
before
yeah.
recently.
Okay.
All right. Well, I don't want to just sit here and talk at you. I was hoping that you knew a little more about the situation. So.
Well, I mean, I don't know much about the situation. The only criticism, I don't think I had any strong positions on Taiwan or the U.S. I just thought it was funny to watch Hassan waffle like a spineless fuck, which he does anytime there's an uncomfortable topic that should be taking a stronger stance on. But, you know.
He had a strong stance.
Really? What was his stance?
He said clearly, if the people in Taiwan want independence, then they should have independence, and that the United States is lying. That the Convention of Strategic Ambiguity is basically just the United States lying about agreeing to the One China policy, and that we're double dipping.
I feel like we should watch the.
Pull it up.
Because I thought people in China. I thought he was saying like, oh, it's like one country, two systems, and that's.
He's wrong about that. One country, two systems is China's policy with Hong Kong and Macau, but the One China policy is functionally asking people to understand that, but they don't call that one country, two systems.
Okay.
They don't call their relationship with Taiwan.
Link me the timestamp, guys, and we're gonna start. Okay. Also, real quick, 37 seconds. We're watching this quick Sneeko video, so we can make fun of him. Hold on.
What did you take? Fuck the woman! Fuck the woman!
What? No, wait. We love women. We love women. We love women.
But not like transgenders.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
All gays should die.
Yeah, Mark, preach. What have I done?
Can I get in the video? Fucking talk. Can I get in the video?
Yeah. Talk to him.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Jesus. All right, give me the link.
Hey, before you guys do that, one more thing.
What's up?
Can we fucking, and this is a call to action, DGG. Next year, like it comes around, I think in April or May, nominate Dylan Burns for the Streamies for politics.
Yeah,
please.
right. That's a popularity contest.
I know it is, and that's why I want them to be fucking flooded. So at the very least, they can't ignore it, and at the very least, he gets nominated. But the dude for 2 years has been risking his life over there to cover that shit and making great content. And the fact that, and this is not my bias against Hassan, but like the fact that Hassan wins over that with his bullshit lackadaisical content is fucking absurd. I know. Anyway, that's it. All right, bye.
Love you.
All right, you got the link?
Yeah, chat is linking it right now. Right, chat?
Right, chat?
Here we go. H3 link. Let me know once you've clicked it.
Yeah, I don't like that. He said he wants to.
I'm at 50 minutes and 6 seconds.
50 minutes and 6 seconds. Ready? Count us down.
3, 2, 1, go.
Preempt a war against China.
He wants to like fight against China, but he also kind of wants to like leave Taiwan to China. It's like very weird. He has like a very weird foreign policy perspective on it.
Right.
The obviously like xenophobic anti-Chinese perspective is like shared commonly by the entire intelligence community, our State Department. Obviously, it's like American policy.
Pause.
But
do you think it's just xenophobia that powers American anti-Chinese policy? There's no other reason to feel. Oh.
Yeah, I think he's being ridiculous here.
Oh, okay, interesting. Do you think that he's accurately summarized Vivek's position of being like he wants to fight China and leave Taiwan to China at the same time? Do you think that's an accurate summation of what Vivek was saying?
So yeah, I think that is the concern, right? Vivek's whole idea is to uphold the TRA, the Taiwan Relations Act, until we get our own chip fabs up and running, that we're not dependent on Taiwan anymore, and then we're going to cut Taiwan loose and leave them to the wolves.
Okay. Do you recognize that what you just said is way different than what Hassan said? What you just said makes sense. It's cold, but it makes sense, right? We basically want to protect Taiwan until we've duplicated their industries, and then we want to cut them loose. We don't want to fight China and leave Taiwan to China at the same time. That's a retarded way to summarize that, right?
We don't want to fight China and leave Taiwan to China. Sorry, was he saying Vivek's?
That's what I assume they're talking about, but I could be wrong. That we just got into that, but that's what I assume he's talking about. Maybe not, but
maybe could be. Well, yeah, I would say that that's probably a mischaracterization of Vivek's policies or whatever they may. But who knows? That's Vivek's stuff changes as well.
Sure,
by the
probably.
month. So.
Okay.
Commenting.
I'm at 50-31. Are you ready?
Okay. Count us down. Wait, why can't you just stream this to Discord? It's in real time.
Because it's on my other computer, so it's
fucking loser.
Yeah,
okay, count us down.
3, 2, 1, go.
The whole like leave Taiwan, or first leave Taiwan alone and then give them all guns. Like make Taiwan like America, where every person in Taiwan has a weapon.
How do we feel about Taiwan, Hassan? China or not
Taiwan?
China? Or is it China or not China?
That's the American policy. Whatever the American policy is, whatever the American perspective is.
What's your opinion? You really won't say?
Mm-hmm. So Ethan point blank is asking him, how do you feel about Taiwan? And he gives this retarded, like half like schoolboy just got caught like masturbating in the girls' locker room look of like, well, you don't think that was a spineless hack fuck answer from Hassan there to answer that way? Or do you think that was like a fair answer for him to give?
It is, but I think it's meant to lead into his criticism of U.S. double dipping between one China policy and the TRA.
Oh, okay. That's an incredibly charitable way to look at that, but sure.
Well, let's watch and see what he says.
All right, 50-55. You ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
No, I'm saying it's like one country, two systems.
No, it's not. It's two different countries.
Really?
Taiwan and China.
Is that according to American foreign policy?
No, what's your opinion?
See.
Well, what's your opinion? Taiwan independent?
My opinion on Taiwan is that Taiwan is the Chinese concept of Taiwan should remain in the hands of the people in Taiwan who
therefore it's independent.
Who, for the record, for the most part, just believe to not disrupt the ongoing relations with.
Why are you being?
Yeah. Okay.
What's wrong with what he just said?
Can you summarize what he just said?
Yes, he's saying that the current popular support in in Taiwan is preserving the status quo, which is true.
Okay. I feel like what you just said and what he just said were worlds apart. I feel like if you want to say, elaborate. I'm sure he's going to elaborate, but so far he sounds like a fucking retard who's waffling because he doesn't want to take a strong stance.
He's saying it ineloquently, but that's what he's saying.
Okay. Maybe I just have bigger expectations from the largest political streamer on the internet right now. My bad, I guess.
Well, I don't know why. You know the guy.
Okay. I don't know. Who knows?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
So carefully footed around
because I know that there's going to be a subreddit.
Pause. Pause. So it seems like Ethan, his take right now. Now Ethan is politically retarded like I am, so maybe we're both wrong. Ethan feels like he's waffling hard, and now it feels like Hassan is about to give a rationale for why he's waffling hard. How do you factor that into your analysis?
I think he's just bitching about the fact that no matter what he says about the issue, he's like worried about blowback he's going to get from Reddit.
So if he's worried about blowback, doesn't that suggest that he's not dealing with ineloquence, but rather he's being intentionally vague to avoid said blowback?
Maybe. I'm not quite sure. I mean, he reaffirms his position throughout this conversation.
Okay. All right. Where are you at right now? I'm at 51-41.
Yep. Go ahead.
3, 2, 1, go.
There's going to be a subreddit post with like 1 million fucking comments being like, Hassan wants everyone in Taiwan to be killed because he loves China. He's a Xi Jinping.
That's what I heard.
That's what it's already over. You asked me that question, like in jest, and it's going to already
No, I was genuinely curious what you think about it.
I think
Hassan Piker am using a gun.
I think that overall it's Its contemporary history is complex. At the end of the day, if the Taiwanese citizens would ever put this up for a vote and we're like, we want to fucking be an independent nation, it's up to them. You know what I mean?
They
You
already
can't.
done that?
No.
There's
There is no.
No, what Hassan said is true from everything I've read.
Pause.
Okay.
Do you think that what he just said there is true?
That true in the fact that he actually believes it?
True in the fact that if Taiwan put it up to a vote, it's up to them if they remain independent or not?
Not remain. They currently cannot declare independence.
Sure. I mean, like if they declare independence, if they put it up to a vote and declared it, do you think that's up to Taiwan?
What he said he would support.
Okay, but that's not really the question, right? That's no, it's not. Do we care? We're not really asking. You tell me, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody's asking. Does Taiwan have the vote to fight for Taiwan and declare independence from China? I think the question is should the U.S. support them? That's the question, right?
Well, no. Ethan asked him, how do you feel about Taiwan? And he said, I feel that the people in Taiwan, if it were put up to a vote and they chose independence, that they should be independent.
Okay, I super ultra disagree. This might be my American bias showing, but I don't think no offense, I don't think anybody gives a fuck about just what the people in Taiwan vote for, any more than we give a fuck about just what the people in Ukraine fight for. I think what the world, even more than the United States, I think what the world is asking is if Taiwan declares its independence, is the United States going to support it in its fight against China? I think that's the big question. If somebody asks, like, what's your position on Taiwan? You go, oh, well, they should do what they vote for. Like, what an uninteresting tautological response.
But that's not the question Ethan asked. Ethan asked, how do you feel about them? Are they a country? Or are they part of China?
Okay, I guess I just have a
Listen,
totally.
I agree. If
not only do I have a totally different like interpretation of this conversation, Hassan is being so waffly that he's getting bailed out by the producer guy here after being called out by Ethan for being waffly, and after saying that his reason for being waffly is because he's worried about subreddit posts. So I can read your answer to what he's saying, but it requires such an ungodly amount of charity. I don't know why the fuck I would ever do that, especially to a guy that's supposed to be adept in politics.
I think Hassan is not the best on this issue. I just think that he's been mischaracterized based on the answers he gave for the questions that he was asked. And I think Ethan could have asked, he's the drunken master, right? He should have asked if Taiwan were to declare independence, and they do talk about this further in the video, in the conversation, and China attacked Taiwan, should the U.S. support Taiwan? That's a very specific and different question.
It is, and we'll get there. But keep in mind right now, though, that Hassan's position, and you agreed this was retarded, his position is that U.S. support for Taiwan is basically captured by the ideas of xenophobia, right? That our hatred for China is what motivates our support of Taiwan.
I think they were talking about Ramaswamy. And
really?
I think he was talking about...
Wait, do we need to go back, or do we want to pull chat on that? My understanding, I thought, and I could be wrong, I thought that Hassan was saying that it's largely driven out of xenophobia that the United States...
He said that was the State Department and I think some other institution, that was their like primary... That I think Ramaswamy's like idea for how to handle China is driven by the same motivations as the State Department or something like that. And yeah, I think that's silly.
Well, same motivations as the State Department means that then he does believe then that the United States' support for Taiwan. I mean, if we can't talk about our foreign policy perspective through the lens of our State Department, then that would mean that, yeah, he thinks that it's largely born out of xenophobia, right?
Okay, yeah, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. All right. Okay, we're listening to Dan try to bail him out. I'm at 52-21, okay?
Well, before you start, I think the question I would ask is,
yeah, go ahead.
What would be functionally the difference between saying that it's driven by xenophobia and saying that it's driven by an interest in, keeping China geopolitically contained and preserving advantages, strategic military advantages in potential conflict with China? Because
xenophobia is just like a standard copy-paste America bad argument. Fuck, you might even say we're racist after that. I don't know. Like, at least we can give like what you just said presents valid reasons for having geostrategic interest in the area rather than just like, oh, we hate China. Like, one of these answers sounds fucking retarded and the other one sounds like something you might read in a person making an argument for why we ought to have an interest in Taiwan.
I agree the word Hassan is using is silly and soy or whatever, but how do you think Hassan understands xenophobia, if not the terms that I just gave?
I think he understands it as America bad, and that's the extent to 90% of his foreign policy analysis.
A second ago, you were just appealing to him being the premier political yada yada whatever.
I said he was the largest. Yes.
Sure.
And I would expect the largest to have a more nuanced foreign policy take than America bad. Or when asked about an issue as complicated as this, you either go, I don't know, or you...
So,
yeah.
I've heard him talk about Taiwan before, and I've heard him say that our military support to Taiwan is escalation against the PRC, right? Which I think is ridiculous.
Okay.
But I do think that's how he understands the issue, is that basically in pursuing geopolitical strategic advantages, that it is like warmongering or has the effect of warmongering or something like that. Okay. Or you know, what is it? Saber rattling, right, against the PRC. So when he says xenophobia, that's how I understand him to be using that term. Is like it's just our continued efforts in, you know, poking the dragon, which I don't agree with. I think it's silly, but you know, there is a perspective where that's not entirely wrong, even if it's the way that
I don't
he's
think
going
anything
about it.
Hassan says is entirely wrong because he doesn't take a strong enough position on anything to be entirely wrong. He just takes the
especially on this
coward
issue.
position. Okay, well.
Yeah, whenever he's asked to criticize the PRC, it does sound like he's like having to fucking like scold his favorite child or something like that.
Okay,
But,
that's fine. I agree with what you're saying now, but it sounded like before we started listening to this, it almost sounded like you were saying Hassan had prescient things to say about U.S., China, Taiwan relations, which we haven't gotten yet. Although we
That's
only
not what I
listened
said
like
at
20
all.
seconds. Okay, that was the impression that I got from you, but we can continue to watch.
Sure. What I said was that like people were criticizing the things that he said on like a technical level or the details, and I didn't think that the details that he brought up were necessarily unfair or like super wrong, as people were saying, or that the things he was saying suggested that he was a tanky, which is my bigger contention, because the things he's saying here don't suggest that he's a tanky, right?
Okay, we'll
Nothing
see.
he's saying here suggests that he wants the PRC to take over Taiwan.
Okay, let's see. Ready? Wait, where
I'm at 52-23.
Okay, hold on.
Most people in Taiwan now
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
nowadays support just keeping the status quo, like the kind of
But they're
strategic ambiguity of
the
what's
overwhelming
going on there.
majority, the overwhelming majority's consensus opinion is that they don't want to disrupt relations with China, and they also, like, obviously, if it was a situation between like full-blown independence versus like becoming a Chinese state, like becoming a part of the Chinese state.
Do the people of Taiwan like pay taxes in China? Like, do they vote? And
I don't know.
Pause.
Okay.
52-55. Notice how Hassan was about to stake out a pretty like strong position. It sounded like he was about to say, if we had to choose between total subjugation of Taiwan versus total independence of Taiwan, we ought to choose one or the other. And then Ethan started asking the question, is Hassan going to go back to that really important flag he was about to place in the ground, or is he going to completely run away from ever declaring that?
So we can go back. I thought he was talking about the support in Taiwan to either be fully independent or to find a way to, because that is an issue in Taiwan, to find a way to reintegrate back into China.
Yeah,
that is
it sounds
issue.
like he was about to like pick a position between which of those two he would prefer.
Yeah.
But do you think he's going to go back to that now that Ethan just bailed him out completely by asking him a much easier
I wish he
question?
would. I wish he would.
Well,
but he already said previously if they held it up to a vote and they chose independence that he would support independence.
No, he didn't. No one cares about that. I don't know why you're saying that. Nobody cares how Taiwan votes. What everybody cares about is what is the U.S. involvement going to be in the conflict.
But that's not the question Ethan asked him. I don't want to loop on
I mean, like, that's basically like, if somebody says, like, what do you think about, like, Ukraine fighting Russia? Nobody's really asking you, like, does Ukraine have the right to fight Russia? People are usually asking, really what they're getting at is, what do you think about Western support for the conflict?
Okay. I think in the context of asking Hassan how he feels about Taiwan and whether or not it's sovereign, I think that's a valuable and substantive answer for him to say if they vote for independence, they should have independence. That's actually radical.
That's the weakest really? Well, they should get what they vote for?
From the PRC perspective.
We're not the PRC, we're America. If you vote for it, you should get it?
The whole reason that Ethan is trying to grill him on this is because Ethan suspects he might be like a pro-PRC guy, and the PRC position is that Taiwan should just be a Chinese state.
I don't think Ethan
Taiwan
even has
should
the
not
depth
get to
of,
choose
I don't think
independence
Ethan is that
no matter what.
Ethan's not that deep into it. I think Ethan's just trying to find out what he thinks is like the moral right for Taiwan to have. That's what Ethan is just getting at. And I think that's the most normal human. Like, what do you think about Taiwan? Do you think Taiwan should be independent? If your answer to that is, well, if they vote for it, they should get it. That's not an answer.
Are they a country or are they a part of China? That's what he asked.
Yeah, initially, but then he asked if they should have. He's basically getting at, should they have independence or not? Should we protect that?
No, I think you're projecting that onto Ethan.
I
personally.
totally do. You think that Ethan is trying to get into the finer points of how the existence is exactly penned out between Taiwan and China? Do you think 98% of Americans would ask that question? Do you think 98% of Americans are asking, what should U.S. involvement be if there's conflict?
I think 98% of Americans think Taiwan is probably a part of China.
Probably, sure.
Or they think that Taiwan is where they make pad thai.
Sure.
I think that's what 98% of Americans think.
Okay.
I'm going off of the question that was asked Hassan, and I think Ethan's motivations are asking, are you a PRC shill or not? If you were a PRC shill, you would say, no independence for Taiwan. It's a part of China. They're a rogue state, and they need to be absorbed back into China.
Okay, we are worlds apart on this interpretation. We're so worlds apart, but I think your interpretation is delusional. I don't think there's any world where what you're saying makes sense, unless these maybe were like two people that had like elevated foreign policy analysis, and Ethan is like genuinely like, oh, well, I understand. Do you think that before this conversation, do you think Ethan even has a strong understanding of the exact relationship between Taiwan and China, such that he would be curious to ask somebody what he thinks the limit to Taiwan's existence should be?
No, why did he ask the question, is Taiwan a country or not a country? Why was that? Why were those the words he chose in the question?
Because he's probably asking if Taiwan should have a right to quote-unquote independence, meaning the U.S. should support it.
Yeah. Well, that's an extra extrapolation that you're tacking on.
No? Okay. Well, yeah, we're going to loop.
Wait, is it or is it not?
It's implied. Nobody cares if
No, I don't
Taiwan
think it's
declares
implied.
independence. Taiwan can't have independence. It's whether or not the U.S. supports Taiwan. That's the whole
question. These are two
question.
separate questions. No, these are two separate questions.
Okay.
The first question is, should China, in an ideal world, would you prefer if China gave Taiwan or didn't give Taiwan a hard time if they declared independence?
Oh, you want to talk about a totally different question? That is a totally different question. Should China proper support Taiwan's vote of independence? That's a completely different question.
If you're asking somebody that you suspect might be a tanky, I think that's a fair question. I think that's actually a valuable question to ask.
Do you think Ethan thinks Hassan is a tanky and he's trying to like divine that with a stealth question? If that was true, let's say that all of that was true.
I think that's the point of the timpani roll.
If that was all true, then why did Ethan specify later, not policy-wise? Like,
if your whole point is that you think Ethan is asking a policy question over whether or not the U.S. should support Taiwan, why would he say not policy-wise?
Because I think he's trying to find out if Hassan, like, earnestly and honestly believes that Taiwan has a right to its independence. Not like with the country of China support Taiwan taking a vote and breaking away officially from the country.
I think he's asking if Hassan would accept if Taiwan, declared independence. If Hassan would consider them independent.
Okay.
Because that's the wording he chose. That's the question he asked.
Oh, okay. I'm at 52, 55.
Fucking retard. Jesus Christ.
I'm so completely I think if we go rewind and we re-listen, I think it's like painfully obvious that what Ethan is asking.
Okay,
and he's not
let's
asking,
rewind and re-listen.
Okay, go back to okay. We're at 52, 55. Okay, 52, 55. I'm gonna go back to 50:05. Okay, my impression overall is that Ethan is trying to find out. I'll give my impression overall, then you can give your impression overall, okay? So it'll be the last one to give it, so it's even the strongest in everybody's mind, okay? My impression overall is that Ethan is trying to figure out, Hassan, do you think Taiwan has like a moral right to their independence, right? Such that like even like the U.S. should support it. Should Taiwan be independent from China? It feels like that's what Ethan is getting at. And then you think that, go ahead.
No, I think that's what Ethan's getting at.
No, that's completely different than what you just said. Before, you said, does Taiwan have a right to vote separately from China, and should China respect that politically?
No, I said what Ethan is asking him is, how do you consider Taiwan? As a country or as part of the PRC?
I'm not even sure what disagreement is.
How do you personally, Hassan Piker, how do you view Taiwan?
Okay, we can start from 50:05 and go to 50. I don't even know what our disagreement is. I'm not even sure because Hassan doesn't even say personal agreement.
Our disagreement is that you think Ethan is asking a question about U.S. policy.
About U.S. support for Taiwan through the lens of Hassan as a citizen.
Where do you get that from?
I don't know. We'll listen to it again and find out. 50:05.
Where does it say anything remotely close to should the U.S. support Taiwan in a military conflict?
I get that from. I'm pretty sure Hassan says if the Taiwanese vote to be independent, then they should be independent. And Ethan's saying it sounds like you're avoiding answering the question. When theoretically, that would be Hassan answering the question that you think Ethan is asking. But Ethan isn't asking that question. He's asking if they have like a moral right to exist, such that probably the U.S. should support it. So even though Hassan directly answers the question,
over his words.
Okay. Well, it feels to me like it feels like Hassan is answering clearly your question, but that answer is not satisfactory to Ethan because that's not actually what Ethan is.
Yeah, they'll go further into it, but Hassan is answering the question that Ethan asked.
Okay. 5005. We'll just run it through to 53. Okay. Ready?
Sorry, you said 5005.
Yeah, that's where my link starts. Okay. Ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Go ahead.
3, 2, 1, boom.
I don't like that.
He said he wants to preempt a war against China.
He wants to like fight against China, but he also kind of wants to like leave Taiwan to China. It's like very weird. He has like a very weird foreign policy perspective on it.
Right.
The obviously like xenophobic anti-Chinese perspective is like shared commonly by the entire intelligence community, our State Department. Obviously, it's like American policy, but the whole like leave Taiwan, or first leave Taiwan alone and then give them all guns. Like make Taiwan like America, where every person in Taiwan has a weapon.
How do we feel about Taiwan, Hassan? China or not
Taiwan?
China? Or is it China or not China?
That's the American policy. Whatever the American policy is, whatever the American perspective is.
What's your opinion? You really won't say?
No, I'm saying it's like one country, two systems. You know?
No, it's not. It's two different countries.
Really?
Taiwan and China.
Is that according to American foreign policy?
No, what's your opinion?
Okay, pause. Sorry. So at this point, the question is China or not China? What's your opinion?
I understand that might be like the exact phrase that he's saying, but you are reading the hardcore.
Okay. All right, we got to move on.
Okay, just to be clear, though, you're reading the hardcore political definitions of like, does Taiwan exist as part of the state of China, like in the technical sense that China sees Taiwan? But I think Ethan is asking, like, morally, is Taiwan a part of China, or ought we defend their right to exist? I think 100%. I think every other thing that's being said in this convo, that's what Ethan is getting at. But you're like on this, like, oh no, Ethan is actually just asking in a very technical sense from the Chinese foreign policy perspective, do they own the land of Taiwan? I don't agree that that's
no. The disagreement is that you are taking issue with the fact that Hassan has not yet answered a question Ethan has not asked.
Okay, I guess I understand what you're saying, but you're yeah. It's
China
just,
or not China?
No. I understand what you're saying, but it's just so autistic on such a level that if you're a political commentator, no, you're wrong.
Yes.
If you were to go on stage in the United States of America and ask anybody, should Taiwan be an independent country? 0 out of 100 or 2 out of 100 people in the audience are hearing you say, should Taiwan have a right to vote for independence and China respect that vote? What everybody in the United States of America is hearing you say is, ought American foreign policy be that we guarantee Taiwan's right to exist? That's what we talk about when we talk about Ukraine. We talk about how it might influence foreign Taiwanese policy. Are we talking about whether or not China respects Taiwan's right to exist? Why, when we sail ships in the Southeast fucking Sea or whatever, are we doing it because we want Taiwan to be braver in their vote? No, we're talking about foreign policy intervention in the United States to protect Taiwan.
Do you understand that this is basically the same question of do you agree with the one China policy, which is the primary bargaining chip for doing business in China? This is an extremely relevant question.
Okay, I don't agree that that's what he's asking, but I think we're like worlds.
I don't care if you don't agree. You should read up on it.
No. I don't agree that that's what's being asked, and I don't think Ethan has read up on it, so he can't even possibly ask that question. Like, it's nothing to do with... But
read up on it, and we'll talk about it again.
Okay. Do you think Ethan has?
I think.
Do you think Ethan is familiar with the intricacies of the one China policy, such that he would ask a question like this?
Well, he doesn't even know what Hong Kong is. We find out later in this conversation.
Okay, well then it sounds like everything you just said is fucking meaningless. It sounds like if he has no idea about the one China policy, then his question here probably doesn't have to do with the one China policy. Probably has to do with American intervention.
Well, then what's the most likely reason that Ethan has these questions in the first place?
Probably because he knows that Hassan is like an America L kind of guy, and Hassan's going to have a really hard time answering what America should do in relationship to Taiwan.
The question is, what is the most likely reason Ethan has these questions in the first place? Not why he's asking Hassan.
That's probably the reason why, is because I think they've tangoed in the past over these types of issues and the socialism, blah, blah, blah. And he probably knows that Hassan is going to be a little bit uncomfortable staking out a strong position when it's a pro-America thing that everybody in America seems to support right now, and it's an anti-American thing, which his whole audience supports. That's probably what Ethan sees as the conflict.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure you're understanding me. Ethan has these strong opinions and these strong questions on Taiwan and China.
I don't think Ethan has a strong opinion on Taiwan. I totally disagree, but okay.
He literally says it's a country, bro.
Yeah, because that's like the broad American position right now. But I don't think Ethan even knows enough about this to have a strong opinion.
Okay, but he has it, right?
Yeah, he has an opinion, but like I said, it's just like how the majority of America right now probably supports Israel, right? But I don't think
you're way too far ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
All I'm trying to do
You're
is
the one that's saying that Ethan is trying to fight to detail the intricacies of the one China policy with his son.
Right, and I'm asking you why. I'm asking you where is this information? I'm asking you where do you think this information comes from?
I think it's as simple as Ethan knows that Hassan has a radical left fan base, and we see him fight with him more and more and more, but he knows that this is a really broad popular opinion in the United States, so Hassan's probably going to be pretty uncomfortable giving an answer. I don't think that's that difficult to ascertain, because Hassan has gotten in hot water for exactly these types of things in the past, like Ukraine.
Okay, the question was, Ethan seems to have some knowledge of this stuff, and as well as Hong Kong. Yet he forgets the name of the city of Hong Kong, right? But he asks questions about Hong Kong, but he seems to have some information about it. How can this be if he hasn't read into it?
Because broadly speaking, these conversations kind of come up now in American foreign policy. Weren't they just before this talking about Vivek's statement on Taiwan?
Yes.
So it sounds like it's just part of kind of like the American vernacular right now in foreign policy.
So he's kind of gleaned these, like the information that he has about this for him to arrive at these positions. He's kind of gleaned it from other conversations, or maybe somebody has just like fed him the information or something, or given him the information to ask Hassan.
Gleaning, this is very surface level gleaning. I don't think Ethan cares about the intricacies of the one China, two system policy.
Exactly. Yes. Which is why I don't think the question he's asking is some roundabout way of asking about U.S. policy on whether or not we're going to invade Taiwan, unless he's gonna, support Taiwan in the event of an invasion. Which is why, if he's going to ask that, he'll ask that verbosely, which I think he does.
Okay, we're looping, but I'm at 51:11. What do you want to be?
We can start here.
Okay, 3, 2, 1,
Hey guys.
go. What?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Sorry, I paused.
Hello, can I interrupt you for a little bit? I just want to add something as a Ukrainian. I fucking hate this bitch. I mean, Hassan. I listened to this conversation and holy shit. Like, Destiny, I'm super sleepy and tired and I have been bombed for 2 days straight, so apologies. But the guy is literally comes off as a like a right winner at this point to me. Because how is it leftist to always appeal to Taiwan was part of China. It was part of an empire, so it should kind of remain in that sphere of interest. Ukraine was part of Russia for many, many years, so it should remain under imperialism. So it's only anti-imperialism when it's anti-Western imperialism, I suppose. Everyone else should just fuck off, I guess, and suck it up and remain under empires. Next thing, he appeals to ethno-states, literally.
That has to be addressed.
Fuck her up, Wicked Supreme. Let's fucking go.
The first thing has to be addressed.
And then do address it, please.
That's okay. Go point by point. Go ahead.
How many points do you have?
Go ahead, Wicked. You got the floor now. Go ahead.
The dynamics between Ukraine and Russia and Taiwan and China are, this is like one major divergence that, like, if according to I think like fairly recent polls in Taiwan, the idea of in some way reintegrating with China is still somewhat popular. I think even has like majority popularity. However, like they'll ask the question of, do you support reunification of China? The people of Taiwan today still have very strong ties. Many of them still have a lot of family back in mainland China. The dream.
Same here. In Ukraine, exactly the same.
The majority of people in Ukraine have dreams of reintegrating with Russia?
No, not the majority. And I don't know about Taiwan exactly, but we have a lot of connections. Most of Eastern Ukraine has relatives and friends and my family literally lives in Russia. Most of us speak Russian. We have pretty big fucking connections. Yes, it's not the same because Taiwan people are literally ethnic. Yeah, but ethnically, you know, Chinese speak the same language and things like that. Ukraine is a bit different. But it's not even about that. It's about the arguments he uses. He constantly appeals to this, that they were part of this empire, Russia or China or whatever the fuck, and they kind of should remain there. He doesn't use the exact same thing when he talks about Western
I don't think
world.
Hassan argues necessarily that it should remain a part of China. But this is...
he implies it with the language he uses.
I
He
think
say,
he's
well...
No, I think he's describing the political state in
Oh
Taiwan.
my God, you're so... why do you treat him like such a baby?
Because I think he's read into this, and the reason that you disagree so much is because you don't know a fucking thing about Taiwan.
You're so wrong. No, stop. Hold on. His answer is the equivalent of like, what do you think about Jews in Nazi Germany? And the answer is like, well, you know, they've made a lot of camps to store them, and you know, I mean, like, yeah, you know, they're doing things. Like, that's his answer. And then Wicked Supreme's going to, well, I think he's just, that is exactly right. Not only that, hold on, and we can watch this video next if you want to. People are linking me videos now saying that 30 days ago, Hassan was saying some wild shit about like the Uyghur detention camps in China and shit to Ethan, and that's why Ethan's accusing him of this now. So that's even further proving my point that he's just an anti-American fucking loser. I don't know how you think this happens to be the only foreign policy thing that Hassan has read on, but he's the most ineloquent, retarded motherfucker in the world when speaking about it. Bro, is this guy eating finasteride or whatever the fuck for breakfast? Like, how can he be that fucking retarded? There's no way that you listen to this guy waffle for 2 minutes and think like, well, no, Steven, I just think he's read a lot into that. He's very educated on the foreign policy. How could you possibly walk away thinking that? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think he's necessarily very educated. I said that I think he's read up on the topic, and you don't know a fucking thing. Okay, listen. Let me lay out a few things before anyone says anything out. Let me lay out a few things.
Lay it out. Go ahead.
Number one, stop. Anna, stop, please. Okay. Number one, I fucking hate Hassan. I hate him with a burning passion. I hate the fuck out of this guy. I think he's a rich, spoiled bitch, and I think like his entire foreign policy being centered around America. I think he suffers from like the same derangement that a lot of lefties do, where he's still stuck in the Cold War. I have no vested interest in defending the character of this person that I think is a total scumbag. Okay? I came in here because I said people were criticizing the things he said in this video, and I thought that they were technically largely correct. That's what we're talking about. If he said other things that I would disagree with, I don't even fucking doubt that for a minute. I'm sure he has. I've heard him say stupid things about Taiwan and China. We're talking about the technical things he says in this video and their validity.
It's very technical for sure. But you know what I'm saying is that he covers his ass by saying, well, yeah, Taiwan is, you know, kinda recognized, you know, as by United States as a separate country. But is it really? I mean, why he appeals to those phrases like it wasn't China for such a long time? Is it really like?
Because
do we know
that's
what
relevant
people want?
to the political status of how people in Taiwan feel. They feel a kinship
Why
with
does
a
it
China
use
that
the
Hold on,
exact
wait.
same
No,
thing?
wait. If that's true, then you would say that. Hold on, no. Hold on. Okay, okay. Anna and you can argue this because I can't even believe what you're saying. You're phrasing it in the most incorrect way possible. If somebody were to say, should Crimea go back to Russia? There are two ways that I could answer that. I could go, here's the way that you're pretending like Hassan has answered it. I don't know why you're doing this, right? This is how you're pretending. You're pretending that Hassan is saying, well, due to very complicated issues in the past, the majority of Crimeans are actually ethnically Russians. And I think because of that, they're actually voting for and might support rejoining Russia. That's what you're pretending Hassan said. But that's not what Hassan said. Hassan said the equivalent of, do you think Crimea should go back to Russia? And then somebody going, well, the majority of Crimea are ethnically Russian. That implicate do you understand? Hold on. I'm just trying to understand. Wicked Supreme, do you think I just said the same thing there? Or do you think I just said two completely, totally different things?
I think one thing, I think you said them in a way that I'm meant to say that they're the same thing.
No. Okay, never mind. I don't know what
the thing is
unplugged.
These are two.
No, they're not the same.
I don't know. I don't know. If you say one thing that's so open-ended, I don't know. Like it seems like you're trying to game me into answering one way or the other.
I'm not gaming you. I'm showing you that the implication between those two statements is worlds apart. I can't believe you don't see that. That's insane to me.
Can you say them again?
In one sentence,
was so open-ended.
Sure. Somebody says, should Crimea go back to Russia? And in one thing, somebody says, well, because of a lot of complicated historical reasons, a lot of the people in Crimea are ethnically Russian, and I think a lot of them would probably vote to go back to Russia because of these historical reasons. That's answer number one. And answer number two, somebody says, should Crimea go back to Russia? And somebody says, Well, a lot of them are ethnically Russian. Do you not understand? Do you think the implication between these two answers is the same? Because in my mind, these are exactly opposite. These are totally different things.
Sure. Explain how they're exactly opposite.
In one of these, we're giving an explanation for why a group of people might vote to rejoin a country. And in the second one, we're basically saying like it should go back 100%. It's obvious. Should Crimea go back to Russia? I mean, they're ethnically Russian. Of course they should. But in the first one, we're saying, well, due to complicated historical factors, they might vote that way. But
you're asking me, the second one could have just been a shorthand to imply the first one or something.
I totally disagree. Not only do I disagree, I think it implies the exact opposite. But I think
that it should go back to Russia against the will of the people or something. Is
that Russia has like a moral right to it because it's so obvious. It's a totally different implication.
It could certainly be used to imply that as well.
No, it would always be used to imply that. But
That's what he does. Yeah. And also, like this ethno-state, if I can make this point before I fuck off, is that why the fuck does he, as a lord of the lefties, does he appeal to ethnicity all the time? I just don't understand. Not only him, like a lot of people. They're like ethnically Russian, so they should be with Russia. Like they're ethnically Chinese, so they're kinda Chinese and should be part of China. I hear that all the time. And it's very confusing. Like far-right people in Ukraine appeal to nationality, to nations, to something that has nothing to do with ethnicity. They say everyone is Ukrainian as long as they, live here, they are born here. But Hassan is fucking more big of a fan of ethno-states than them. Like, why the fuck does it matter? I just
certainly I think
it's about values, about ideology, about we want different things. We want a democracy, same for Taiwan. We want different things. We have different values. We don't want to live like a second-hand fucking citizens under a dictator in our own country. That's not what we want. It has nothing to do with ethnicity. Even if Ukraine was like 50% Russia, or like, I don't know, like 70% Russian ethnically, we still have our right to be a separate country and live with a different type of rules and values. Like, why the fuck a lefty appeals to ethnicity all the time?
I'm sorry. I want to listen, Anna. I'm sorry. I appreciate you. Really, I'm a fan, but this is not the same issue. I don't think this is the same issue. And
but
listen,
he appeals in both cases. In Ukrainian case, he appeals to that. In Crimea case, he appeals to that. In Taiwan case, he appeals to that. I'm not saying Taiwan and China is the same as Russia and Ukraine. 100% not the same.
Okay.
But just
I'm very critical of his position on Ukraine. 100%. I think he's absolutely ridiculous, right? And yeah, I don't know. I think Crimea should remain a part of Ukraine, like, because we need to uphold an international system and the stability that comes with that, right? And the fact that it's a matter of contract from the fall of the Soviet Union, right? And that we can't normalize bullies making land grabs, right? Imperial land grabs, like the style of World War I or II or something like that. But this is not relevant to the conversation that's being had about Taiwan right now. You can't reconcile. Can't reconcile him saying that Taiwan needs to belong to China because, like to preserve an ethno-state or something like that, when he just said if the Taiwanese people voted for independence, they should have independence.
Will he say if Crimean people vote for Russia, they should be Russia?
I think that is what he says.
Yes, it's his argument. He says that if the majority of the particular part of the country is ethnically Russian, that they have right to separate. That's his argument. And also he makes those, I'm not saying the situation is the same, but he as a lefty appeals to ethnicity all the time. Why?
I'm not, I have no idea the extent that this is true. I have no idea if this is true.
Okay.
Didn't he literally bring up the Taiwanese ethnicity thing, or am I misremembering
this? Well, that is, but the thing is that's like an actual relevant description of the Taiwanese political status right now. Like that is a big part of
Isn't it a relative description of
neither of you
people?
know anything about this issue, and you won't let me explain
I'm sorry, hold on.
I don't even want to fucking talk about it anymore.
To be fair, Wicked, you keep saying that we don't have information. You realize that Hassan has not given any insight into the Taiwanese. Either you don't know anything about Taiwan, or like he hasn't said anything that can't be gleaned in like 3 sentences about Taiwan. You understand that, right? Like he doesn't say anything like intricate or detailed or showing like a detailed understanding of the history. I don't know why you keep saying he's read into this.
Because he can't get 10 words out.
What? You're trolling.
Because he's fucking stammering and he talks like shit.
You're trolling me. You're trolling me. It's okay. I understand. I need the Adderall. Can we do that? I need drugs for tomorrow. I need drugs for tomorrow.
Interesting. If we could actually explore this. I don't know.
No. If you wanted to just
Okay.
Stop. Okay. Love you. Hold on. If you wanted to explore this, we can explore this. But you didn't come here to explore this. You came here to say people were having so many unfair criticism of Hasan because Hasan is like read into this issue and he really knows what he's talking about. That's what you said.
Hold on. I don't think Hasan is an expert on Taiwan.
You didn't say expert. You said he was read into this issue.
I said he has clearly read somewhat into this issue.
Hold on. That somewhat is doing. That's a 700-pound deadlift.
What do you want to fucking argue about right now? Whether or not what I said about the degree, how much I believed 10 minutes ago about Hasan's depth of knowledge into this topic versus now? You think I misrepresented my belief in how much Hasan knows? Is that what you want to argue about?
No. Hold on. Then I misunderstood. My bad. Because the assumption that I made, based on the words that you said, was it sounded like Hasan was decently studied on this topic. That's what, when you keep saying he's clearly read into this, that's what I understand. I didn't know that when you said clearly read into this meant that he read 3 sentences about the relationship between Taiwan and China. That was my mistake. I didn't know what read into meant.
Than Ethan, and he knows more than you, right?
I don't know if he knows more than me. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Allow me to amend my statement.
Go ahead.
He has read a little bit into this.
Okay. When I say he doesn't know more than me, I know like 3 sentences about Taiwan. I don't know fuck all about Taiwan and China. From the sounds of this conversation, it doesn't really sound like Hasan knows much more either. Like, almost everything I know about Taiwan and China came from that WHO meeting where they wouldn't say the name of it, and we have this weird relationship where we kind of trade with them and kind of don't recognize them as blah, blah. That's like all I know about it, and that seems to be about all Hasan knows about it too. Now, maybe he says something more intricate in here that I'm just too uneducated to pick up, but it doesn't sound like he knows much more about it.
Yeah, I think if you had a better understanding of this issue, you would see some of the things he's saying and look past some of the things you're looking for him to say.
Okay, let's get. Have we gotten to those parts yet, or is that coming up?
I think we've gotten to a couple of them. Like, the first one was Ethan asking him, country or not a country, what do you think? And you said, no, he's asking him if we would defend Taiwan in a conflict.
So when he said country or not a country, and Hasan said if they vote for it, they should be, that was Hasan demonstrating his intricate knowledge of Hasan.
Potential invasion.
All right.
Sorry, conversation is about potential invasion of China.
No, that's not the conversation. That wasn't the conversation.
Partially.
Yeah, it gets there.
Well,
maybe
no,
when it gets there, he'll weigh in on that.
To be clear, that's where the conversation started, didn't it? Didn't it start with Vivek talking about like whether
should we give money and weapons to Taiwan and shit like that? Same conversation.
Yeah. So the first relevant question you would ask from square one is, do you even think Taiwan is its own country, or do you think it's a part of China, country or no country?
And he said, "Oh yeah, a nation-state project," which is literally the commie slang. Commie like a lexicon for saying, yeah, not a real country. I don't know if you know this, but this is literally what Russians call us, Project Ukraine. So yeah, it's just, it's blatantly obvious. He's just dancing around it because he can't say it with his full chest, not to appear, I don't know, maybe to maybe, I don't know, even know like a tanky for full scale. We always talk about like Nazis hiding their power levels. Why the fuck can't commies hide their power levels?
Yeah, I feel like if this was like an equivalent conversation about some far right issue, I feel like all of us would be calling Hasan a Nazi. Like like easiest like conversation topic in the world.
That's why he appeals to the country, to ethnicity all the time.
How can you reconcile that with him saying if they voted for independence, they should be independent?
Because it's a non-answer.
Yes, it doesn't mean anything. Of course, he portrays...
Like, should the Jews in the ghetto, like, have independence? Like, well, I guess if the Jews in the ghettos vote for it, then they can have it. Meanwhile, you pogrom the fuck out of them out of existence, you ship them off into... Like, it's a non-answer. Because, again... Oh, maybe I'm reading too far into it. Or maybe Taiwan has, like, fucking a god-tier military that I'm too retarded to know about. But my understanding about Taiwan independence is everybody looks to the United States for what's going to happen. That was my understanding of it. But I might be fucking retarded. Is that when people talk about Taiwanese independence, Wicked Supreme? Do you think they're mainly talking about whether or not whether or not Taiwan would just vote to be independent, or?
I think they're talking about. Well, first off, like this is not a question most people would even be able to answer. Listen, I'm just answering the question you gave me, right? So this is already, if you're even asking that question to somebody, you're already in specialized territory. Right.
Wait, if you're asking what should happen with Taiwan, I feel like you just said it yourself earlier that this is becoming a national conversation with the CHIPS Act and everything else. Aren't we all?
I think it's going to become, yes.
So you don't think anybody in the United States of America has an opinion about Taiwan, or whether Taiwan should have American intervention? Sorry, go ahead.
My read is that most people don't even know what the fuck Taiwan is. I think most people think Taiwan is the same as Thailand until very recently, and I think leading up to this election, more and more people are going to be interested in this, which is why I want you to start reading into it and being more knowledgeable at it, and you are fucking up out of the gate.
What have I said that's wrong? Wait. Hold on. What have I fucked up out of the gate? What have I been wrong about?
Right now, we're having a conversation comparing Crimea to Taiwan.
Okay.
With no interest.
Because it's the same logic he uses both cases. Exactly the same words, the same logic of ethnicity, the same logic. They're the same country. He literally says they have been part of China longer than they have been an independent state.
But there's a critical divergence between these two issues.
What is the critical divergence?
The critical divergence is that Crimea wasn't its own country.
Hold on. Wait. No, hold on. Even that's not 100% true. Crimea wasn't its own country, but it was an autonomous state. Right?
Yes.
They were semi-autonomous in their voting, and Russia did have basically infinite leases to Sevastopol and bases there. Yes?
Yes.
So is it really, is it, now it's not the same as Taiwan, but there's ethnic ties, there's historical ties. It used to be part of the same fucking country until the Soviet Union dissolved. So I feel like we can kind of draw some lines there. It might not be the exact same thing, but when Hassan starts making ethnicity arguments and historical arguments, I feel like you're kind of getting into the same-ish territory. Is that fair?
It's similar. There's parallels, but we're talking about the sovereignty of a de facto nation versus the right for an autonomous region to declare independence.
Okay. And, well, when you say de facto nation,
and to morally justify an invasion from a neighboring country.
Okay. Wait, when you say Taiwan is a de facto nation, what do you mean?
Yes. I mean, they have their own currency. They have all their own government institutions, their own Department of Education, Department of Commerce, their own elections.
Do any of those things?
There's absolutely, hold on, people need to understand this. There's absolutely no integration of the PRC into the Taiwanese government whatsoever.
I mean,
they don't march to the beat of
when
the
you
PRC's
say what is
in any sense.
Are you a de facto nation if nobody else in the world recognizes you as such?
But we that's his criticism about the insincerity of the United States, whatever, right? People do have sort of official dealings, but they're kind of under the table with Taiwan.
Okay, what you just said doesn't make any sense. How do you have official dealings under the table?
You can be a de facto nation if nobody recognizes you as a nation. That's why you're a de facto nation, not a nation.
Okay.
That's what de facto means.
Gotcha, okay. What does it mean to be official but under the table?
It means unofficial, that you operate in all the same capacities as something, but in no official capacity.
Wouldn't that be unofficial?
Okay, you know what?
Okay, sorry.
Read the fuck up on Taiwan. We'll talk about this next week.
No, my information. Oh my God.
PSK.
I don't understand you don't need to know anything about Taiwan. That's why Ethan cooked the fuck out of him in this conversation, and Ethan doesn't know anything about Taiwan. But okay.
Even Ethan actually asked a very good question, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in this conversation. He said, do you have to be a lone-ass, a nation with a long history of being a separate country to be recognized as sovereign a nation? Which is basically the argument Hassan appeals to all the time. He says, they have been in Russian Empire longer than they have been independent. Same shit with Taiwan. He would say, literally in this conversation, he would say they have been part of China longer than they have been independent. Why does he say that? He say that to highlight the fact that they're not essentially.
I'll never beat the he ran allegations. Here's what I'm gonna say, Anna, you're detracting from this conversation. Okay, I appreciate you. I have tons of sympathy for the shit that you guys are dealing with right now. But you have absolutely obstructed this conversation. Okay, and kept us from learning anything.
You didn't answer anything I asked, by the way. Just saying.
He didn't even want to talk.
Really? What didn't I answer? What question did you ask that I didn't answer?
Well, I asked why the fuck he appeals to ethnicity all the time with both.
Hold on, I did answer that. I said I don't know how much that's true. I don't know how much it's true that he thinks that there should be ethno-states. And then I asked, how can you reconcile the fact that he said that if Taiwan declared themselves or voted to be independent, then he would consider them independent. How can you reconcile that?
He doesn't say exactly ethno-state. What he does say, that was a bit of a joke.
How can you reconcile that, Anna? You answer my question.
Because it's a cop-out answer.
How can you reconcile it? He said that's what he believes, that they have the right to declare their own independence.
Hold on, wait, stop. Easiest question in the world. Easiest question in the world. Supreme. if we were talking about Israel-Palestine and Hassan was reviewing debate of me and somebody said, do you think Palestine like should have, you know, like rights to their own land and everything? Do you think that like that's an important thing? And I go, well, if Palestine votes for it, sure. Do you think that Hassan would, do you think anybody in the world would accept that as an answer?
No.
No, hold on. I want to wait for an answer. Would anybody in the world accept that as an answer?
No. For all the reasons that the dynamics between Israel and Palestine are not comparable to China and Taiwan.
Okay.
For the reason that somebody would say, is the one China policy legitimate, which is an extremely valid question because it's the primary bargaining chip to have official relations with China, right? Is this thing valid that China, the number 2 economy in the world, puts forward as their primary bargaining chip? Is this a legitimate thing? I think that's an extremely valid question.
Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I got really annoyed when you said that Anna was super detracting because the whole point is that like he was making major ethnicity arguments throughout the thing, which is a common line of rhetoric to also justify Crimea being reabsorbed back into Russia. Anna was bringing up a completely salient point.
No,
and I
it's
think,
not.
Yes, it is salient to the conversation about Hassan. You can't steelman Hassan into better, more nuanced positions that work for you, right? Anna bringing it up was just valid, and I feel like she gets dismissed so often in debates like this, and it drives me
not
crazy.
so erudite. Tell me everything you know about Taiwan.
Tell her that she's detracting now.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's
because
relevant.
I'm telling you, there are dynamics that are different between Taiwan and China than there are between.
I understand.
And where those dynamics are different, like first off, he already took a position that makes it such that he cannot be making an ethno-state argument.
Can you not interrupt me? Just let me finish this one fucking thing and then answer, please. The empire argument he makes is not that Taiwan or like China should be an ethno-state. He doesn't say an ethno-state or like Russia or Ukraine, whatever. What he does do is he says that if those people are the same peoples. He avoids ethnicity because it does make him sound like a fucking right-winger. But he said the peoples are the same. And he makes that argument that China has a moral right to Taiwan.
He doesn't. If that's true, how can you reconcile when he just said that if they vote for independence,
he would consider them independent? And you interrupted me
You're
again.
asking me the same question I've already answered.
Because you don't hear the answer. I don't make the argument that he makes an ethno-state argument. He says right now, Taiwan should remain like it is. But if China invades, which is exactly like if Russia invades, which it did, as you noticed, where they have the right, United States should not interfere. The West should not interfere. Basically, he says we shouldn't give Taiwan weapons.
He justified Chinese invasion of Taiwan by talking about ethnic Chinese people.
Yes.
Just like Putin justified
No. The problem, Wicked's disagreement is that he's just stating some facts on the ground, but you guys, well, me included, are reading a heavy implication into it that Wicked Supreme doesn't agree with.
He makes suggestions with every word he says. It's soft, obviously, but the words, like I said, nation project state. He says it. He says like ethnically they are the same. They have been part of that empire for a long time. Implied, why can't they be again? It's basically the same culture, the same people. He makes those arguments
He hasn't gone so far to imply that yet. You're expecting him to imply that.
Have you not listened other things he said about those subjects? Not just this particular conversation with Ethan, or it's the only thing you know?
You know what? I have a suggestion. Why don't we listen to the video and you can point out the part where he says because they're ethnically Chinese, therefore they should return to China.
My God, he doesn't say this exact phrase. He said if the invasion happens, then you shouldn't.
Okay. I'll settle for that. That's a strong statement.
Well, hold on, wait. Didn't he say verbatim earlier that a lot of Taiwanese people have family ties to China?
I think I said that. We haven't gotten to that in the video.
Oh, okay. Because I thought doesn't Hassan say that? And doesn't that kind of sound like a justification?
He says that in other cases. He says Ukraine has Russian.
Oh, he says they're Han's Chinese. He says they're Han Chinese.
Yeah, he said they're Han Chinese. Why would he even bring that up if it's not in part of justification?
Because it's a relevant description of their current.
Oh Jesus!
So he's just trying to describe and educate everyone.
You guys are so busy trying to force this position down his throat, you won't even even allow yourself to learn something about the topic.
A new position for him.
Said
Hold
it
on. This is the
couple
issue
times.
that's happening. You're making an argument that Hassan should have made. It's possible that Taiwan and Crimea are different circumstances, and we can grant you that. The issue is that doesn't mean Hassan is making that argument.
Oh God,
Yes.
Your smugness over this issue that you know nothing about. I really hope you come to recognize how I hope you come to feel silly.
No, we're not. You realize
why
no
do
one
you
is
waste
talking
my
about
time?
any in-depth
Explain it
Taiwanese
to me.
history. There's nothing here that is like
Why
beyond
don't
the grasp
we
of like
listen
two
to
sentences.
what he says about
No,
it?
that's fine. But you just keep retreating back to this. You're not educated. We're not talking
Yes.
about anything in depth with Taiwan that can't be gleaned in
Supreme,
3
answer me
sentences.
this.
Right? Like, I don't know why you're acting
Why
like we're
does
like
he make
arguing
same
over like.
arguments about Ukraine?
Okay.
Why? Exact same
I'm
arguments.
sorry. What?
Why does he make exact same commie imperialist arguments about Ukraine? Explain me this.
Commie imperial arguments about Ukraine because he has an America
why?
bad. First off, he has an America
Yes,
bad
that's
sense,
our
and he
whole
thinks.
point.
and
Thank you.
No, well, you asked me the question. It does require some nuance. His position has nuance. I think it's wrong, but it has nuance. His position is that NATO is a Western bully that is like forcing Russia into a corner, and that they are rightfully like fearing, NATO expansion into Russian territory or threatening their sovereignty in some way, right? Or like posing a clear and present threat to Russia or something like that. And his support for Crimea and maybe the Donbass is one where he's in support of like fucking the right to self-determination of the people who live
Isn't
there.
that his exact same argument about Taiwan?
In this way, he'd be consistent, but the difference is that the arguments we would have to be inconsistent from his perspective to support both Taiwanese independence and for Crimea to remain part of Ukraine. But the nuances between the dynamics of Ukraine and Russia and Taiwan and China that are different
Wait,
would
we
allow
do
us
understand
to
that
see
it's
those-
not about Crimea, right? They're
Lord.
trying to take the whole fucking country right now. And they are fully in opinion that they should take the entirety of Ukraine, that they have rights to it. Same shit basically with Taiwan at this point. It's not just about Crimea. It's not 2014, So yeah, if we were talking about Crimea specifically, you could say there are like, caveats and things like that. So we don't have as Ukrainians rights of self-determination in Hassan's mind because he doesn't think that the West
he believes the Crimean
assists
people
us.
do. But he thinks
But
that
not Taiwanese.
No, he does, which is why he said if they put to a vote and voted to be independent, then he would consider them independent.
That's such a non-answer, but you don't agree. So.
I don't. It doesn't matter.
Whatever.
You think
It
it's not
does.
answer.
No, it does because again, if we were talking about Israel Palestine and somebody was like, "What do you think? Like, what do you think should happen with Palestine?" and I would answer, "Well, if Palestine votes to be independent, then Israel should recognize that." Like, nobody's talking about that. Everybody's talking about what should the world's stance be? Should there be repercussions for Israel?
Okay.
Should there be intervention on behalf of Palestinians? Not like, well, if Palestine votes for their independence, then like they should have it. Like that's not an answer.
Maybe I don't know much about
If
Israel.
Hamas votes to be Ukraine, then they should be Ukraine.
Okay,
yeah?
I get it. You guys think that he's making this
Everyone should
argument.
respect
I understand that you guys are you think he's making this argument. Okay, I understand that you think he's making that argument. What now?
Yep.
I love you.
Should we watch the video and see what he says?
Sure. Okay.
Can we go back to that?
Yeah, but also I don't want to have like a 3-on-1 conversation because this is like.
Yeah, I'm going to go. Yeah, bye. Yeah, I'm out. That shit sucks. Bye, everyone.
Before we get back to it, maybe I want to ask because you've done some reading on Israel Palestine, and
barely,
and I think you know more than I do about
not
that
much,
entire
but
topic.
go ahead.
So, does Israel have right now to have like official relations with Israel? Does every country need to recognize that Palestine is actually just Israel?
In order to have official relations with Israel, honest to God, I don't even know if like Palestine. I imagine Palestine probably manages its own trade, but I don't know like through are there major ports, for instance, that connect to Palestine that isn't controlled by Israel proper? I don't think there are. I'm not sure. I know that I know that Israel has like military control over a lot of things, which I imagine would also give them control over shipping routes. But I don't know, like in terms of like economic management and like independent trade, I don't know how Palestine manages stuff. I'm not sure.
Is Israel's premier policy governing Israel that Israel's is Israel's premier policy governing Palestine that Palestine is just Israel?
Yes and no. Like Israel like simultaneously recognizes Palestine, but they're also, I think, simultaneously like settling people all over Palestine, which is kind of like the weird duopoly. Like, so that's like a lot of the West Bank issues have to do with like this is Palestine, but there are a ton of Jewish people that are now settling parts of Palestine. This is like the fighting over the settlements, right?
Okay, so the entirety of Palestine right now, Israel claims as part of Israel. Is that the idea?
I think they like control it militarily and tax it, but they live like in a weird duo thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do we understand that that's the policy of the PRC? That they are demanding that everybody considers Taiwan to be a part of China?
Okay.
So if it were the case that in order to have official dealings with Israel, like every country had to recognize the entirety of Palestine, which I'm not sure if is Palestine even like a country per se, or is Palestine like an ethnic region that sort of flows between is between
I don't know if
countries?
I know that if you look on Google Maps, it doesn't show. I don't think it shows it was a country.
Yeah,
I don't know if
anybody part of Palestine was in like the Kingdom of Jordan or something like that.
I don't know if anybody recognizes. I'm sure there might be some Arab states that recognize Palestine as an independent country, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of parts, especially like in the West Bank, that are Palestine, but they're like settled exclusively by Jewish people. So it's like very, very, very complicated. People are saying 138 out of 193 UN countries recognize Palestine, but I don't know what that recognition means because.
Okay, but the question is about is another country claiming Palestine, right?
I don't think so.
That's the issue with PRC and Taiwan.
I'm sorry. Wait, when you say another country, you mean do they have their own like running governments?
No, is another country claiming Palestine, right?
Oh,
the
like
way that
Israel?
The
You're
PRC
asking if
is
Israel
claiming Taiwan.
Not in the same way. No, I don't think so.
So do you see how like I can't stress this enough. Like the premier policy that the PRC has governing Taiwan is that Taiwan is a part of the PRC.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, but like the debate tactic that you're employing right now is to try to quiz me infinitely on like the differences between these two situations, show some shortcoming of knowledge, and then say that, well, now you can't have an opinion on anything. I don't know if you understand. Hold on. Nothing that Hasan is talking about here is deep knowledge of Taiwanese-Chinese relations. Everything that's being asked here, I could literally know absolutely nothing.
They could be talking about knowledge not even you have, which is why you're having a hard time understanding this.
You just repeated the same debate tactic. Do you understand? Because you can't engage with anything I'm saying.
Okay.
You can say that over and over again if you want.
I can't even believe you're going here.
No, this is literally what you're doing. You can't engage with the argument. So you said, I think, like 15 times. Like, what can we not engage with? That Taiwan and China have a disagreement on who owns the Taiwan?
Who owns Taiwan?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Or maybe our understandings of what like academic scholarship are wildly different. That's not a hyper nuanced, insanely difficult to understand take that I need to go and spend 2 weeks of research on to come back and understand that Hasan is being a waffly fuck. Hasan could literally be talking about a country that I've never heard of in my entire life, and I could hear this conversation and go, wow, it seems like Hasan really doesn't want to take a strong position on this, even without knowing a single thing about what's being talked about, which is exactly how Ethan felt, which is why Ethan said verbatim, wow, it sounds like you don't want to take a strong position on this.
Understand? But right now there's contention over whether or not it's a relevant question to ask whether or not Taiwan should be considered its own country. And for Hasan to say, if they have political will and it came down to a vote and they voted to be independent, I think they should be considered independent. I don't think that that's useless. I don't think that that's throwaway. I think that's a much stronger affirmation to Taiwan independence than even the United States makes. What do you think about that?
No, I think that's a meaningless affirmation that allows you to simultaneously look good to the
we
public
literally
while looking
have
at your
policy
tanky
called the Taiwan Relations Act that says that we oppose any change in the status quo on either side. Meaning, if Taiwan were to declare independence, we would oppose that.
Okay.
Do you understand how Hasan's commitment to an independent Taiwan is now stronger than the official policy of the United States?
No. And now you can answer me this question because I don't know, but I'm about to make a guess, and maybe I'm fucking retarded, and you can tell me I'm wrong, and now I truly don't know anything about Taiwan. My guess is going to be, though, this is my guess without even knowing anything about what you just talked about. My guess is that policy that you just said by the United States, do you think there's a heavy implication in that policy that if China tries to take over Taiwan, that we would militarily intervene?
I'm sorry. One more time.
That position that you just said the United States has, does that position heavily imply that the United States would engage in military intervention if China tried to take over Taiwan?
It does, yes.
Hold on. Do you think...
But...
No. Do you think Hasan's position that if Taiwan votes to be independent, they should... Do you think that commits him to military intervention if China invades Taiwan?
Yeah. And that is a following question.
Answer the question. You said yeah. Does that commit him to that position?
Does it commit him to the position of? I'm sorry.
If Hassan says if Taiwan votes to be independent, should they be independent? Does that commit him to the position that the United States ought to militarily intervene if China doesn't respect that independence?
Only in the case that China actually invades.
So you think that when Hassan says that, he's implying that the U.S. ought to ensure Taiwan's independence by military intervention? You think Hassan would commit to that position?
No, he would probably find a way to pussy around it.
Okay, then that means that what you just said, maybe you're not educated enough on any of this, because you just implied that Hassan had a stronger position than the United States of America, and based on what you just told me, he doesn't. So I don't even know what the fuck you just said. We can replay this whole conversation if you don't understand any part of that, but go ahead.
So the thing I wanted to add earlier is that part of the TRA is that the U.S. would also oppose the ROC overtaking the PRC.
Wow. Cool. So we oppose Taiwan invading and capturing mainland China. Okay.
Okay, yeah. That's a big deal because we used to support that.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that something that the world is looking to right now, that Taiwan might invade and take over mainland China?
These are details that you have to understand.
Sorry, how is that detail relevant to any part of the conversation that we just had? Can you tell me? I don't understand.
Because the point is that the United States, we have it, it's part of our official policy that even we wouldn't support an independent Taiwan, which is why people have to come up and bitch slap Biden when he starts talking about Taiwan like it's its own country.
Hold on. When people say we wouldn't support an independent Taiwan, what do you think they mean? What do you think they mean when they say that?
They mean we are committed. We have official policy that is committed to preserving the current status quo of cross-strait relations.
You know that the United States does support an independent Taiwan, right? You can't be this politically naive.
De facto, no.
No, de jure, whatever. Relations. No, they would, no. The United States supports an independent Taiwan. The reason why we don't is because we know that it would piss China off in terms of economic.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. So don't say the United States by policy, blah, 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 blah. The only reason we do that is because we're navigating politically an area that we can't take a clear stance in. Okay, sure. But, okay.
So that means that this policy is as much to affirm our support for Taiwan as it is to placate China and have our cake and eat it too in terms of the one China policy.
Sure, I agree. But I don't know what you said earlier about. A really important factoid to know is that the United States in the 1950s also supported Taiwan invading mainland China.
Because that's the other half of the TRA.
Oh, is that even in effect today? Or I don't know why that. I don't think that matters, but I might just be retarded. But maybe that is a legitimate concern, that Taiwan has built up such a military presence, or Taiwan has the ability to invade mainland China, to take them over, that China is worried about that, and China is actually looking to the United States to guarantee their sovereignty, so that if Taiwan invades, we would help on behalf of China, I guess, from the invading Taiwanese army. I guess. I don't know how that ropes into any part of our conversation here,
but my statement is that Hassan. The thing that Hassan is saying about if Taiwan had this vote, I would respect their vote, is something that you can't say in that U.S. politicians don't say, right? Because we don't officially support that.
But that's because Hassan has a position that U.S. politicians don't. And that's that Hassan thinks that the only reason why we support Taiwan is because we hate China. That's Hassan's position.
I don't know if that's the breadth of his position.
Hold on.
It might
be.
He
explicitly said earlier that the U.S. State Department and our intelligence agency's support for Taiwan is born out of xenophobia. Do you remember him explicitly saying that earlier?
I think those were my words, the born out of xenophobia. I remember him using the term xenophobia.
I think he used xenophobia, intelligence departments, and
State Department. This is an argument you need to have with Hassan. If you want to ask Hassan, what are all the dynamics that cause us to support Taiwan right now in the way that we do, and not just purchase wholesale the one China policy? That's a conversation you would have to have.
I don't need to. He explicitly said that. He already said that explicitly in his conversation with Ethan. He said that word for word. But we can keep listening if you want.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. At this point, I can't even get you to concede that when Ethan asks, is Taiwan a country or not a country? And Hassan says if they have political will of being their own country, then I would respect them being a country. That you think that is loading a question about Hassan making a statement about U.S. intervention, which he doesn't seem to have made a statement.
Ethan wants him to make a statement about intervention, and he's avoiding it because as much
where do you get that from? When he says Taiwan,
it's just
a country,
painfully obvious to Anna nailed it when she said the reason why Hassan is doing that is because it allows him to maintain his takey fans while not giving an obviously politically unpopular answer. It's very simple. That's exactly why he does that. How do you feel?
True.
No, it's absolutely true. He's danced this line in the past.
That could be true. I don't know what to say. I came here to discuss the things that he said in this video and their accuracy, right?
Okay.
If you were to show me other clips where he's like, yeah, you know what, PRC should totally take China.
No, he's not going to say. He's not going to say that.
I'm sorry, PRC should take Taiwan. Well, where are you getting the idea that he wants the PRC to take Taiwan then?
Because in my opinion, there's two options, I think, okay? And I could be wrong because I'm uneducated and you're the master here, okay? But it seems to me like the options are either one, China takes Taiwan, or two, the United States of America ensures Taiwan's independence. Whether or not Taiwan votes for their independence, the only reason that matters is because it dictates what America's next step will be. Do we let China have it, or do we ensure that Taiwan has their independence? That's the only thing that really matters. From what I see, but I could be wrong.
So there are two relevant questions. Like, if you were to ask Ethan, or if I were to ask you, if Taiwan proclaimed independence, do you think China should just leave them alone?
You're asking me if Taiwan declares independence, should China leave them alone?
Should China commit to an invasion, which, by the way, would basically have to be a bombardment by artillery?
Are you asking me, when you ask me that question, are you asking me personally, or do you want it from the perspective of the U.S., Taiwan, or China?
What's your opinion?
My opinion personally is they should let Taiwan be an independent nation. It benefits the entire world. It probably maintains good relations between China and everybody else. A war against Taiwan would probably be disastrous for everybody involved. There's not even a guarantee necessarily that China could defeat Taiwan with foreign intervention and help, which we've shown we're willing to do with Ukraine. So, like, broadly speaking, I think probably they should just let him go. That would be my guess. Now, I don't know what the implications would be for a place like, for instance, like Hong Kong or other places in China. I'm not sure. Now, I know that Hong Kong and Taiwan are different. Before you jump down my throat, I know that the existence of those two places are different with respect to China, but that would be my guess. I would say China should probably let him go.
Okay.
Or try to negotiate something more extended.
My second question is, what if that's Hassan's exact position?
What if that's Hassan's exact position? I still think it's kind of a...
Okay, if that was his exact position,
because
wouldn't that make his comment about independence like a lot more defanged?
No, because that's not really what we're talking about. We're never going to get... Yeah, I'm sorry. If somebody's talking... We're not only never going to... I think you're very wrong. Like, if somebody's talking about Taiwan's independence, I don't think they're talking about what should China do. Like, if we're talking about Ukraine's independence, I don't think Russia should invade. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what is the U.S. and the West going to do when they do invade, right? Well, and I think the same question exists with Taiwan. Sorry, go ahead.
We haven't gotten there yet, but maybe they will in the video.
Okay. Maybe they will. Ooh, and you've watched and you remember, so, okay.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like earlier, Hassan was making fun of arming Taiwan. They want to give them all guns like Americans.
Yeah. It seems like he was making fun of the idea of giving them guns and leaving them alone, which would actually suggest that he does support us, like, intervening militarily. But he didn't really say.
Oh, okay. Maybe he says that later, and I missed that part of the convo. So, and you listened to it. So, okay, let's go ahead.
That would make you seem awfully ridiculous for the past fucking hour of conversation.
No, it would make Hassan seem retarded for not just instantly offering that up as an answer instead of being like pinned into it after 20 minutes of awkward wrestling where everybody knows he looks bad and Ethan is literally playing a joke sound effect in the background. The timpani's rolling because he knows Hassan won't take a position on this because he wants to simultaneously remain politically popular but look good in the eyes of his tanky audience. That's exactly what's happening. Just that. Why do you think Ethan's playing the sound?
Okay, I think the whole reason Ethan brought this up is because he thought that it would fucking cause some contention among the subreddit or something, or
why would it cause? Why would it cause contention?
The whole show is memes.
No. Why would it cause contention if Hassan is just going to own it and go like, oh no, we should assist Taiwan in any way possible? Why would he roll the timpities?
Because he doesn't know what Hassan. Maybe he doesn't actually know what Hassan is going to say.
He had the sound effect prepared for it, and he just happened to get really fucking lucky, and Hassan waffled for 2 minutes while he was playing the sound effect.
Yeah, but during his waffling, like I said, he hasn't really even said anything that was technically wrong.
Hold on. Okay. No. Because we're not having a conversation about what's technically wrong. If somebody says, what should we do with
because that's the conversation I came here to have, and that's what I said when I entered this call.
Okay, then what you should have said is, hey, Destiny, you don't know fuck all about Taiwan. And you're like, that's probably true. Like, let me talk to you about some things because I know a lot about Taiwan, and I know you know a lot about Taiwan. I respect your opinion on Taiwan. I said, okay, cool, educate me. That's not what you came in here for. You came in here to explicitly defend Hassan's 55 IQ takes on his inability to have a solid position on this issue. That's what you came in here for. When you're having and you have to acknowledge this, when you're having a broad political conversation about international affairs, nobody gives a fuck about you being technically correct. They're offering they want you to offer up a macro broad opinion on what ought to be the case in a thing. Like if somebody says like, what should we do about the Jews in Nazi Germany? You're like, I don't know, they'll all be dead in 2 years. I'm technically correct, but what the fuck kind of answer is that? Technically correct is not what we're looking for. We're looking for qualitatively correct. We're looking for politically astute.
Again,
We're looking
like
for
I said,
analysis. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Sure. When I came in here, I said I watched your reaction to this video and that you didn't have anything to say about Taiwan. So I wanted to know what your knowledge was, and that I saw a lot of criticism about the things Hasan said in this video.
Okay.
And the specific criticisms I didn't see reflected in what Hasan said. And now we're at the point, listen, my perspective, you have read so much into this and forced so many opinions down his throat that I think are contradicted by his words. The first is that he's talking about this plan to just give Taiwan guns and go away as if it's ridiculous. What does that suggest?
It suggests that he thinks Americans and their Second Amendment rights are retarded because that's Hasan's position. He wants to make fun of Vivek.
That could be. That could be.
That's exactly what it is. Do you think he's using that as to say like, oh, well, just giving them weapons is silly. We should obviously do full military support. You think that's what he's implying?
I don't know. It could be. We would have to wait until he actually weighs in on that, right? They haven't even touched on that. You think that he has so far, but they haven't.
There's a million comparisons that he could have made to say that just giving them small arms fire and abandoning them
they haven't
would be
gotten
stupid.
there yet. They
no,
got to
I'm
other
saying
things
with
first.
the
Ethan
earlier
wanted to reset the
comparison,
conversation.
the earlier comparison he made was an America bad Second Amendment fat fuck losers are retarded. That's the joke that he went to. That didn't sound like him saying like it would be ridiculous for us to give them some arms and abandon them and see what happens. You're implying he could have used a million other historical analogies there to explain why that was bad. He didn't. He just did want to shit on Second Amendment Americans.
Could be.
Okay.
I don't know what to say. I would prefer not to shove opinions that he may not have down his throat based on these like 30-step extrapolations.
Okay. I mean, I figure that like a person's body of work kind of gives you an idea of the positions that they have around a thing, and all their fan base is looking at them with certain positions. And here's a question. What do you think the majority of Hasan's fan base thinks about U.S. intervention in Taiwan?
I think the majority of Hasan's fan base probably thinks that Taiwan should be reabsorbed into China and should just bend over and take it.
Okay. And Ethan has been fighting a lot with tanky members of Hasan's fan base. When Hasan gives an answer like Vivek is saying we should just give them all guns like Second Amendment Americans, do you think that Hasan's fan base is like, damn, Hasan thinks we should have full military intervention? Yeah, that's like a convincing argument. Or do you think Hasan's fan base is like, how would a fucking retarded thing to do? Why would we even arm Taiwan?
The point is, I watched you react to this. You didn't have any of these criticisms, by the way. You didn't have any of this commentary when you reacted to this because your reaction was similar to mine, which was until he starts getting into the Ukraine stuff, which that's the part where I tuned out. He doesn't say anything totally super controversial, and actually a lot of the things he says are quite accurate.
I feel like I had exactly this reaction. I think I made fun of him for waffling so hard. Did you not watch my reaction to this?
For waffling.
Yes, for waffling.
But waffling is him just like tripping over his words or whatever the fuck. It doesn't necessarily suggest
okay, I see malice in it. I think we're just on worlds apart here. But like, I don't know why. I'm not sure where this charity to Hasan comes from. Because if somebody says how many Jews died in the Holocaust, and someone's like, let's say somebody says how many Jews died in the Holocaust. One person says 6 million, and then let's say somebody else says how many Jews died in the Holocaust, and someone says, well, the official number is 6 million. Do you think those two people answer that question similarly?
No.
Okay. Do you agree that the answers given there are actually the exact opposite, even though both are technically correct?
I gotta be honest. I was.
Why did you just say no? It's okay. A guy asks two people. He says, "How many Jews died in the Holocaust?" And one guy says 6 million, and the other guy says,
I have to really read into this because I understand. Like, go ahead.
You don't. Okay. One guy says 6 million, and the other guy says the official reported number is 6 million.
I see. Yes. One is suggesting that the official reported number is wrong.
Okay, but he's technically correct.
I understand, but Hasan isn't doing anything like that.
So when Hasan says, I mean, ethnically, they're Han Chinese.
Not insofar as we've seen the video.
Okay. All right. Can I use the restroom real quick?
I'll allow it. Okay. Carry on.
Also, I'm like down-regulated from my 3 days of Adderall. Okay, so I'm screaming at you, but I love you so much. You're my favorite long-haired, tall guy, and I'll always remember the movie.
I don't take any of this. This is my favorite thing in the world.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
The Holocaust analogy he used is really bad because America doesn't have a policy that's ambiguous on the Holocaust.
Oh, you can take that up with him. Are you Kenough? Just like?
What?
Are you
I
Kenough?
am. I have always been Kenough.
Can you sing me the song that Ken sings?
I haven't seen the movie.
What? It's a sensation. You got to see it.
I really like film. I haven't seen a new movie in like a long time, actually. It's crazy.
You know what I watched last night? Top Gun Maverick.
First time seeing it?
First time seeing it. What a mistake. I
good?
wish I'd seen it in theaters.
Was it good?
You know what? The first half of it, I got a lot to say about that movie. And who knows? Maybe we can talk about that some other time. But my first reaction is like, this is like a fucking Who Asked, boomer fucking nostalgia 30 years later sequel that might as well have been written by ChatGPT. Like those were my thoughts at the very beginning. But then like the movie picks up and gets kind of cool. And then I read the trivia, and apparently I didn't know this watching it because CG is so good, you can't tell if things are real or CG. But a lot of those a lot of the in-cabin footage of that movie, like they really flew out on real jets, which is insane. Like the expenses must have been so impossible to justify. They had to have just dug into the
Wait, what movie we're
pockets
talking
of DoD. Top Gun Maverick.
Oh, they did a lot of real jet flying. They did a lot of CGI too, but yeah, there was
It almost feels like a wasted expense because like you can't fucking tell either way, but it's really cool. It is like really cool details to read about, like the fact they really went out there and the roof coming up on that guard shack in the beginning, like really happened. That's crazy. Okay, well we got 2 extra people in here.
I just came to talk about Maverick.
Oh.
I was just saying to you, but I just want to say to Destiny that the Holocaust analogy is terrible because the U.S.'s policy on the Holocaust isn't ambiguous. It's very clear.
Oh my god, I'm killing myself right now.
Okay. And Wicked Supreme is 100% correct that Anna was derailing because the situations aren't comparable at all, and I have no idea why Erudite joined to like fight him on that. He was 100% correct, and he was super patient in trying to let her get through stuff because he was understanding of her like emotional position. So, W, but I guess next time just tear into whoever is disagreeing with you. Bye. Love you.
I watched Top Gun Maverick for the first time the other day.
Oh, did you?
I did.
I walked out of that movie feeling like it was like a 6.57 out of 10. It was a solid movie, and as time has gone on, I don't know why, but in my head I love it more and more.
No, really?
Oh, it was a fucking great ass fucking movie. I loved it. Rewatched parts on YouTube over and over again. It's a good ass fucking film.
Can you apply this good take to Oppenheimer?
Stop.
Like, can you just
stop?
Every single criticism you've had about Oppenheimer has been 100% correct.
He's glazing.
No.
For the
I think
for the song of it.
there are some good criticisms, but there's not enough deference given to the good parts of the movie.
Listen, who the fuck cares if Oppenheimer keeps his clearance? He's not working mission, right? Like, why is that the fucking conclusion of the movie? Who gives, like, the main conflict of the movie is whether or not Oppenheimer, gets his clearance revoked for being a communist. Who the fuck cares, man?
True.
Just ignite the bomb, show us the bomb, Nolan, build a big ass bomb. That's what we care about.
True.
Okay.
That was all you guys had to say about Maverick? Fuck.
Wolfgang, what are you doing here?
No, I have a lot to say about that movie, but...
Oh, also, can I do a quick thing? Can I do a quick shout out? And it's a little, maybe it's cringe for me to shout this out, but one thing I love, and Tom Cruise does this with a lot of his movies, good representation of everybody, no cringe. Nobody even complained about it. There was never a moment where it was like, girl power, I'm a female pilot, and that's why I'm so good for this mission. No talk about how she made the final cut of people that actually flew the mission, because she was just a cool woman. She did her shit, she kicked ass, it was fine, right? I think there were black people there too and everything. So much diversity, so much integration, and nobody complained. It was a good-ass fucking movie, and nobody was fucking cringe about it, so...
Okay, well, I don't know if I'm getting in the way of the fucking Taiwan thing. You guys can keep getting
Take a
mad.
Maverick
Whenever
break.
Okay, we can take a quick Maverick detour.
It doesn't
sure.
sound... Well, I don't know. Sounds like people are very invested on YouTube, reaping each other's
It's all good.
flowers.
Don't worry about it. It's not the conversation. It's the pilot. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. No, I was just gonna ask. I wanted to know more thoughts from supreme about Maverick, essentially, because
I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts about the movie.
I just want to hear why you think it's a waste for if the CGI looks similar to the live action, like how would it detract essentially from?
I think it adds, but only in ways that aren't reflected in the actual movie, right? Like you have to go outside of the movie and read about it to be impressed. Like I just assumed all the shit I was seeing was on a soundstage or like at a gyroscope or some shit, right?
Yeah. Well,
but, I appreciate it. I really appreciate that shit. But it must have been hard as fuck to sell to, like, either the DoD had to just front all the costs as like recruitment, right, expenditures or whatever the fuck, or part of a recruitment effort, or it must have been just like Tom spending his own money.
I don't think it's hard to sell at all. Isn't it the opposite? I thought that the DoD is glad to allow access to movie stuff and everything as long as you don't ever show. I think you're not allowed to show the U.S. military in a bad light. And my understanding is, this might be totally false, but I thought I read this in a lot of places. I thought that there was a huge increase of applicants to the Air Force and the Navy after the first Top Gun. Like it was like an amazing recruitment tool. I remember reading that in a few places. I don't know who's true.
Yeah, what I was saying was, if it weren't the case that the DoD paid for it or that Tom Cruise paid for it, it would have been probably impossible to justify it at studios, that they had to like, you know, go out and pay for real jets instead of just doing it all CG or whatever.
Oh, maybe. I would almost agree with you, except I'm pretty sure that at this point, I think Tom Cruise could move heaven and earth and people would like be there with bulldozers ready to help him. I mean, he commands a lot of respect. Tom Cruise can do no wrong. He's a god, literally. Well, he is Xenu.
The budget for Top Gun was, now obviously Navy has a huge incentive to give a lot of shit over to the movie and to help out with it, but it's only $10,000 an hour to do the flights for an F-18. So
wait, what?
Yeah, it's only $10,000 per flight hour. So
I mean, it's more than that, right? Because it's also accommodations for people and the training involved, and like you know, extra safety stuff and insurance for the actors, and launching from an aircraft carrier and the staffing around. Like it's more than that, right?
No, it is. But I mean, these are all groups. Think about it, right? Like there's an F-18 launching off an aircraft carrier, you know, every day, right? They're going to be doing these things anyway. The teams that are on the ground are getting paid regardless because they're in the military. They need to do these things for training and for routine and drill and all that other shit. So at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is just happening, and the Navy has every incentive. The military at large has every incentive to help them out with the film. So I just imagine that a lot of these costs were a wash.
Yeah, but that still adds up if they've got like 12 people, right, or 13 or 14 people that are launching in these things. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're not all launching at the same time. But
when you say you felt like it was ChatGPT writing like a 80s movie resurgence, did you mean that in a bad way? Because I feel like that's fucking awesome.
Kind of. We've gotten so many of these Who Asked decades later fucking sequels, right? And like, I don't know. Listen, my bigger problem with the movie is it's actually similar to The Matrix, where the first
wait. Are you talking about ChatGPT writing which movie? Oppenheimer or Top Gun Maverick? Oh, okay. So you're insulting. Okay, go ahead.
In the beginning, yeah, that's how I felt. I was like, wow, they're really just hitting all the obvious beats that you would expect them to. I thought actually this movie was similar to The Matrix 4, like, and dropped the ball in similar ways. How the very first like half of the movie is like throwing all these jabs at Tom Cruise for being old. Like he gets thrown out of the bar by the young kids, and they're the ones that get to stay in there and have fun while he's sitting outside watching. It's like all of his like, military compatriots telling him, fucking all your friends are either dead or admirals. Like, what the hell's wrong with you? Like, you're taking orders from people half your age now. Like, it seems like a lot of the movie was gearing up to, and then they put him in this role to be a mentor, and it seemed like that was supposed to be the moral of the movie is like, okay, you can't be fucking 25 forever, Tom Cruise. Like, you got to grow up and be a mentor, and you've got to like there's going to be new generations of people, and you have to, like, your role in society has to shift to help them succeed. You can't be the ace fighter pilot at 60 years old anymore. But then they kind of like completely reverse that, and fucking he does this like, the teaching job totally begrudgingly, and then like everything else about the movie tells him, no, you can't be, you can take your shirt off in the beach scene even though you're 60. You can be the head pilot and the team leader in the mission. You're still the guy. You can even be saved at the end or whatever. Like, I just felt like they dropped, and at the end, what does he do? He like gets the girl, and it's like a teen summer movie. Like,
but don't you feel like that's a good compromise?
Oh my god, I found the man. This is the man with worse movie takes than me. He's got to come here every time before I give a movie take.
if people are gonna watch Top Gun, they probably want to see Maverick. I mean, people buy like motorcycles and base themselves off of this fucking dude, right? And then you're gonna have him in the movie to take a backseat. Now, I'm sure that's a brave idea and a cool idea, but how many fans of the original, which I guess they're more than I thought they were originally. I didn't think Top Gun the original was that great of a movie, had that good of a narrative or story, but apparently people love it. But for those people, right, they're gonna come in, they're gonna be like, what? My guy is taking a fucking back seat and this fucking little kid's gonna be the next Maverick? They probably want to see some Tom Cruise in the middle. And I feel like it was a good compromise, don't you think so? Like just
as a quick reference, the first Top Gun was a dog shit movie, but it was real.
You guys are fucking high.
It was real planes.
Wait, what?
It was real planes and a real aircraft carrier. That's why people cared about it so much, and that's why it was so cool at the time. But like,
I am a movie relativist.
That's
Okay,
true.
like the fucking first Top Gun was just 80s fucking machismo, all that shit. It was a good movie. Like if you go into it watching it expecting like a modern time movie, yeah, you're not going to enjoy it as much. It was a good movie. It was a really good movie.
Cringe. How many times did we get the exact same cut of that like airplane exploding with the missile hitting it because they didn't have like the budget to film it more than once? It was like watching DBZ with the same punch animation.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, for the original, now, this is me coming out and equating good movies with, like, I would say regular movie structure. But you have a movie that's about Tom Cruise going to, like, this amazing pilot program and stuff like that, and you're building up some rivalries. But at the end of the day, there's just... I don't remember. Are they like at a wedding or a big celebration party for somebody, and out of nowhere they're like, "Oh, now we have some badass dudes coming in when we need the top."
You got to think about it's a war movie during a time of like technically the Cold War is going on, but overall there isn't a point of conflict, right? So it's like when you watch any other war movie that's been around that doesn't take place in Afghanistan or Iraq over the last 30 years, like it's just some random fucking conflict has to happen, right? Troops have to get called into whatever. So it's all like utter bullshit, right? But there was a whole plot to the fucking story. The whole thing is you have Maverick, this dude who's wild and crazy and doesn't give a shit about authority, always thinking for himself, and has to go through hard lessons, losing Goose and realizing you have to be a team player. You have to actually focus on something other than yourself and your own glory. And there is a transformative journey for him through that. There are some things that kind of don't make sense too much, but overall it's an 80s action movie. So there is a strong enough plot to carry us from point A to point B. And the military thing, it has to be contrived, right? So yeah, he finishes school, and then it's like, okay, cool. Well, hey, school's over, boys. We got to go fucking do real shit now. And then we get into the action scene in the end, in Redemption.
Wait, you know what? I'll give it a rewatch, and I'll talk with you about this again, because I just remember coming out of the original Top Gun, feeling like it was such a dog shit film that had like cool factor. And trust me, cool factor can be enough to sell a movie sometimes. You just got to be honest about it.
Well, wait, how is it dog shit?
No, because listen, the way people talked about Top Gun, I thought this was gonna be like a cool ass fucking masterpiece with a story that was like super engaging and still like hella cool. It's just a cool movie with like tons of fun. It feels like somehow, and I'm gonna be honest with you here, watching Karate Kid the original felt like that it had more of a narrative. It had more character, and it had more character growth from the beginning of the movie to the end, instead of something like Top Gun. It feels like, I don't know, it feels like at least Tom Cruise's character, I can't remember the growth, genuinely, 100% for his character, like, at all. It's just, we lose Goose, we're kind of sad, and then suddenly we gotta save America, because there's some fucking people coming in, right? I understand what you're saying, like, and I'm just gonna have to rewatch the movie, because I just remember disagreeing so hard, but I'll take your word for it. I just need a rewatch.
Yeah, give it a watch. I mean, it's an entertaining watch. If you like jet fighters and all that shit, it's fucking fun. And I highly recommend, if you do like jet fighters, playing DCS, because it's the funnest fucking game in the world, especially with the VR headset.
Someone at KickChat said every time Wolfgang starts to talk, he begins with an emoji.
It's true, I do. Yeah, wait, does this person know me? Yeah, I do. Fuck you. Why is that a problem, sir? Fuck you. I don't give a fuck if you're mad about my emojis. Also, Ace Combat is 10,000 times better than whatever game.
I disagree. I've never even played it.
You're wrong. You're so wrong.
Yeah,
but that's okay.
I like DCS because if I were to sit into the fucking cockpit of an F-18 or an F-14, I could, by memory, start up a real one. And that's why I like it, because it's like Autism Simulator for airplanes.
it's okay to like simulators, but if you want some real fun, some real speed, if you want to get to the edge of fast, then you got to play Ace Combat, bro. Wait, we got a little bit away from Maverick, which I think is super interesting because I love the idea of a resurgence of I don't want to use the word shitty because that is not the way to go, but like a more basic 80s movie that's all about like flair and cool. Wicked Supreme.
What's up?
Dude, I feel so bad for the Taiwan people. I just wanted more thoughts. Give it to me. Let me hear. I'm so interested in Maverick. I think that movie it feels strange because we got John Wick, which in my opinion felt really close to also trying to capture that 80s, maybe 90s movie essence of like cool guy.
What do we? Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ! Wait.
What?
What are we talking about?
It's
Am
so
I
much
crazy? Wait, hold on. John Wick was not a. I don't think John Wick was a retro callback to literally.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
It was kind of a retro callback to The Matrix. I think it's. Like,
I
that's
disagree
part of
with
the appeal of those movies.
Wait,
I don't
hold
think it
on.
was.
Like, you're Steven Seagal's, you're Stallone. You're like, this guy is a sad man who has a lot of gun ability, and he's about to go somewhere and wreck shit up. At the end of the day, he's gonna come. Now, it's got more modern elements, but you don't think fundamentally it's like the same structure?
No, it's too polished. No, it's too polished. There's too much world building. There's too much. There's
too much,
no
like cool guy lines. There's no. I think that's an incredibly modern movie.
The similarities are too incidental too. I don't think people are going.
If you wanted a good example, I think Dredd would be a really good example of like a callback to those types of movies.
But hold on, the cool lines are totally there. They're just not coming from John, right? You even quoted yourself like, "Oh, I went to a bar and John Wick killed somebody with a..." Like you're quoting the pencil thing too. Sure, they're not coming from John. He has no like one-liners. They're like, "You killed my dog, fuck you." But they're.
But think of how it's delivered. That's it. That's a huge thing. Like with the polish, right? The way it's delivered, it's not just like I saw him and he killed 2 men with the pencil, with a fucking pencil.
Well, here's a question. What were early, and this could just be a genre that I'm not familiar with existing like before the 2000s, and I'm sure it must have, and I just don't know the films. But can you give me films that existed before the 2000s that are kind of like these? So films like Denzel Washington and Man on Fire, Taken, John Wick, these types of like somebody took something from me and now I'm going to go on a massive killing spree where I'm not even trying to save somebody, I'm just killing everybody. Like what are early pre-2000s like examples of these types of films?
Oh fuck. Okay.
The revenge porn.
Dude,
I think that stuff started with Old Boy, but I guess there's like the Charles Bronson, right? The fucking perennial. What was Street Justice or some shit like that?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
if you want an example of that 80s throwback, it's The Expendables, literally and figuratively.
Death Wish.
Like The Expendables, it has all those fucking characters that were all playing those 80s movies, but at the same time, it's all the same, just like hyper machismo, no real point. CIA, Shadow Dude needs you to come in and do a fucking mission, and you're the only ones who can do it, and fuck you, we don't care if you die. Like,
gotcha. Yeah, I'll concede on that. To me, what I thought like, and is exactly what you're saying. If you want a movie that just retreads exactly that old format, you have. I was gonna say the Invisibles, the Expendables. Now, if you want to modernize it, I thought that's what John Wick and then the John Wick copycats tried to do. The one with fucking Saul Goodman. I forgot what it's called.
Better Call Saul.
Yeah, no, but there was a movie where he was like the
nobody.
That was like a recap, or like that was like a remodeling, I guess, of the John Wick thing. Like they're bringing me back in, I gotta go. But with this time, he's tied to his family and all that shit. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There's another trope. Like, oh, he was retired, but now he's got to come back.
This has nothing to do with Top Gun Maverick, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I just think that Top Gun Maverick isn't like Top Gun Maverick is such a better polished movie. It has a little bit of that 80s machismo, but it doesn't
take any
lean
risks.
into it in weird ways. It doesn't have to.
It doesn't take any risks, but sometimes I think there's some charm to a very simple, tight movie. Like, did you like Whiplash?
Yeah, sure.
In my opinion, Whiplash takes almost no risks. That's not a very ambitious film at all. It's very simple, but it's like tight, and I think you can appreciate. You disagree with that?
You're watching the poor kid get fucking tortured the entire movie.
Yeah, but when I say risks, I mean that like it's a very concise narrative. We're not getting any like complicated, expanded themes. We're not getting anything like super philosophical. It's a pretty tight, concise film in terms of what it shows. Like it tears along the screen very quickly. There's not like a lot to ponder, any deep philosophical themes. I think it's a very simple film compared to something that deals with something grander, like say like Interstellar. Interstellar is a far more ambitious film.
But I mean, even the first Top Gun took risks by killing Goose.
No,
Yeah.
it's formulaic. Wait,
No.
are you being serious right now, or?
Well,
That wasn't a
I'm just
risk.
saying,
Isn't,
that
isn't
could have
like
led it.
isn't like death of a friend, especially to show like hubris in a character? Like, isn't that like kind of part of like a standard like hero story or something? Not like
Yeah,
the
sure.
Greek one, but like yeah, I don't know if that's
It's more risk than Maverick took, though, right?
Well, that's what Steven's kind of talking about, right? Like the risk would have been killing off Maverick, right? We have no confirmed Top Gun 3 or anything like
Could
that.
have been any. It could have been any of the other pilot, right? Like it could have been a story about the new generation. Like maybe Hangman, or even maybe fucking Rooster gets chosen to be the leader, or Hangman does because Hangman should have, right? Because he's the most skilled motherfucker there. Maybe missing some team, whatever consideration. But maybe it could have been that Rooster loses somebody, and now he's able to identify with Maverick. Like, oh fuck, like I suddenly can commiserate with you, and I understand that this is like. Maybe it's not my fault, but I'm going to blame myself for the rest of my life, and maybe somebody else will too. Maybe their families will or something. I feel like those could have been things in the script that.
But they went out of their way to not. They went out of their way because it would have been too predictable to not make the hugest conflict the fact that Maverick was responsible for Rooster's father's death, and I'm glad they didn't like lean into that because I was expecting it, and that really wasn't the issue. It was the issue is that he blocked him from flight school.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
I just think it would have
these
been.
issues like kind of the same thing.
I thought they were tied, but
They were tied similarly because of what happened to Goose. Rooster was that was the guilt that Maverick was carrying, but they didn't make the conflict between Rooster and Maverick the death of his father. They made it holding back his career.
Maverick,
Yeah. True that.
Oh, I just want to say this is completely tangential. If you guys ever want to spend an insane amount of money on a couch, get a Lovesac and get the speaker system that goes into Lovesac. Watching fucking Maverick with that fucking subwoofer under your ass is fucking incredible.
Yeah, I wish I would have seen this in theaters. Honestly, definitely an in theaters movie.
God, can you imagine how scammed everybody that saw Oppenheimer in theaters was when it was a dog shit movie to watch on IMAX and there's literally no reason to even watch it
I
on
saw
a
it
big
on IMAX
screen.
and I was like, why the?
And you're like, why did I
never
even waste
met-
my fucking time? Like, what was the point? Like, wow, I get to see that one chick's boobs and the cringe fucking writing in that book and full screen. Nice.
Okay, the book scene was cringe, but I saw that movie twice. I had to because the first time I left feeling like, I expected this to be an amazing movie.
True.
I watched it again and I was like, you know what? It is a really fucking good movie.
Yeah.
There's still cringe. We
You
can
watched it
work
the first
past
time,
it.
you came back, and you're
okay.
like, oh, Destiny's giving my take. And then you saw all of Chad, like, oh,
No,
God, Chad
I
says
saw it
I'm
twice
wrong.
before you.
And then you
I saw it
rewatch it
twice.
just to try to get on Chad's good side. That's okay.
No, I saw it twice before you saw it. So the first time like within a week of each other. And the first time I saw it, like the whole like, have you seen Rocket Man?
Nope.
Okay, so Rocket Man, it's a much more whimsical kind of movie, and they're showing like Elton John's brain and how he thinks of music as a kid, and they've got like an orchestra playing in his bedroom, and all that other shit, and I think that fucking Nolan was trying to go for the same stuff with like all these like shaky images of stars and all this other crap at the beginning. It was contrived. It wasn't really carried home. It
Cringe.
didn't carry through the whole fucking thing. It was bad. I didn't like that.
Absolutely cringe.
The fucking part with the like I am become death, what a waste of a fucking line. Like that was so bad. Absolutely.
God.
Well, I mean, that has to be in there. He really translated that line.
I know.
No, it has to be in there. It doesn't have to be in that fucking weird way.
Yeah.
Like unless you can prove to me that
read it in
fucking
English.
happened. Like fuck me. But the rest of the movie was good. I thought I know you don't like the clearance thing, Wicked, but I thought that conflict was good, and that was very important to like the legacy of Oppenheimer was that conflict. So I thought that the movie overall did a great job. The beginning was a little fucky, like the almost killing the teacher thing.
Clearance?
Because if you're going to be,
he's not working mission.
He wasn't working mission, but do you need clearance for policy?
He's not a politician. What do you mean? He was just a speaker.
No, he was on the nuclear council or whatever. And he still wanted to work mission, but he couldn't.
If that's the case that he was on a council and he was being kicked off, the movie didn't establish that well, and I don't know because I don't know much about the guy's history or whatever.
True facts.
But that would certainly be more make it more relevant because it just seemed like tacked on. I was just like, why do I fucking care if he has a clearance? But I don't think a security clearance should be a fucking scout badge or like a club hall pass or something.
No, it was about his career being ruined.
Well, I mean, it's not about his career being ruined if he's not actually working anymore. But they didn't establish that he was, though.
I don't know. Now I guess I'll go watch it the third time.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see it again. Maybe it was just fucking Rogaine brain. I don't know.
This is getting to the level of how often you bring up fucking Thrones every time. It feels like any time a movie gets brought up, it's just all roads, Jesus, lead to Oppenheimer being bad. And I have not seen this movie, but it's starting to get so fucking insane. You need to do a teardown of this. I don't know if Kick lets you do like watch parties or if you do
thanks,
it on
Courtney, for the
Discord.
5
I don't know
memberships.
which way you do it. But at this point, bro, you got to do something with that other than just sitting on it and saying the same thing. You got to like get.
No, I don't.
Okay, you don't. Fuck you. All right.
Listen.
So overall, Maverick, good movie.
Maverick, listen, I feel like we should come away from that being embarrassed that 60-year-old Tom Cruise is in a movie about him being the guy. Like
he
was
legend.
That guy.
He's dressing like he's
that guy. He's literally that guy.
He is. In real life, he's that guy. He's the guy. He
does his own stunts. He flies the planes himself.
Yeah.
He's this fucking guy.
Listen, man, I hate this. Like, I feel like there's this new trend that's, accelerated even from beyond where it was 20, 30 years ago, where people are just afraid to grow up, or, like we want to just cling to our 20s and 30s. And
yeah, and he's clinging better than some 20 and 30-year-olds are.
Because there's so much G-force under his ass because he's flying that goddamn plane.
Also, last question about that specific topic, but did you watch Oppenheimer, Destiny, on 70mm film IMAX or without?
Oh my god, no, I think I watched it on the pretend IMAX. Maybe that's why I didn't get the full experience.
Gotcha. I was just curious, just wondering.
All right. Can we get back to China, Hassan stuff?
Absolutely.
Well, you guys have fun.
Be careful, babe.
Well, you guys have fun.
Maybe I had a hard time understanding the fucking clearance thing because, Nolan thought it would be so cool to skip around in the timeline so much.
Someone reminded me a little bit in chat. It's more so about the legacy than it is about about the clearance itself.
Yeah, but I don't think a security clearance should be a fucking trophy.
No, it's not about the clearance being a trophy. It's that through the process of clearance, that's how they maligned him.
I understand.
It's how they set up the little tribunal that didn't have to have any kind of actual court precedent or any shit like that.
Is that what your mom told you?
I understand that was the point. Like, I understood when I watched it that was the point, is that it was like a dishonor. But I just you've held a fucking clearance. Like, clearances, they come and go depending on what you're doing. So,
based.
Or who you're doing.
True. Potentially, yeah.
All right. Well, you guys can fight about Hassan. I'll see you later. I promise. Bye.
Love you, bye.
All right. Do you really still want to do this, or?
I always want to do this. Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Where are we?
I'm at 5111.
Hold on. What should I even buy? I don't even know. Fuck it. Just buy whatever. Okay, 5111. Wait. Okay, ready? Set. Go.
Opinion. Taiwan independent?
My opinion on Taiwan is that Taiwan is the Chinese concept of Taiwan should remain in the hands of the people in Taiwan who
so therefore
believe
it's independent.
Who for the record, for the most part, just believe to not disrupt the ongoing relations with.
Why are you being
China.
so carefully footed around?
Because I know that there's going to be a subreddit.
Issue.
There's going to be a subreddit post with like 1 million fucking comments being like, Hassan wants everyone in Taiwan to be killed because he loves China. He's a Xi Jinping.
That's what I heard.
That's what I just. It's already over. You asked me that question, like in jest, and it's gonna.
No, I was genuinely curious what you think about it.
I think that
Hassan Piker am using a gun.
I think that overall, it's contemporary history is complex. At the end of the day, if the Taiwanese citizens would ever put this up for a vote and we're like, we want to fucking be an independent nation, it's up to them. You know what I mean?
They
You
already
can't.
done that?
No.
There is no. What Hassan said is true from everything I've read. The most people in Taiwan nowadays support just keeping the status quo, like the kind of.
But they're
strategic
ambiguity of
the
what's
overwhelming
going on
majority. The overwhelming majority's consensus opinion
Pause.
is that
Okay. What are you at?
5235.
Now, if I was a politically uneducated person, I might take that claim that the majority of Taiwan prefers the status quo. I might take that at face value, okay? Is that what the current polling data says?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me ask you a slightly more sophisticated question. Is that what the polling data says because Taiwanese people genuinely enjoy the bizarro dual status they live in? Or
No.
is that what the current polling data says is because people are worried about the conflict that will arise if Taiwan
Yes.
did... Okay. Thought so.
Chinese invasion.
Gotcha. Do you think that that's what's being implied here?
They're going to get to that in like 2 seconds, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not. Maybe they're not. Maybe what's his nuts? Who's the producer? What's his name?
Dan.
Dan. Maybe Dan's content to leave it right there and not discuss that it's because they fear invasion, but they're going to get to it, so we'll just see him discuss it.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
They don't want to disrupt relations with China, and they also, like, obviously if it was a situation between like full-blown independence versus like becoming a Chinese state, like becoming a part of the Chinese state.
Do the people of Taiwan like pay taxes in China? Like, do they vote? And
I don't know. I don't know
if they
the
even have
exact
elections.
details of that.
Do they have like travel status in China?
But the thing is, like, as far as Chinese Taiwanese relations goes, like the original inception of the country is
Taiwan
is a fascist dictatorship that America.
Oh, Jesus. We're going to go back a bit there. But when I pause, do you see how Hassan was about to take a strong stance on whether Taiwan should be fully independent or assimilated back into China? Ethan interrupted him, and then Hassan kept talking, and then he didn't return to that, what would have been a very strong stance to have.
Yeah. I wish we could have heard that stance. Like,
Do you think? I understand you're saying you wish you could have heard that stance, but like, do you think there might be a reason why we're not hearing that stance?
Well, because they've moved on to other questions. Hassan seemed content to answer it at the moment. That's Ethan's folly, not finding interest in the answer to what you and I agree is like the most interesting, like the most interesting nuance of the opinion that Hassan can have on this topic.
They moved on. He said like 12 words. Hassan could have very easily said, okay, yeah, but let me just answer this question.
But this is where I'm saying, like, I think Hassan's ability to articulate is just fucked. And like I think his struggle through his words is like genuine right now. I don't know.
I think Hassan is intentionally avoiding planting a strong flag in the sand because he wants to virtue signal to his tanky audience, and he wants to not step on what is politically popular right now, which is supporting Taiwan.
That could be true.
Okay, I think that's supported by everything that's been said. But okay, hold on. I went back to 5310 because we're about to hear some very fun things. So I backed up a little. Is that okay? Are you at 5310?
Yes, 5310.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Taiwan is a fascist dictatorship that America recognized as the real China until Richard Nixon.
Can we pause?
Yep.
Okay, I'm at 5320. I just don't agree that
Normalized
Chiang Kai-shek's KMT, moving the Nationalist Party over to Taiwan, it was a military dictatorship, and it was like pretty brutal. There was a period called the White Terror that you might want to look into. But calling it fascist is another chip in the hat of fascist doesn't mean anything. I wouldn't call it fascist by any means.
Why do you think he carved out a little time there to call the founding of Taiwan fascist? Earlier he said, did he say earlier they were ethnically Chinese? Or maybe we haven't gotten that part yet. And he's saying, go ahead.
I can answer your question. My first suspicion would be that he's trying to lay some historical claim for why Taiwan should belong to the PRC. That would be my suspicion.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
5320, 3, 2, 1, go.
China, and that's where they implemented the, they call it strategic ambiguity, which I call lying.
Hold on, this says that the current administration of Taiwan maintains that Taiwan is already an independent country.
Yes.
This does not have to push for any sort of formal independence.
There are, well, that's because they don't want to do like a full-blown.
Exactly.
They don't want to disrupt the status quo. That's why they're saying that.
They don't want to be invaded by China.
They want autonomy while simultaneously being under the Chinese banner, according to
they want independence, but they just don't want to be like attacked by China.
Hold on, stop.
Okay.
Without knowing anything about this, it kind of sounds like, in simpler words, now I could be wrong, kind of sounds like Ethan is more knowledgeable in his guesswork here than Hassan is. I think that what Ethan just said there was pretty prescient, no? Seems like they want to be independent. That was the question I asked you about the polling data, and Ethan got there through critical thinking.
Yes.
Yeah, so it seems like Ethan is more correct here than Hassan, but...
Okay. So there's some ambiguity in what Hassan's saying, because he says they want to have autonomy under the Chinese banner. Now, how would you interpret that?
I already gave you. My interpretation of every single thing Hassan says is he's in a land where he's trying to maintain loyalty to his tanky audience while not saying anything politically unpopular that's going to get him in hot water. So every single thing he says is going to be in service to that. That's how I'm interpreting almost everything Hassan says.
That's really simplistic, and there are two ways to interpret that that you know are sort of accurate to the, if you were to understand the issue, right? The one way is that Hassan might be saying they want autonomy while having official relations with the PRC and like being recognized as part of the PRC. The other way to interpret that is that Hassan may be saying they want autonomy and they want to be recognized as China, as the ROC, the Republic of China, which was previously the stance that the United States had, which is that Taiwan was the official representative of China until Nixon, and that some collection of people, there's still, to this day, it's pretty fringe. I think it's like less than 5% of people, still hold that. That's their political will, is that they think that Taiwan is the ROC and that they still have like hope holding out that they'll reclaim the mainland or something like that. Because everybody in the, basically from the, 50s to maybe the mid 80s or early 80s was taught that in school. Was that like they would all grow up and like go back and rescue China or something like that. So I'm not sure which direction Hassan's going with that. But do you understand like how, from my perspective, I'm hearing this, and I'm not hearing necessarily directly the PRC needs to go like take Taiwan or something like that. Like I can hear a statement like that. They want autonomy under the Chinese banner. Is he saying they want autonomy and they want to be recognized as China, or they want autonomy and they want to be absorbed back into the PRC?
All I want is that if I do decide to go back to college, I hope to God I have a professor like you, where I can write like 2 sentences in an essay, and the professor's like, well, what he really meant was, and then he spits out a whole bunch of shit that I totally had no fucking idea about. But I mean, I don't know if we're ever coming together on that thing, but yeah.
Okay.
But okay. How does my train take so long to slow down? What a dog shit train. Okay. Ready? I'm at, wait, where are you at? I'm at 53, 57.
That's where I'm at.
3, 2, 1, go.
Militarily.
Well, that's part of it for sure. So you understand how...
Hold on, pause. Do you see the minimizing there?
Yep. I'm sorry?
Do you see the minimization there of that? Well, that's part of it, I guess. I feel like that's probably like 90% of it. No? Like I feel like here's my, this is just a guess again. I don't know much. I know people, I know a little bit about, but I don't know much about Taiwan and China. But if Taiwan could take a vote and be a fully realized independent nation that had guarantees from China that there would be no military intervention, do you think the vast majority of Taiwanese people would instantaneously sign up for that, or do you think there'd be a lot of pushback?
Yeah, instantaneously, yes.
Okay, so when Hassan says that's part of it, that feels really silly to me to say.
Okay, so the other part of it is, even if China were not to launch an invasion of Taiwan in retaliation of declaring independence, the bridges that Taiwan and China have right now are still tenuous, and the fear would be that people in Taiwan would be cut off from mainland.
Well, that's
China.
what I'm including, not necessarily just a military, but that relations would be normalized. If there were if there was a guarantee of a normalization of relations.
So when he says that that's part of it, right? The fear of being invaded, he's again technically right that it is part of it. The other part of it is that Taiwan is still very economically dependent on China. So even if there was not a military invasion, if China just cut off Taiwan in retaliation, even economically, not militarily, this would still be really bad for Taiwan and is a legitimate fear for not wanting to proclaim independence. Okay. Doesn't necessarily have to be purely...
All right, hold on. We've got intervention from our resident vegan. Go ahead.
Yeah, so...
Vegan Gains!
Hey.
I'm so glad you're here. Go ahead.
Like, okay, I don't think Taiwanese people would be in favor of negotiating with China. It's basically like negotiating with Russia. They're lying scum. So a negotiation wouldn't guarantee anything. I think what Taiwanese people would really want would be to be an independent nation and be part of NATO.
Based.
Like, why the fuck do you think Xi Jinping is trustworthy?
Hold on, wait. To be fair to, I don't know how much you've listened to this, but to be fair to Wicked Supreme, I just presented as a hypothetical that they would agree to it. Now, realistically, I'm sure all of us here know that China would probably not.
They would probably use that as a means to invade Taiwan.
Sure.
The answer to that question is fantastically. I'm sorry, like this seems like a cop out, but like, I would just say, listen, there's a reason that I was surprised. There's a reason that experts in the Ukraine-Russia affair were surprised when Russia invaded. Nobody can say with certainty whether or not China was surprised.
Wait, hold on, stop.
That's not true.
Stop. You're both wrong. Okay. There were some analysts that were surprised, and there were lots of analysts that called it exactly. I started reading more of them after the invasion because I was retarded. But prior to the invasion, there were many analysts that detailed exactly what was happening and exactly why Russia would invade and exactly why it was really, they had to. There was no way not to. They mobilized people. They made the threats. They were So to say that nobody knew what was happening is not true. Just saying. Right.
Didn't U.S. intelligence know like 2 years ahead of time?
No, U.S. intelligence knew when like these mobilizations had already happened and everything, but like there were guesses about it happening ahead of time from military analysts, but not the U.S. military, I don't think. But
that's a little hindsight 2020 by saying, well, I read some people that predicted it correctly after the fact.
Well, no, wait, not just some people, but like, was Kaufman one of them? There are people that are like well known for their military and their geopolitical international like analysis and everything, and they've been right, and there was like, but apparently, when I say I read them in the past, I don't mean that like they said like, oh, I was right. I mean that like when you read the articles up to the invasion, I think that like it's been a while, but it was like Russia had already mobilized troops in certain ways. Russia had already said that they were going to do the invasion. Russia was not successful in their attempts to separate the territories in the southeast. So the Turkish drones and everything were turning to war. That Russia had already, that basically Putin either had to go through with the invasion when he finally said he would, or he would have been ousted as a leader. That those predictions and claims were made, and it was all like very well put out, and then it did happen exactly as said. Yeah, it wasn't just like they guessed and it happened. That's what I mean.
Well, sure, those are very strong, well-reasoned predictions, right? Mm-hmm. But I don't think anyone would have said with 100% certainty. Yeah, they're definitely gonna invade. Like anything can happen. I don't know.
Well, it's just so stupid.
And I would say personally that whether or not China would really invade Taiwan, we know they really want to, but whether they really would, I don't think anybody can say with certainty.
I think at this point the likelihood is much lower because the U.S. has clearly made a strong commitment to prevent fascist dictators from illegally invading other nations.
Well, I mean,
at least the Biden administration.
It doesn't even go that far. They don't need to extrapolate. We've made strong demonstrations in China's fucking face.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we've sailed carrier groups down the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah, and there's so many other nations too, like South Korea, Australia, Japan, who'd actually also defend Taiwan.
Wow. There's so much we can learn from you, Vegan Gains. Just what a man of so many talents. What else
you got for us? I can lift a lot of weight too. Why is it so quiet?
I don't know.
We're just waiting for you to educate us.
Well, I don't know what Wicked. I think. Me and Wicked are just going through this video, so we're probably gonna resume. Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm about to start my own live stream.
Okay.
All right. Well, take care.
Have fun. Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
I feel so enriched.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Taiwan was
wait, I'm sorry. Pause again. My bad. I didn't ask where you were at. Where are you at right now?
I am now at 5405.
Hold on.
Yeah. Nation state, right? Like so, Mao purged.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
And defeated the counter-revolutionary forces. Taiwan has been a larger part of like China historically, and the original Taiwanese claim was that the entire mainland China belonged to what is now known as Taiwan. And that was the American foreign policy position as well, because, China
so he's misspeaking there. He's talking about how the ROC's claim was that the entire mainland China belonged to the ROC, belonged to what is now Taiwan.
Yeah.
Did you understand that? Because he misspoke and said China.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't catch as much speak, but my understanding is that for a long time, both China and Taiwan, I don't know if this is current, but I think both China and Taiwan both considered themselves the rightful owner of all of China, where a lot of people are aware that the People's Republic of China, or China, thinks it owns Taiwan, kind of, but that at one point in time, the Taiwanese thought that they were the rightful owners of all of China, right?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. Ready?
I'm at 54-32.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
It's communist, and Taiwan was a fascist military dictatorship. So they were like, oh yeah, we're just gonna completely ignore China until Nixon normalized relations with China. And then Taiwan became a democratic country, of course, with still a lot of reactionary opinions overall, but like that's gone away in recent years. I think the younger generations have a different perspective on the matter. But overall, like historically speaking, Taiwan and China being the same country, it has been around for much longer than, like, as Elon Musk said, Hawaii being an American state. Much, much longer.
Taiwan is already independent. That's what I'm saying. People don't want a formal declaration just because they don't want a fucking war. But they're not wanting to be Hong Kong and be consumed by the Chinese party.
They don't want to be Hong Kong? What happened in Hong Kong?
Am I saying the right place?
No, you
They
are
were independent, and then they got fucking eaten.
They were not independent.
Oh, they had some rights. They were less independent than Taiwan, and then they got eaten up.
Hong Kong was bought by.
Are you saying the people of Hong Kong did not want to be?
There were certainly people that did not want to be a part of China. Absolutely, that is 100% correct.
Most of them.
A lot of
people there took a lot of pride in not being.
A lot of people enjoyed having Western civil liberties, while simultaneously being in a unique position. But now that China already does regular trade with the rest of the world, because at a time in the 90s, Hong Kong was seen as this prosperous middle ground. But since the 2000s, because of an insane amount of development and insane trade relations with the rest of the planet, there are tier 1 cities that are even larger and have more economic activity than Hong Kong in and of itself. And there was always a timeline where Hong Kong was going to be given back to China. They just accelerated it by 2 decades, if I'm not mistaken. Because that was a lease on Hong Kong.
No, just the way that he talks about that, he is soft-footed on China, right?
Okay.
But to describe, for Ethan to bring up Hong Kong as if it's analogous to Taiwan, or that our support of Hong Kong could be as it is for Taiwan, I think Hassan is accurately describing the situation of Hong Kong, that there was always a rightful claim for it to return to the PRC, and that's not relevant to Taiwan.
Okay. I feel like a better and more concise defense would be that the United States of America has promised to support Taiwan. We have not made that promise for Hong Kong.
Well, we can.
We absolutely could. No?
I mean, sure. Hong Kong and, well, I don't know. I mean, listen. I mean, even disregarding the viability of being able to do such a thing, right? Like a land invasion of China. I mean, here, I think what Anna brought up earlier, we would have to question, wait a minute. If the whole point of our support for Crimea remaining in Ukraine, even despite democratic will, where it, if it existed or whatever, right? I think we both agree that they didn't have legitimate elections in Crimea. But how would we argue for the international system in such that Crimea should remain part of Ukraine? You and I would I would probably argue, I assume you would, I would argue that there's if you're absent some major human rights abuses, you shouldn't allow countries to splinter off because it threatens the stability, and the dynamics of these countries economically and socially are dependent on the economic output of different regions or what have you, right? And like restructuring.
Yeah, countries can't just like without a huge like country-wide referendum that respects the autonomy of the country, or unless there's like perhaps like genocide or massive abuses or whatever. You know, maybe we could make some comments, but yeah,
Right.
otherwise countries shouldn't be able to just break away and to be sure.
So how could you square away that we would defend Hong Kong declaring independence?
I mean, I don't think we should, but I'm just saying ultimately at the end of the day, I mean, like theoretically we could, right? Like for instance,
Okay.
like I'm saying that like
Now that's
I'm saying
a
that like
nothing statement.
after the unbelievably dramatic rewriting you've done of every single thing Hassan has said, I'm just saying that at the end of the day, Taiwan's position with China is not the reason why Taiwan can make strong claims about its existence. The reason why is because the United States has supported its claim. That's what I'm saying. Now, I understand that the United States might have a better reason to support their claim than Hong Kong. That's fair. I think that is fair and true, based on the little I know. But the only reason Taiwan can stand on those claims, regardless of their legitimacy, is because of the United States' willingness to support it, I think.
Well, aside from that, Ethan is asking, what if Hong Kong declared independence? Should Hong Kong be allowed to be independent? And Hassan is explaining, well, they kind of, as a matter of contract, have always, you know, like, that's different from Taiwan, where they did, like, splinter away, and they've been de facto, you know, its own country or something.
I don't think that explanation is relevant, but I could be wrong. Because what happened in the past, who cares? If Taiwan splintered, what if Hong Kong splintered like Taiwan splintered? You wouldn't accept that as an argument. You'd say, well, no, China has a right to reconquer that land and keep it.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of, so if it were the case that 70 years ago, the nationalists, you know, partly settled in Hong Kong or something and even broke away from the British, then the argument you'd make now is the same one you'd make for Taiwan. It's an argument for pragmatism. It's the fact that there's like generations of people now that are living under these systems and
I agree.
these structures.
That's a really good argument. What you're saying right there really makes a lot of sense. But Hassan didn't say it. He said 70 years ago.
I'm sorry, what?
Hassan didn't say what you're just saying. What you're saying right now is a reasonable argument. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pragmatically, if Taiwan were to come into existence today in the same way they did in the past, well, then we probably would have nothing to do with it, absent huge civil rights abuses. But I mean, Taiwan has existed in this current capacity for a long time. We've made promises to them, and we ought to back those. We ought to honor our assurances, right?
Right. The difference is that Hassan is describing a peaceful, contractual handoff that was planned 100 years in advance, and that's the reason that he wouldn't support Hong Kong independence the same way you or I wouldn't support Crimean independence.
Okay.
Right, without some sort of national referendum. Now, I actually think that there are decent arguments for defending Hong Kong if it were feasible, right? Because there are human rights abuses. There have been major attempts to stamp out freedom of speech and people being taken political prisoner. You know, like there have been massive protests that have been met with like horrible violence and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, but Hassan's not going to offer those arguments, right? And I think,
well, I feel like, and I might be retarded. I don't know if this counts, but actually, wait, hold on. I might be retarded. Wait, anyway. Yeah, but isn't a big deal? I could be totally wrong on this, but Hong Kong is not an island, right? Hong Kong is part of mainland China. Yes.
Well, okay, so there's Hong Kong Island, and when people talk about Hong Kong, that's what they're talking about. It is an island that's barely off the coast of mainland China, and part of Hong Kong is also on mainland China. But why would that matter?
Well, because I think you can make a stronger argument because Taiwan is like its own little kind of island thing. I feel like, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe it doesn't matter as much, but I feel like the idea of having U.S. troops in an island close off the shore of China, I say close, off the shore of China is different than having like U.S. troops on Chinese soil in China mainland proper. I feel like there might be different implications there. I could be wrong, but I feel like there are different implications there. Kind of like for a long time, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, maybe not, but I feel like for a long time, maybe the Crimean annexation, it feels a little bit different because Crimea is its own little like thing off of Ukraine, and it feels a little bit different than occupying Ukraine proper, maybe. But
yeah, basically, yeah. The point I was.
But maybe that might not make as much a difference. Maybe that's not as important, the geographic thing. Yeah.
Like the human rights abuses that Russia alleges in the Donbass, I think we can legitimately claim are occurring in Hong Kong.
Okay.
And the fact that China has breached contract, right? Like part of their one country, two systems, which is, again, Hong Kong and Macau is not Taiwan. Hassan got that, dreadfully wrong.
Okay, sure. Someone in chat keeps saying, call him out on failing to address the accelerated comment. It's not that Hong Kong is due to come under Chinese influence and it just happened earlier. It's that the plan for Hong Kong is for there to be a huge delay in integration into China with the hope that China becomes more like Western democracies in the meantime, and the acceleration is a hostile takeover.
I think I just did.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it did. Did I address it to his satisfaction already?
Well, I don't know. That guy was making that comment, so. All right. Okay, I'm at 56-51. Where are you at?
56-52.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
So the people of Hong Kong, there were certainly a lot of people in Hong Kong that did not want to be a part of the
Regardless of
Chinese
the-
state. But overall, if you look at the situation in Hong Kong right now, it's like they claimed that it was going to be devastating, and that has not happened.
Not that we know of, because they can't. They have no freedom of speech anymore.
Okay.
They can't talk. They lost
that
the
part
right.
is true. You're right.
What are we going to learn from them?
I will not.
They have secret prisons,
I
bro.
do not agree with China's social or civil liberties policies. I do not agree with that at all. So I
Pause.
don't live in China.
Okay.
Okay. I might be seeing ghosts. Okay. I might be seeing ghosts. But I feel like the only reason Hassan is being forced to be slightly more reasonable here on China is because Ethan is asking the right questions. For instance, earlier, Ethan said, well, what about Hong Kong? And instead of Hassan volunteering answers about Hong Kong, Hassan immediately started asking, well, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Why? What do you mean? He's asking Ethan, like, it feels like he's mining Ethan for information about what he knows about Hong Kong. Now, you might say, well, Destiny, you're being conspiratorial, blah, blah, blah. But Hassan also just said, well, people thought the Hong Kong situation was going to be horrible. And look, nothing happened. And then he was like, hold on, what do you mean nothing happened? Their freedom of speech is curtailed. We can't see any information. And now Hassan is backed into a far more reasonable position. Like, okay, I don't support what's going on, that there's human rights abuses, sure. But I feel like every time Ethan asks a question, Hassan goes from what you would say nuanced, and I would say he's intentionally living in the fog of war to not have to declare a strong position, that as Ethan asks him more questions, he's forced to chisel out a more uncomfortable position for him to hold.
So, again, this is maybe one of 2 times I've ever seen Hassan comment on China. So maybe you've seen him make comments that I haven't seen before or something. The only other time that I saw him commenting on China was him criticizing begrudgingly, really quite reluctantly, China's civil liberties policies, just the way that we saw them, where he was talking about how, I will admit China does get these things wrong, which does suggest that he's softer in some support of China or something like that. To what extent, I can't say. Again, I came here to talk about, I saw people saying that Hassan was saying certain things in this video that he was not saying. Now, did I get the impression from this video that Hassan was softer on China than I am, or that I would expect you to be, or that I would like Hassan to be? Yeah, of course. That's to be expected. But, again, I'm just here fighting the notion that he, said things that I don't think he said.
Okay.
And you're saying that he's being forced concessions under duress because, and that reveals his true feelings about
Absolutely.
things
Easily, yes. Yeah.
Sure. I think it does reveal his true feelings about things, but I think he's being honest when he says, I don't like their civil liberties policies. I think he's being honest when he says that, he would respect the will of the Taiwanese people and that their will to, for sovereignty ought be respected because that's consistent for him, right?
I don't know if that's consistent for him.
Well, it's consistent with his take on Crimea.
Right? I think that after he was bullied into it. I think if you were to drill into his brain in front, I think he'd say, well, yeah, what China does is bad, but America does bad things too. I think that would be his position.
Probably, yeah. I think you're right. And again, no, not after he was bullied into it. His position from the start on Crimea is that they freely elected to be part of the Russian government. He thinks those elections were legitimate. That's where I disagree with him, right?
And he made the argument they were all ethnically Russian anyway.
I'm not sure if he's saying because they're ethnically Russian, therefore they should be a part of Russia, or if he's saying that's the reason that there's political will in the first place for them to reabsorb.
Sounds like he was giving it as justification for Russia to be able to seize it, but I don't know. Okay, I'm at 57.25.
Okay, so what you just said is a really strong claim into Hassan's beliefs.
Yep.
That actually seem pretty counter to what he says otherwise about race and ethnicity and stuff, and about
oh sure, he doesn't have, but it's because his position is defined by America bad. and America's
Right, but-
enemies equal generally good, or
You're
the same.
specifically- You're ascribing that he has this particular position of like that nation states should be, and Anna came in here and said this pretty explicitly as well, that he's an ethnostater. He believes that states should be comprised.
I don't think
of-
that's what she was saying. She's saying it's strange that Hassan is making ethno-state arguments. I think that Anna's position, if I understood it correctly, and this is my position, is that Hassan is making these arguments because it's America bad. So he'll make like
I think she literally
ethnocentric.
called him an ethnostater.
I could be, but I think her point was that I could be wrong. Anna might be retarded. Okay, I'm not here to vouch for her not being a retard. If Anna legitimately thinks that Hassan is an ethno-stater, then I would say Anna's probably retarded. But I don't think she thinks that. I think what she's remarking is that it's strange that he's supposedly a lefty or whatever, and he's making ethno-state arguments. I think that was her issue.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying I would be really surprised if he was making the argument that because people in Crimea are ethnically Russian, therefore Russia has the moral license to invade them. From the start, I thought his argument was the people there want to be part of Russia and they elected to be so.
Sure, but the problem is he's giving the Russian or the Chinese propaganda arguments for why that ought to be. Or at least he's just presenting them as is, and as you're saying, he's quote unquote technically correct, but the implication is that he's supporting those arguments by giving them.
I wouldn't say he's technically correct that Crimea voted to be part of Russia.
Well, no, no, he is
No,
I mean, it depends how you define technically correct. Like, that's what the vote said. It might have been done under duress. It might have been done with the little green men. It might have been, like, that's who ended up voting, but...
No, there's a disagreement over whether or not an election was legitimate. Same as I wouldn't say it's technically correct that Trump won the 2020 election or something, right? Like,
true, but I feel like that's a bit more obviously wrong, but okay. 57-25, I'm ready when you are.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, break.
Live in America. However, having said that, you can just go to Hong Kong and you can just go to every part of China pretty much and see for yourself. This is no longer like the North Korea style hermit kingdom where like no information comes out. Like we have
regardless,
we have a shit ton of Chinese people that live in America. And
Regardless, bro, it's not that
China.
they had rights. They don't have rights now. They lost a lot of rights. But whatever. I mean, you're. This is interesting that you're very soft. You're very soft-footed around the issue of China.
Okay.
You love China.
I think China.
If you love China so much, why don't you marry it?
Once again, I don't live there. I choose to live here because of the issues that you just brought up, which is civil liberties being.
Pause. I live here. I don't live there because of the issues you brought up. Like, what is this answer? I'm at 58-21.
He's saying that he prefers America because he's criticizing the Chinese government for removing or otherwise lacking civil liberties.
Okay.
What's your read?
I feel like we're gonna loop hard.
Okay, well, go ahead. Tell me.
It's such an obvious opportunity to critique China, but he avoids doing so at every turn.
And he said because they lack civil liberties. It's a criticism.
No. A criticism would have been, I condemn China for their lack of civil liberties. He reframed it as, well, I like to live in the U.S. because we have different rules than them.
It sounds like he wants to praise some aspects of China or something like that.
Or it just sounds like he's scared of criticizing them.
Yeah, that could be.
But that's my whole point.
Listen. That was never the contention. I never wanted to argue that with you because I agree with you. I think he is part of the reason he's being soft on China is for the benefit of his audience or something like that. Or at least I think that's a reasonable suspicion.
Wait, wasn't that my whole argument earlier that you said was an unfair or insane read? I thought that was my whole point.
No. I just don't think we had gotten that just yet. But now we're getting into it. Now that he's talking about mainland China proper. Earlier we were talking about whether or not you thought he believed China should reabsorb, or because of historical or ethnic claims, China should reabsorb Taiwan.
No, I think what Hassan's actual belief is he just doesn't want the U.S. to meddle in anything because Iraq, Afghanistan, Guantanamo, capitalism. That would be his whole position. That's what he would say.
It could be. I haven't heard enough that I'd be confident to say I think you're 100%
I'm pretty
right
confident because he literally said that our State Department and all of our intelligence's hatred of China is just based on xenophobia.
I don't he said all either. I think he said it could be like a lot of this rhetoric could be driven by xenophobia coming from the State Department, something or the. I don't remember his exact phrasing, but the read I got was that I think he thinks that the rhetoric surrounding China or the news we get about China paints China in a worse light than it deserves.
He's not talking about the news or the average citizen. He's saying that he said the State Department, he said our intelligence agencies and State Department have this anti-Chinese position because of xenophobia.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Well, again, like there's distinction to be made of because of xenophobia or it's like it's xenophobic or something like that, right? In effect, like, and his understanding of xenophobic could just mean like we're promoting an adversarial nature just to keep us on our toes or something like that. Our State Department or something. I don't know the extent of that. Like, and again, that's why I brought up earlier, you know, maybe he understands xenophobic literally to just mean we're positioning ourselves to be in like a strategic advantage over China while also.
If someone is saying xenophobia, every time what they mean is an unjustified xenophobic hatred of China. That's what xenophobia means. If anybody's using it in a modern context. Am I wrong?
And maybe he thinks that part of that is unjustified. That's why I said maybe he believes.
Not part of it. Hold on. If somebody says somebody's being racist, nobody's like, oh, well, hold on, whoa. When he says racist, he just means that certain ethnic groups tend towards certain things, so we should have like different security policies.
No, that's exactly what some people mean. Like if somebody says he doesn't like going to that part of town, just, you know, or he doesn't want to live there just because kind of racism, it doesn't mean that somebody has a bespoke fucking, you know, like explicit position that he's racially superior and I won't go there because of yada yada. It can be like subtle inhibitions that an individual may not even be aware of or want to identify themselves or something like that.
I think normatively, racism is always bad. Nobody would ever say that, like, I really enjoy some racist policies by college, like affirmative action.
Disagree that Hassan is subtly implying, or unsubtly, however unsubtly, implying that the State Department's rhetoric about China is in some capacity not justified.
No, xenophobia. I don't believe anybody would use xenophobia as justified. Am I wrong on that? Have you heard somebody?
We don't disagree.
Okay, so when he says that our State Department
it's
and our
meant
intelligence
to have a negative
agencies,
tinge. Yes,
it's purely negative. They're xenophobic.
I don't know the extent. Like, I don't know that he said it's purely xenophobia, or maybe he did. I didn't get the exact wording when we went back. We can go back and try and find the exact. In fact, I could probably just do the transcript.
Okay. Don't worry about it. No, we don't need to. It's okay because he doesn't give a number. He just says it's driven by this, and I think
Well, I don't even know if he says it's driven by, right?
Okay, if you want, you can go find the exact quote. Then go for it. I'll wait.
I don't know if he's I don't know if he's saying that all of this rhetoric around China from the State Department is completely unjustified, or, you know, like we're saber rattling, right? Or we're provoking China a little bit or something like that, or we're doing this thing to maintain a strategic advantage over China, and he understands that to be xenophobia or something like that, or some of the negative press about China is overblown.
Sure, I think it's literally just America bad. I think that's what he understands when he talks about this. But
I think that's what he's trying to signal to his audience. Yes.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Okay, I'm at 58.
Hold on.
What?
Before we go there, like, I don't even think his calculation is that America is wholly bad. When you say America bad, like, he's literally saying, we just heard him say, I live here, I don't live there, because they don't have civil liberties, implying that we have civil liberties here that he likes and appreciates and supports, right? So, like, I agree that his rhetoric and his audience likes to hear where America bad, but I don't even think it's his position that America is the most evil, like, whatever.
No, but I think his foreign policy is generally defined as America bad.
Yeah, I think that's the perspective. I think that's the angle he approaches it from. Yeah.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Okay, 58-21, ready?
I'm at 58-23, so just go ahead and go, and I'll wait 2 seconds.
Taken away.
1 second.
No.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Freedom of speech, walled garden internet. Like, there are certainly parallels to the American state or the Western world that there are certainly comparisons that you could make.
Pause. Really? Mm-hmm. Are there?
There are comparisons you could make to the Western world. Is he talking about criticisms you could make about both places?
He named the fact that China has a great firewall to block out their things, that they curtail certain civil liberties. Do you think there are valid comparisons to draw between Chinese treatment of its citizens and American treatment of its citizens?
Yeah, if I had to guess, he would go to the police or something, right? Like,
do you think it's... Yeah, because... So he said that, like, well, I live in America. Notice how he instantly kind of like tries to half walk that back, saying, "Well, you know, sometimes
I'm
America."
not going to fight you on this. I agree with you.
Okay. All right. I'm at
And
50,
for the record,
what?
the comparison between American police and Chinese police is absolutely ludicrous.
Okay. I'm at 58-36. Where are you at?
Yeah, I'm there. Go ahead.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
But overall, that kind of mechanism of control is one that I do not appreciate personally, which is why I choose to live here.
Pause. I'm sorry, 58-46.
Okay.
Do you see how much it weakens the conviction of his statements when he's like, personally, I don't enjoy the Chinese secret police over the United States. Personally. Do you see that like defangs his statement entirely as a legitimate criticism of another country?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm at 58.
Listen,
46, yeah.
I agree with that. I don't know if you were here when I said that whole rant to Anna. Like, I hate the guy. I
I'm
hate
not talking about
his
hating
like
him, but-
analysis of foreign policy.
Okay. I'm at 58-46. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
But as far as like cruelty, oppression, like what you're talking about with respect to Hong Kong, the promises that Western media overall made about like how China was going to crush Hong Kong under its like ruthless, oppressive thumb has not happened.
I don't think that was the point. I think the point was just that there's whoever was, vocal about wanting to maintain certain rights in Hong Kong was probably thrown in a secret prison and never heard from again.
I mean, certainly there was political dissidents are definitely
not the
political
best.
dissidents are definitely like
taken out back.
They're not killed or anything, but even then it's like completely
They take a
unacceptable.
walk and and they go for a beer and they don't come back. You know what
they
I'm
are
saying?
not. They're not good on that stuff. 100%.
But well, anyway, I was just curious. I didn't mean to open a can of worms, but you say you think the people of Taiwan whatever they want, and it seems to me that the people of Taiwan want independence. So I'm right with you there, brother. Independence for Taiwan.
I think one nation, two systems.
One nation, two systems.
Pause. 59-54. Okay. I'm so excited to hear you explain that.
I think he thinks that's the official fucking position of the U.S., not knowing that that's, again, it's not.
Wait, no, but Ethan is talking about what he wants right now.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the status quo in calling it one nation, two systems.
And you think Hassan wants the current unease? I thought he wanted whatever Taiwan voted for and what Taiwan would probably want for themselves.
I don't know what to say. That's a conversation you'd have to have with Hassan.
Okay.
Like, it makes it hard because he described our official policy regarding Taiwan and China as one nation, two systems, which is wrong. Like, he's incorrectly naming the one China policy from the U.S. side, and now he's calling back to it by the same name. I'm not sure if he's talking about I think it should be under the PRC or we should keep the status quo.
Okay.
It's certainly a gaffe.
Okay, I don't think it's a gaffe at all. I think he's communicating pretty well, like what he wants. But
well, again, it's unclear because he referred to the official U.S. policy, which is the support of the current status quo, as one nation, two systems, which is what he's calling this now. It's unsure if he's referring to this, like preserving the status quo, or if he's like talking about a change in governance.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep. This is, I think, the furthest that I watched because they start talking about Ukraine.
Okay. We'll see a little bit more then. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Systems?
Yeah. Which is the current...
Like Israel and Palestine?
Oh my God. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Come on.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just trying to get you.
That part is like literally, I mean, that's a advocacy in the opposite direction, in my opinion, where
independence for Taiwan. You heard it here from Hassan.
Because remember, like the overwhelming majority of people living in Taiwan are still Han Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, despite the fact that it's a separate country, it's still like the same people, The language is the
Ukraine.
same. People will say
Ukraine belongs to Russia for that exact reason.
I don't think Ukraine belongs to Russia because Ukrainian nation state, the Ukrainian nation state project, there are similarities. You're not wrong about that. But the Ukrainian nation state project as a well-defined nation state has always has been around for much longer than like Taiwan being an independent nation state.
So the people's entitlement to freedom.
Like you can make a better argument for Crimea being a separate country than like.
But what I'm hearing is that it's just a function of how old their culture is.
Pause for a second. And then I'm sorry. How long has Taiwan been in its current position?
1950s.
So what does Hassan mean there?
So
that Ukraine was a separate nation state longer than Taiwan was, because
maybe
it wasn't.
previous to
Didn't
the Soviet
Ukraine?
Union.
Is that what we're talking about now?
I have no fucking idea. I have no fucking idea what he's talking about. And the charitable reading is that I mentioned this earlier when Anna was in here. Like the political will towards maintaining the status quo would be to keep some relations open between Taiwan and China, because people do, like, if you talk to Taiwanese people, like sometimes they'll begrudgingly describe themselves as Chinese because they'll have to know that they have to caveat, but we don't like the mainland, we don't like the PRC or something like that, but our heritage is that of China, right? Like the kinship they feel with the China that existed pre-PRC still exists among Taiwanese people, less and less with each passing generation. But so like any will to reintegrate, and by the way, if you read polling on reintegration with China, it's complex, and it's made difficult by the fact that like you have to delineate based on under like ideal auspices or under the current auspices. Obviously, the will to reintegrate with China under the current auspices of being governed by the PRC are very low, but overall, like combined between all the different caveats you can have, the will for some reintegration is actually pretty high. I think it's like as high as maybe 30 or 40% or something like that, if not maybe more. But like there is some sort of like
is that
lasting
30
will.
or 40%? Again, I'm just guessing without knowing anything about the specifics. Is that 30 or 40% caveated that Taiwan can still operate like semi-autonomously, or is that
Yes,
for
the majority
That's
of
a
it,
pretty
yes.
okay. Yeah, that's a pretty big caveat, but okay.
Yeah, well, they haven't really even talked about that yet.
Okay.
But yeah, and it may be higher. Like I would have to look at this. Depending on how you measure this, it can be like, I think it could even arise to the majority. Like if you ask people under the most ideal circumstances, would you like Taiwan to reintegrate with China? I think like even a majority might answer yes, because they're literally like maybe even thinking that that the PRC crumbles or something like that. But yeah, it's difficult. And I think the most charitable reading of what the fuck Hassan is talking about here is basically just describing that this is a relevant point in Taiwanese politics. The fact that there is like a lingering Chinese identity.
Okay. You got a lot out of that, but from him, but okay. Okay, I'm at 101.24.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? 3, 2, 1, go.
Stop.
Entitled there to freedom.
What?
Real quick.
Yeah.
I don't know how much Hassan knows about this.
Okay, because
Right?
you said multiple times that it sounded like he read into. I don't know what you meant by that statement.
Mm-hmm. So it does sound like he's familiar.
Okay.
More familiar than the average person.
Wait. Okay, now, might just be my bias, okay? But does familiar with, and I'm familiar with Taiwan, China. What do you mean by familiar and read into? Those feel like two very different expressions to me.
Okay.
Do you use them
feels
similarly?
It feels like he has done maybe more than a cursory, like, it seems like he knows about, like, offhand, off the top of his head.
I agree with this.
Knows,
yeah.
He knows about Taiwanese, like, polling, right?
Well,
like recent Taiwanese polling about like how they like to claim, keeping the status quo versus independence versus, reintegrating with China or something like that.
Okay,
like,
I don't know
seems
about
like
that,
this
but
is,
maybe.
Well, it came up earlier, remember?
Sure,
when Dan
but he could
was
know
saying
about that polling because a lot of this polling, depending on how you read it, plays into really good tanky talking points. Like, for instance, if somebody tells me, did you know that a lot of older people in Soviet satellite states, actually, when you poll them, they have more favorable feelings towards the Soviet Union than not? Now, when I hear that, my impression would be, oh, wow, this guy is really well researched into like opinions of ex-Soviet.
Did I say he's really well researched?
When I hear read into, that sounds like it's implying a level of research. Yeah, but that's maybe we just use those.
Maybe he has done some cursory research. And
Okay,
the term I would
sure,
use
but what
for
I'm
it is
saying,
he's read into this a little bit.
But what I'm saying is that when I hear that, that just sounds like a tanky talking point. It doesn't sound like any research at all. Same as when somebody says, if somebody were to say, like, did you know that black people have a gene that codes for aggression more than white people? I would never think, wow, this guy's done some research into genetics. I would think, oh, this guy's probably listened to some like race realist podcast. That's what I would assume.
Okay, I understand. But again, like the fact that he knows about the TRA, he knows about strategic ambiguity, he knows about the One China policy, he knows about the return of Hong Kong to China. You know, he knows about the recent polling about Taiwanese political will. He knows about the history of the Nationalist Party fleeing to Taiwan and then eventually democratizing. Like, these are...
Wait, sure. So that's fair, what you're saying. But now you're going... But it sounds like you... It sounds like I said... When you said read into, it means he knows quite a bit.
What percentage of Americans do you think would know about all these things? Off the top of your head.
About everything that Hassan's brought up so far?
Yes,
If I had to
all the things
guess,
I just mentioned.
I would say probably like 5 to 8% would be my guess.
I think that's an extremely high estimate.
Well, the only reason I'm saying 5 to 8% is because there's probably older people that might remember some of these things because they were more relevant. My guess is, like, this is a total guess, and I don't know if this is true, but my guess is going to be like in the era of, say, like the Vietnam War. We were probably a lot more interested in stuff happening in that region of the world, so more people would have known about China and Taiwan. That'd be my guess, and Hong Kong.
Okay.
That'd be my guess, but I could be wrong. But that'd be right.
Did you know about all these things before this conversation?
Before this conversation, I'd heard. I don't know. I feel like I know probably about 90% of what Hassan is talking about from before this conversation, but only because I've looked up things cursory to Taiwan, because a lot of people are starting to bring it up in relation to the United States and our activities in Ukraine. And I think I might have to prepare in future debates for Taiwan to come up, because a lot of people have made the claim that one of the important reasons for defending Ukraine is that it shows the U.S. commitment to defending people such as Taiwan. And that's an argument that's been coming up a lot.
Mm-hmm. So you like, he named Chiang Kai-shek.
Okay.
Right.
But again, I don't know if that's impressive and that he's read into it, or I don't know. Like, that'd be like saying...
I don't know either.
No. Okay,
Again.
sure. Hold on. No, but I would make assumptions. When somebody says Pinochet or whatever, I'm not thinking like, oh my God, this guy knows a lot about South American history. I would think that like, oh...
And I don't think that
probably
about
a tanky.
Hassan.
Okay.
I don't
gotcha.
think that about Hassan with China. My expectations are extremely low about people knowing anything about our relations with Taiwan, China, and the history between those, those two specifically, right?
Okay.
So again, my expectations are very, very low. So hopefully you can understand why when I hear somebody talk, I can at least identify, okay, this person knows a little something about this. Now, obviously, when he calls the KMT like counter-revolutionaries, like, motherfucker, like the Nationalist Party was the party in control of China at that point. Those aren't counter-revolutionaries. That was the legitimate.
Which goes to feed into
power.
my point that he probably doesn't actually know much about any of this. He's literally just giving the tanky talking points.
Or that he's read it from a certain spin or something like that.
Sure.
Right?
Much the same that, like, I wouldn't give Nick Fuentes an ounce of reading into Nazi Germany's history, an ounce of reading into genetics, an ounce of I don't give him any credit for that. I think he just reads like paste spins from Nazis. But I would never use the phrase like, I think Fuentes has actually read into a lot of like World War II history. I don't think he has. I don't think Fuentes has read into,
So I guess here's what I would ask. You know that after like a long period of debates with the guy. And the most recent one, the impression that I got is after the most recent Fresh and Fit debate that you guys did, it seemed like you were disillusioned with the fact that, oh my God, this guy knew a lot less than I assumed he did. Okay. So I'm still at the part where you would have been at with Nick Fuentes, where you probably would have assumed that he had done even maybe a little bit of cursory research, because he sounds like he is, and so invested in the topic that he has to have
that he
done
would
some.
have. Yeah, sure. That was my assumption initially, yeah.
So,
Okay.
it could be the case that Hassan has only read the copy pastas and is just, gleaning whatever. But I think he has read some theory. It does seem like he's invested enough into the topic that he has done some actual reading on this stuff. So I wouldn't be super surprised if he did some reading and then applied his worldview to it, right? But again, I'm just giving him a little credit that he's able to name these things. He knows when they happen. He knows the players or something like that, which is more... This isn't just him applying his America bad on the most like surface level thing.
Well, if all of his talking points just came from commie or tanky propaganda, it is literally just America bad.
Yeah.
And by you saying that you're upset that he called those one people counter-revolutionaries, fascists or whatever, if he was actually reading into it, it sounds like what you're saying is he wouldn't have that opinion.
You remember my comments when I like first entered this call?
Your comments were that Hassan was correct in a lot of what he was saying and that chat was being too critical of him.
But I think I also mentioned, I either mentioned this or in the Reddit, there was a Reddit thread and I posted in there where I was just like, oh, I watched this and it wasn't so bad. He mostly sticks to his America bad talking points. He could stand to learn a lot more about like Taiwan post Chen Shui-bian, which is the first DPP candidate that won in the 90s.
Okay, but I don't think anybody's criticisms of Hassan were just that he was factually incorrect. I think that the reason why people were upset was because it seemed like he was simping for China, and Ethan, similar to what's happened with Ukraine, had to drag him kicking and screaming into a position where he was like, okay, maybe China bad, maybe support Taiwan.
Okay, the only reason I bring that up is because I feel like I came in here, maybe I mentioned this when I came in here or not, but I think I did mention this when I came in here, that obviously my biggest problem with him talking about this was his like America bad spin. So there's no disagreement there.
Okay, wait, then what do you think our initial disagreement was? Or where do you think our disagreement lies then?
Okay, so we had a couple disagreements come up.
Well, no, like our primary, or you can say, 2 or 3. What do you think are our big disagreements about this?
So my disagreements, I didn't have many disagreements with you because again, my first comments when I first came into this call, have you been taking finasteride by chance? Sorry. My first comments when I came into this call.
Any of us here are finaster brained, okay? It's not me, but go ahead.
Okay, well, let's get to this because I remember when I first came in here, I said, I saw your video on it and you didn't have much to say about Taiwan.
True.
So we couldn't have had many disagreements on his coverage of Taiwan, right? And then I directed it towards your Reddit, your subreddit. And I said, I saw people saying or having a lot of these criticisms that I don't think were reflected in what Hassan said.
Huh. Okay.
I don't know if you remember that.
Okay.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
Anything else, buddy?
Let's watch like a minute more. Let's watch a minute more than we're done, okay?
Okay.
I'm at 101.25. Let me know when you're ready, okay?
Got it.
3, 2, 1, boom.
It's not. I don't think that it's like those two concepts are not the two concepts at play here. Like, it's not like entitled to freedom versus what was the other thing that you said?
Well, it just seems like you're talking about like their they have some kind of national heritage or identity.
Well, the thing that I was mentioning there, the reason why I mentioned that is because you were talking about making a comparison between like Israel, Palestine, being the same people. I think makes that kind of, especially existing under the construct of having like one nation state regardless with freedom of travel in between. It's literally like a mile off the coast, you know what I mean, of China. Having all of that factors into like whether there's going to be assimilation or not. And there is no need for assimilation even. They have like normal trade relations with Taiwan, you know what I mean? It's like, that's why it's considered to be a delicate political conversation, but one that currently the current system benefits both.
And so if
places.
China takes military action against Taiwan, as some people speculate may happen.
Yeah, I mean...
Pause.
Okay.
So just at 102.50. So Ethan asking this question,
yes.
I feel like this was the question that he was asking all along. It's taken us a while to get there, but I feel like this was the question that he really wanted to know the answer to at the very beginning. Not, why would you ask somebody...
Why did it take him so long to ask it?
Well, because I think the question of like, do you support a people getting to vote on a thing and having that vote respected is not a very interesting question or a question that most people would ask.
I mean, he went to Hong Kong before he got here.
Okay, sure. I'm just saying I feel like that was, but, you know, all right. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1, boom.
That would not be good. I don't think that would be good. I think that would be really, really terrifying. It would be disruptive for the entire global economy as well.
Right, but I'm just mean like from... whose army are you joining?
No,
Which front line are you fighting?
I'm fucking moving to
Taiwan.
I'm moving to an undisclosed location. I'm moving to an undisclosed location.
I'm on the front.
I'm gonna be on a
line.
fucking ship.
Whoever has the
streaming.
best computer chips, I'm fighting for.
Okay.
I'm a chip boy myself.
If it wasn't for America, China would have some pretty solid chip technology, but America's like regularly trying to stop that process. Like they went to the Netherlands to be like, you can't sell China.
What?
I said, oh, brother.
Pause. So, how do you feel about this telling of the Netherlands not signing or selling chips to China? Do you feel like that's...
Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty standard fare, just America bad, right? Like, reframe everything as if it's just America bad. And also, listen, I'll grant you, he avoided the question.
Yep.
Of if it came down to a military conflict. Unfortunately, Ethan didn't say, should America intervene? He said, which army are you joining? And
Sure.
Hassan said, I'm a little bitch.
Okay. Okay. I'll axe. We'll axe this video.
Sounds good.
Wait, did he just leave? That was so brutal. Okay, well.
What I do? I just leave.
Well, you just say, like, you can
we've
say
been on
good
call
night.
for like 5 hours. Okay, good night.
Yeah,
I love
that's
you.
cute. Love you. Bye. Bro, there's no way people... Okay, I might be done with this game. There's no way I'm gonna do this for every single fucking resource. Bro, building this shit is actual AIDS. This is just for one iron mine right now. This took me like all fucking day. Can we go on to the next game now? There's no way I'm doing this. Why are you building this autistic shit? Oh! No. Does the 3D aspect of this game add or take away? I think it takes away. I don't like the 3D aspect of this game. I'm just not a big 3D guy. I'm here, don't worry, buddy. Wow, thanks, Lex. Love you, buddy. Lex, why? You need to get out of here. You need to be working on that Shapiro talk, okay? That's your mission. That's your assignment. Oh my god. Okay. Name your train station. Bro, I don't care about naming my train stations, okay? I just want to watch the ore go to my... I just need to do one train in this game. I'll be happy. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't care if this is unethical either. Fuck this. Fuck this. Show me the ore. Did I fuck something up? Please. God, show me the ore. I fucked something up. Oh, I was in one of these fucking vertical things. Oh wait. Oh no wait, it just said more to travel. There it goes. Never mind, it's working. What is this? Too busy working on your mom. Good one, Lex. Thanks for the 20 bucks. Jesus Christ. Building that high and accidentally choosing the most hostile spot / terrain, the swamp to extract from made this a lot worse for you. No, I had to build high. Fuck you, loser. Holy AIDS. Oh my god. This is... What is even the point? I just want to fill one part of my train up. Jesus. The hate threads have started. Oh boy, Wicked Supreme is about to go the route of Mr. Grill. Good luck. I'm just kidding. Okay. I'm gonna go sleep. I love you guys. It's been fun. Do you have any idea on the next game you're gonna stream? Nope. Christ. Yeah. Representative Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Cappuccino, Cappuccino, Alpuccino, my Dudernos. I will catch you guys next streamerino. Be careful, guys. Peace.